Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Time Travel with Chaotic Crew. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After the Straw Hat Pirates had beaten Doflamingo that had received a mysterious call to meet the person on an island in the New World, the caller claimed that they had the rest of the Straw Hats, so Luffy and Law decided to head there to see if it was true or a trap, then to head to Zoo. They were surprised when they arrived on the island. They were instructed to go to find that it only had one large building. Luffy could feel his crewmates inside and charged in with the rest of the crew and Law, only to fall into a trap. They were surrounded by a sea stone-coated building that sapped the devil fruit users' powers. They then heard a voice come over the speaker discussing an experiment they had been conducting as the room started to glow and then the inhabitants disappeared. 12 years ago, a strange light filled the sky as 10 beams of light broke off and shoot to different parts of the world. The strongest beam hit Fuchsia City, and that is where this story begins. The beam hit a young boy standing on a ship with a knife in his hand about to stab himself in the face. The boy stabs himself under the eye, much to the shock of the pirates. The captain of the crew quickly makes sure the boy is okay and takes him and his crew to the local bar. The crew and the boy were partying and having fun when a bandit entered the bar and demanded alcohol. Upon learning that there was no alcohol left, Shanks tried to give the bandit a bottle. The bandit breaks the bottle over Shanks' head, and then when Shanks started to clean up the alcohol, the bandit breaks more bottles, showering Shanks' straw hat and alcohol. It was at that moment that the future Luffy awoke in his past's body. A strong wave of pressure familiar covered the bar and all the bandit passed out. The red-haired crew were shocked that someone had used Haki in the East Blue when they noticed that the power had come from Luffy. "Luffy, do you know what you just did?" Shanks asked in shock. "Yeah, Gramps helped me learn it after I accidentally did it against a crocodile," Luffy said with a smile. Knowing that Luffy's grandfather was Garp the Fist, they knew that it was possible that Garp taught him about Haki. So, they went back to partying when they noticed that the chest in which they had their devil fruit in had fell to the floor and the fruit was missing. "Luffy, did you eat the fruit in the box?" Shanks asked with worry on his face. "Yeah, I did. It didn't taste too good," Luffy said as he went to leave, only to get grabbed by Shanks and for his arm to stretch out. "Luffy, that was a devil fruit. It's the Gamu Gamu no Mai. You can't swim anymore," Shanks told the boy. 1 week later, Shanks and his crew had arrived back at the quiet town of Fuchsia when they heard the commotion. They took off quickly and ended up outside of Makino's bar. When they arrived, they took notice of the large amount of unconscious bandits on the ground with a little boy standing above them with a grin of his face. "Hey Shanks, can I come with you?" "No," Luffy asked. "Luffy, what did you do?" Shanks replied with shock in his tone. "Just what Gramps taught me," Luffy replied with a smile. "Luffy, you're just a kid. I can't take you with me," Shanks told him as he and his crew went into the bar. Days later, Luffy was standing at the port facing Shanks and his crew. Shanks took off his hat and placed it on Luffy's head. He made Luffy promise to bring the hat back when he becomes a powerful pirate. Luffy promised him that he would, and the two parted ways. Months later, a marine ship was pulling into the port of Fuchsia Town. This ship was different than the normal marine ships. This one had a dog face on the front of it. When the ship stopped, a giant of a man stepped off and headed off to a certain bar. Upon arriving at the bar, the man walked in and walked straight at little boy with the straw hat drinking juice at the car. He instantly picked the boy up and took him out of the bar. "Gramps, what are you doing?" Luffy asked as he was carried away. "You're going to be living with someone new," Garp said as he took him into the mountains. "Hey Gramps, can you train me?" Luffy asked. "Only if you become a marine," Garp replied, thinking he had finally won Luffy back over. "I'll think about it," Luffy said, looking away from Garp. "That'll do," Garp replied as he continued to a small home on the mountain. But Zoro had been sent back to Shimotsuki village. He had been sent back too late to save Kuina. He had been disappointed that he couldn't save his friend, but knew that with the time he now had, he could spend time strengthening his body and making sure his haki was as good as it could be so he could become the world's strongest swordsman for the future pirate king. He decided that he would train for a few years and then convince someone to take him to Loguetown so he could get Sandai Kaitsu and Yubashiri. With Nami had also arrived back in Kakoyasi village too late to save Bellemere and decided that she would spend her time training after she worked out they were in the past. She decided that while working for Arlong, she would travel around the East Blue and find as many ingredients to make her weather balls as she could, and would also work on her Kenbenshoku Haki. When the time was right, she would head to Orangetown and prepare to meet her captain again. With Usopp had freaked when he realized that he went back in time. He had no idea what he was supposed to do and how to find out what his crew were doing. Although it didn't take him long to realize that he now had a second chance to sail with his crew. He quickly decided that he would build back up his body as well as working on different types of ammo for his slingshot and mastering his Kenbenshoku Haki. He wanted to make sure he was a dependable member of the Straw Hat Pirates this time around. With Sanji had arrived back on the rock that him and Red Leg Zeff were stuck on. He knew that he couldn't convince Zeff to not eat his leg, so he just decided that he would wait until they got off the island to start training. He knew that after he got off the rock that he would master both of his haki and convince Zeff to help him perfect his cooking and hopefully teach him all he can about fighting. He would also work on building his body back up and strengthening himself to be one of the strongest members of his crew. With Chopper had arrived back in Drum Kingdom and instantly realized he was still living with Dr. Hilula. Sadly, he knew that he couldn't save the doctor's life and he would eventually pass. He decided that he would learn everything he possibly could about medicine and would master his Kenbenshoku haki. He decided that he was right to decide that if he had his friends that he could be a monster for his crew. With Robin, the time that Robin had arrived in was her working for Crocodile and Baroque Works. She decided that she would keep an ear out for the return of the Straw Hat Pirates and would train to make herself strong for her crew. She had decided that she would work on mastering both forms of haki and preparing herself for the eventual reunion of the Straw Hat Pirates. With Frankie had arrived back in Water 7 and started to work on making his body as great as he could. He worked on his Busashoku haki and decided that he would prepare the Frankie family for his eventual departure with the crew. He worked on making the family legitimate ship dismantlers and basic shipwrights who worked for him in Iceberg. He knew that man would be able to take care of his family after he left for his dream. With Brooke arrived back in the Florian Triangle and decided that he would help keep crews out of Gecko Mariah's gasp while also sneaking onto his ship and battling his crew. He worked out this would make him stronger for his crew and he could work on mastering his haki while he waits for the Straw Hats to come pick him up. He decided that he would work on his sword techniques and be as strong as he could for Luffy when he arrived in the Triangle. It had been 10 years since the Straw Hat crew had been sent back in time and each member of the crew was just waiting for Luffy to come and pick them up. In the small town of Fuchsia, a crowd could be seen around a young man wearing a straw hat. This man was wearing an open, long-sleeved red cardigan, with a yellow sash tied around his waist and short, blue trousers with cuffs, with sandals. This man was Monkey D. Luffy. CEO Luffy yelled out to the crowd as he set out on his journey for a second time. He was quickly interrupted by a sea monster. With a quick wave of his haki, he sent the beast running. As he continued floating across the sea, he noticed an all-too-familiar whirlpool. Doing what he did last time, he ate all the apples in the barrel he bought with him and climbed in. He was soon in the whirlpool and washed away. The barrel that Luffy was in was pulled onto a pirate ship and taken into its storage room. He was soon disturbed by pirates believing that the barrel was full of booze and attempting to open the lid. Luffy soon burst out of the barrel and knocked out the 3 pirates around the barrel. "Ah, that was a nice sleep," Luffy yelled. "Who are you?" yelled a pink-haired boy. This boy was a small, timid, chubby boy with pink hair and round frame glasses. He wore a white shirt with 3 blue stripes down the sleeve and long black pants with red and white shoes. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, future king of the pirates," Luffy told the boy. "King of the pirates?" the boy replied. "No way, no way, no way, that's impossible." Luffy brought his fist down on the pink-haired boy to shut him up. "You'll never know unless you try," Luffy told him with conviction in his voice. "If I die while trying to complete my dream, then I die." The pink-haired boy was shocked by the conviction of the straw hat-wearing pirate. He couldn't believe that such a man existed. "How can you be so confident?" the boy asked. "When you have a dream, you'll do anything to see it come true," Luffy told them. "And what about you? Do you have a dream?" "I have one, but I can never do it now," the boy whispered. "I always dreamed of being a marine, but now I have to be a pirate." "Why?" Luffy asked. "Because of a mistake I made," the boy replied. "One day I rented out a fishing boat, but I accidentally got on a pirate ship and have been forced to serve as a cabin boy." "You can still change it," Luffy told him. "Just say what you want to do." "Fine then," the boy replied. "My name is Kobe and I want to be a strong marine." "You want to be what?" A voice cut through the conversation as the 2 boys turned around. The person behind them was a tall and very obese woman with long wavy black hair and freckles on her cheeks. She wore a white cowgirl hat with a large red plume, a red neckerchief, a pink plaid shirt, and a blue captain's coat over it with the arms and the sleeves. She wore rings on her fingers and her long sharp fingernails had red polish. She had a purple sash with a flintlock pistol tucked in it and some jewels. She also wore graying pants and red shoes with gold buckles. "Who's he?" Luffy asked as he was picking his nose. "I'm a woman, you idiot," the lady yelled at him in anger. "This is Alvida," Luffy. Kobe whispered in fear. "Watch out, she's strong." "Don't worry, Kobe," Luffy told the scared boy. "Just watch." "Who are you?" brat Alvida asked. "And why are you on my ship?" "My name is Monkey D. Luffy and I am the man who will become the king of the pirates," Luffy told the woman. "And I'm looking for my crewmates." "King of the pirates?" Alvida laughed. "What a childish dream." "It may be a dream right now," Luffy stated, "but I will make it a reality." "Not if you don't get off this ship," Alvida laughed as she brought her mace into the air. Alvida brought the mace down onto the straw-hatted brat's head in hope of cracking his skull open. much to the shock of the rest of Alvida's crew, and Kobe the straw-hatted boy did not move out of the way of the mace and allowed it to hit him on the head. As soon as the mace made contact with Luffy's head, Alvida started to chuckle at the foolish boy but stopped once she realized that the boy's body hadn't slumped under her attack. That was a weak attack, Luffy stated as he grabbed the mace with one hand. I can't see why you're so feared. What Alvida muttered in fear. Luffy clenched his fingers and the iron mace exploded in a shower of pieces. He then brought his fist back and punched Alvida in the stomach, sending her flying through her own crewmates and off the ship. Anyone else want to fight? Luffy asked as he stared at Alvida's crew. The crew quickly shook their heads and jumped overboard away from the pirate who had just demolished their captain. Kobe stayed near the straw-hatted boy, shocked at the strength he had just shown. He was shocked that a pirate had this level of strength when they were starting their journey. That's what I thought, Luffy whispered. Now do you know how to navigate? What? Kobe replied. Can you take me to Shell's Town? Luffy asked. Yeah, I can do that, Kobe replied. But that's where the famous Captain Axe Hand Morgan operates. I know, Luffy replied, but I have to go there to get my next crewmate. What? Kobe yelled. What kind of crewmate is dumb enough to hang around a marine base? My first mate, Luffy stated. Roar Noah Zoro. I still can't believe your first mate is a bounty hunter, Kobe stated. He's not really a bounty hunter, Luffy replied with a smile. If I know him, he just got lost again and decided to have a little fun. Have a little fun? Kobe yelled in surprise. But he's the strongest swordsman in the East Blue. I know, Luffy replied with a smirk. Most my other crew members will be able to take on the big three of the East Blue. What kind of monsters are you recruiting? Kobe asked. They're not monsters, Luffy replied with a frown. They've just been preparing for this adventure for years. We're here, Kobe stated as he docked the small boat, thinking about the straw-hatted boy's future crew. Let's find your crewmate. I know where he will be, Luffy replied as he stepped off the boat. Let's go the execution yard. Why would we head there? Kobe asked in panic. If your friend's there, he's done something wrong. Or the Marines of this town are corrupt, Luffy stated. That's not true, Kobe replied in anger. The Marines are a righteous organization. I'm sorry to tell you this, Kobe. But not all Marines are good and not all pirates are bad, Luffy told the shocked boy. If you want proof, mention Zoro's name in the village and then mention Axe Hand Morgan's. I will, Kobe replied in frustration, but I don't believe you. Believe what you want, Luffy replied as they entered the town. But watch this, Roar Noah Zoro. Kobe watched in shock as the village scrambled at the name Zoro. He thought he could feel the fear of some of the villagers, but he also thought he noticed traces of trust at the name. That just proves Zoro's a bad guy, Kobe stated. I mean, look at how the villages ran away. They would never do that for Captain Axe Hand Morgan. Kobe was once again surprised and shocked at the movement of the villages when he mentioned the Marine captain name. He noticed that the villagers had the same reaction that they had to Zoro's name. See, the captain's not a nice guy, Luffy stated. Zoro got that reaction due to his reputation. Imagine what the captain did to the villagers to get the same reaction. That can't be true, Kobe stated as they arrived outside the executioner's yard. We're here. Now watch, Luffy stated as he watched a little girl scale the wall. Mr. Zoro, the girl yelled as she ran towards him. I bought these for you. Get out of here, brat, Zoro growled. If you don't, you can get seriously hurt. But I bought you food, the girl cried. And what do we have here? A voice yelled from the entrance of the yard. Run, brat, Zoro yelled. Now don't be mean, Zoro, the young man stated as he walked toward the pair flanked by two Marines. Why don't I eat them for you? Shut up, Helmeppo, Zoro stated. You know the deal. Helmeppo was a skinny and lanky-looking young man with light blonde hair shaped like a sideways oval on top of his head. He also has a cleft chin. He wore a dark purple suit with white shoes and a rubber band ring on his left hand. I'll take one of those rice bowl, Helmeppo stated as he grabbed one and took a bite only to spit it straight back out. That's disgusting. Did you put too much sugar in it, you brat? I wanted to make it sweeter, the girl cried as Helmeppo hit her on the head repeatedly. Wait here, Kobe, Luffy stated in anger. Okay, Kobe replied as he watched Luffy jump into the yard. Stop hitting her, Luffy demanded. Or what? Helmeppo replied smugly. If you touch me, I'll tell my father. Then tell him, Luffy stated in frustration as he blurred in front of Helmeppo and punched him in the gut, sending him flying out of the yard. Stop right there, the Marine guards demanded. We have to arrest you now. Sorry, Luffy muttered as he disappeared again and knocked out the two guards. Rika, get out of here, Zoro told the girl, who quickly took off. Roar Noah Zoro, Luffy stated with a smile on his face. Monkey D. Luffy, Zoro replied with a smirk. I didn't think you were coming. So, you came back as well, Luffy asked in relief. Yeah, I'm guessing we're all back here, Zoro replied. I guess now I have a training partner. I'm happy to see you too, Luffy replied as he started to untie Zoro. Let's get your swords. I've already picked up Sandai Kaitsu and Yubashiri, Zoro replied as he rubbed his wrists. Did you get lost? Luffy asked innocently. No, Zoro yelled as he looked to the side. Zoro is a muscular young man of average height with lightly tanned skin. He has short green hair. He wears a long, open dark green coat closed on his waist and is held by a red sash, and his black bandana is tied around his left forearm. His coat exposes his bare chest, revealing his green haramaki underneath the coat. How do you want to do this? Zoro asked. I'll take the top and you take the bottom, Luffy stated. No killing. All right, let's go, Zoro said as he dashed towards the entrance of the marine building. Luffy jumped to the top of the building and noticed that the Marines were building their statue of Axe Hand Morgan. He quickly lifted his leg into the air and destroyed the stone statue in one blow. He then quickly set upon all the Marines on the roof, taking them each out in one blow. As he stood above the wreckage, he could feel Zoro making his way through the base. Zoro had quickly taken a sword off the first Marine he met in the base and was using the flat side of the blade to knock out anybody standing in his way. He was quickly advancing through the base, hoping to find Helmeppo room, which is where one of the officers told him his swords were. It didn't take him long to find the pink door which housed Helmeppo room and his blade. He quickly entered the room and noticed all three sitting in the corner. He put Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Kaitsu in his red sash and held the sheathed Yubashiri in his hands. Luffy felt that Zoro had collected his swords, so he punched a hole in the wall and jumped out of the building, hoping to find Morgan. Much to his luck, the Marine captain had just entered the base, being followed by the sniveling Helmeppo. Took you long enough to arrive, Luffy stated. What do you think you're doing? Morgan roared in anger. This is a Marine base, you pirate scum. You're a corrupt Marine, Luffy yelled back. I'm just here to liberate this town. And you think you can beat me? Morgan laughed. I'm not as weak as these other Marines. I won't be the one to beat you, Luffy stated with a smirk. He will. Zoro had just exited the building with his sheathed blade and Marines on the floor unconscious behind him. You think the pirate hunter could beat me? Morgan laughed. You've already chosen a weak first mate. I could beat you with a sheathed sword, Zoro replied with a smirk. And that's what I'm going to do. Ha 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 ha, Morgan laughed. You're dead. Zoro raised his sheathed Yubashiri to his side and blurred at Morgan, jabbing the sword into his stomach and taking the wind out of him. Zoro then smacked the blade onto Morgan's back, pushing him to the floor. I told you I wouldn't need to unsheath my blade, Zoro stated as he reared the blade back and delivered a blow to Morgan's head which knocked him out. Stop right there, Helmeppo ordered as he held a gun to Kobe's head, or I'll kill this kid. Kobe, Luffy yelled. Why are you here? I came back after I dropped Rika off to make sure you were okay, Kobe yelled back. Do what you have to, because I'm not scared to die. Fine, Luffy stated as he used a sword to advance on Helmeppo and knock him out. Now let's get something to eat. Agreed, Zoro muttered as his stomach rumbled. Later. So where are you going next, Luffy? Kobe asked. I believe we will go to Orangetown to pick up our navigator, Luffy stated with a smile. Do we have to get the witch? Zoro asked. Of course, we can't rely on you to get used places, Luffy replied as the Marines entered the diner. I guess you want us to leave. You are pirate, one of the Marines replied. And as happy as we are that you beat Morgan, we can't let you stay here. That's all right, Luffy replied as he turned to Kobe. In a couple of months, GARP the Fist will come here. Give him this letter. How do you know the hero of the Marines? Kobe asked in awe. He'll tell you, Luffy replied with a smile as he walked out of the diner. Is that boy not with you? The Marine asked. No, he just came to save the little girl, Luffy responded with a smile. He'd make a good Marine. So, do you know how to get to Orangetown? Luffy asked as him and Zoro sat in their small rowboat. I don't know, I thought you did, Zoro yelled in frustration. Just use your Kenbenshoku haki to locate Nami or Buggy. Oh yeah, Luffy replied as he closed his eyes and tried to find Nami's aura. Got her. Luffy directed Zoro on the direction that he had to row. Of course, with Zoro being the one who was rowing the boat, Luffy had to correct the course multiple times. They were getting closer and closer to Nami when Zoro noticed 3 pirates swimming in the water. Hey, help us, one of the pirated yelled. I can't stop, so jump on, Zoro yelled back as he rowed past the pirates and they jumped on the small rowboat. Now that you've saved us, the pirated stated menacingly. Give us your boat before we kill the 2 of you. Kill us, Zoro laughed. I'd like to see you try. You think the 2 of you could take on 3 of Buggy's pirates? One of the pirates stated. Zoro glared up at the 3 pirates that were threatening to take over the boat. Seeing they weren't backing down, Zoro pulled Yubashiri from his side and used its sheath to hit the 3 pirates over their head. Now, you 3 are going to row us to Orangetown, Zoro stated. Or I'll kill you. Okay, sir, the 3 replied as they took over the rowing. Is that the pirate hunter, Zoro? One of the pirates whispered. I think it is, another whispered back. It doesn't matter, the 3rd waded in. We all know he can't do anything to our captain. That's true, the 1st replied. I can't wait for Buggy to kill this guy. We're close, Luffy announced as the town came into view. Dock us next to Big Nose's ship. The 3 pirates started to sweat bullets, wondering how this straw-hatted boy knew their captain and hoped he would refer to their captain by Big Nose when they met. Okay, sir, they replied as they docked next to Buggy's ship. As Luffy and Zoro stepped of their small boat, they noticed a bolt of lightning hit nearby. A large smile came across Luffy's face and a small smirk appeared on Zoro's. They both knew who could use lightning like that. They watched as the 3 Buggy pirates they picked up ran away. And they started to head for where the lightning came from. When they arrived there, They saw a slim young woman of average height, with long orange hair that reached down to her lower back and brown eyes. She wore a tight black shirt, tight low-rider jeans, orange high-heeled sandals, and a pair of pearl-like earrings. This woman was Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, Luffy yelled out to her in joy as he ran and picked her up. "It's so good to see you again." "Put me down, Luffy," Nami yelled as she slammed her fist into his skull. "You're lucky I came back as well, or this could have put me off you." "It's nice to see you again," which Zoro greeted with a smirk. "It's been a long time." "It's good to see you to Zoro," Nami replied with a twitch mark on the back of her head. "So what are your plans this time, Luffy?" "The 3 pirates that came with us have already reported to Buggy," he told them. "Moji and Richie are already on their way here, as well as the town mayor." As Luffy finished, an old man rounded the corner. The old man had gray hair that has been arranged in 3 lumps, 2 on the sides and the front. He wore a yellow-lined shirt with dark green pants. He also wears standard-shaped glasses. "What are you kids doing out here?" the old man yelled in worry. "Those dastardly Buggy pirates have taken over the town and could kill you." "Don't worry, old man," Luffy stated with a smile. "By this time tomorrow the town will be yours." "What do you mean?" the old man asked. "Because we are here to stop Buggy," Luffy told him as he felt Moji and Richie around the corner. The man that sat on the lion had white hair that was shaped like a teddy bear. He also had white hair that covered the upper part of his chest and shoulders. He wore long blue pants and held them up with a yellow sash. He was sitting on a large lion who shows a fierce expression, with scarlet-red sclery. He has golden brown fur and a pink mane. "So, you're the brats who think they can beat Captain Buggy," Moji growled. "He has nothing to worry about." "Your captain should know by now that looks can be deceiving," Zoro replied. "Who's taking him on?" This will be easy with my Heishoku Haki," Luffy replied. "Let's go." Luffy stepped forward as Moji grinned at him in bloodlust. He jumped off of Richie's back and laughed at the straw-hatted boy. "This will be too easy," Moji laughed. "Richie, take him." Richie put his head down and charged at the straw-hatted boy, who just raised his hand in response to the charging creature. Richie got close enough to open its mouth before a blue wave came off Luffy as he released his Heishoku Haki to stop the lion in its tracks. Richie crouched down in front of the straw-hatted boy, all of its bloodlust suddenly gone. "How?" Moji stuttered. "Even I can't stop him so quickly." "I'm good with animals," Luffy replied as he scratched the lion behind its right ear. "Now I believe you were going to beat us." "No," Moji screamed as he backed away. "Stay away from me." "I'll make this quick," Luffy muttered as his arm stretched back. "Gamu Gamu no pistol." Luffy's arm snapped back and shot toward Moji, nailing the furry man in the face and sending him sailing into the town knocked out. The mayor watched in shock as the straw-hatted boy quickly dismantled one of Buggy's main fighters. "Shishishishi," Luffy laughed. "That was easier than I thought it would be." "Do we go straight for Buggy?" Nami asked as they heard cannon fire. They watched as a cannonball teared through the town and exploded, taking out a block of the houses. "That's it," the mayor yelled. "I'm not letting him get away with that." "Stop," Luffy stated. "You're not strong enough." "Don't try and stop me, young man," the mayor replied. "I'm going to fight for my town." "Sorry," Luffy muttered as he released a small wave of his Heishoku Haki to knock the old man out. "Did you really need to do that, Luffy?" Nami asked, concerned for the old man. "It was less painful than last time," Luffy replied with a smile. "Are you ready?" "Of course," Zoro replied with a grin, "although I'll have to wait until Mihawk to get pushed." "Don't complain about that," Nami yelled back in frustration. "Be happy about it." "I'll have to wait for Crocodile," Luffy muttered sadly. "And that's only if he takes me seriously." "You two are idiots," Nami screeched. "Let's go." "Fine," the male members replied as they followed Nami towards Buggy's hideout. "So are you still working for Arlong?" Luffy asked, interested if she changed anything. "Yeah, I couldn't do much when I got back, so I just did what happened last time," Nami stated sadly. "But I know I'm stronger than him this time." "What about you, Zoro? Anything changed?" Luffy asked. "Nothing other than getting my swords early," Zoro replied, "although I am really missing Shushi." "Do you have any plans for this time?" Nami asked. "Not really. I have a couple extra crew members in mind and maybe even a few alliances," Luffy told them. "But my biggest thing is to save Ace." "How are you going to do that?" Nami asked, curious of the plans this Luffy could come up with. "I'll tell him the truth," Luffy stated. "I'll also tell him about Sabo." "Do you think that will work?" Nami asked. "It should. But if it doesn't, I guess I'll just have to do the same thing I did last time," Luffy told her as they arrived at the tavern that Buggy was using. "Hey, Big Nose, get out here," Luffy yelled, knowing it would set Buggy off. "What did you just call me?" Buggy yelled in anger as he exited the tavern. Buggy is a slim, yet muscular blue-haired man with an appearance resembling that of a clown with a big red nose. Buggy's face is covered with makeup. Just like a clown, he has crossbones going down his face forming an X. He also has 2 blue lines near both of his eyes and red lipstick. He wears a striped white and red shirt with short sleeves, white gloves reminiscent of the ones worn by clowns, a sash around his waist, and a pair of loose pants reaching to his calves, just above a pair of striped socks and pointy shoes. He also has a scarf around his neck. Hanging from his shoulders there is an orange, fur-lined captain's coat. On his head, he has an orange hat with his Jolly Roger on it. over a bandana with the same pattern of his shirt. You heard me, Big Nose, Luffy replied, suppressing his laughter. Who are you? Buggy asked in anger. Monkey D. Luffy, future Pirate King, Luffy replied as a serious expression appeared on his face. Jai ha ha ha, Buggy laughed. Nice joke, kid. It's not a joke, Luffy replied as he took his straw hat off. I made a promise on this hat I would be the Pirate King. That hat, Buggy said with frustration. It used to belong to a man with red hair. Yes, Shanks gave it to me, Luffy told him. He entrusted me with my dream. Hey, Captain, a man said as he exited the tavern. Isn't that the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? Yes, it is Kabaji. He must have come to claim my bounty, Buggy stated. If I kill him, my reputation will grow. Kabaji is a tall, slender man with a unique hairstyle that covers half of his face. It is long on one side and a parallel shaved design on the other. His hair is light green where it is shaved and dark green where it is longer. He wears a large blue and white checkered scarf that covers the lower portion of his face, a sleeveless brown coat reaching down to his knees, white pants larger near the end and held up by a light blue sash, and white shoes. Buggy dropped 5 knives into his hand and threw them at Zoro. Zoro quickly unsheathed Sandai Kaitsu and blocked all of the knives to Buggy's shot. He dashed at Buggy and attempted to cut him, only to clash blades with a unicycle riding Kabaji. Your fight is with me, Kabaji stated. And after I take your head, I will be recognized as the strongest swordsman in the East Blue. Fine, Zoro replied in frustration, but don't you dare call your parlor tricks swordsmanship. Kabaji rode towards Zoro and attempted to cut him down, only to be blocked. He tried to spit a substance into Zoro's eyes, but the Zoro dodged it and jumped back. I'll show you real swordsmanship, Zoro stated. Idoryu Yakodori. Zoro sheathed Sandai Kaitsu and then unsheathed his Wado Ikemanji and launched a crescent moon-like projectile of compressed air to the opponent with great speed. The compressed air hit Kabaji and cut the man open. Not enough to kill him, but enough to wound him and leave a scar. Come back to me when you're a real swordsman, Zoro stated as he walked back towards Luffy. As soon as Buggy saw Zoro turn his back, he launched his hand at him while holding a knife, intending to stab in the back, only for his hand to be grabbed by Luffy. If you wanted a reputation, why don't you just reveal who you used to sail with, Luffy asked, and never try to attack my crewmates again. How do you know who I used to sail with, Buggy asked in shock. Because you and Shanks were crewmates under Gul D. Roger, Luffy replied with a smile. But right now I'm going to kick your ass. Do you think you can beat me, Buggy laughed. You're not ready. I'll show you, Luffy replied as he blurred at Buggy and punched him in the stomach. Buggy was sent flying back but stopped himself and ordered his crew to fire a Buggy ball. It wasn't long before the red cannonball came flying out of the tavern, only for Luffy to use his Gamu Gamu no balloon to send it flying back into the tavern, causing it to explode. You have a devil fruit too, Buggy stated in shock. The Gamu Gamu no mai, Luffy replied. I'm a rubber man. Buggy broke apart and sent his different body parts towards Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged the parts and hit Buggy's torso, sending him to the ground. While this was happening, Nami was in the blown-up tavern stealing from the Buggy pirates. When Luffy felt he was down, he decided to end the fight. He sent both his arms back as Buggy reformed and then snapped them forward. Gamu Gamu no bazooka, Luffy yelled as his hands hit Buggy in the best and sent him flying off the island. So, what now, Nami asked when Buggy left their view. We head for Usopp, Luffy replied. Now let's go. The trio made their way towards the dock when they ran into the knocked-out mayor. He was surrounded by the villagers who were questioning who knocked him out. That was when Luffy informed them he was the one who did it and caused the Straw Hat crew to have to start running towards their boat. We're close now, Nami told the two boys. Do you have any more plans for the future? I do, Luffy replied with a smirk. I want to have a little bit larger of a crew. What, Nami yelled. Are you sure? Yeah, there are plenty of people we met last time that are strong enough, Luffy replied. We also need to make alliances before law. We have to train them straight away, Zoro stated with a smirk. I'd be happy to run the sessions. I'll help, but we have to make sure all the crew can also use Busashoku Haki before the new world, Luffy stated. That's something that will help us all. Fine, Nami muttered, but only because I want to help. Speaking of which, how did you get that lightning to hit those pirates, Luffy asked. It took a lot of planning. I had to remake the original climb attack, so I won't be able to use my big moves until Skypiea, Nami told them. Usopp will probably be the same. That's fine, both of you are strong enough to handle your opponents, Luffy told her. Do you think Law came back? That's a good question, Nami replied as she thought about it. I'd say he did, but we will have to wait until Sabayati Archipelago to find out. I guess, Luffy replied. We're here, Nami stated as they pulled up to shore. He's here as well, Luffy stated as the trio looked up with smiles to see Usopp. Usopp is a tan, muscular teenager with black shoulder-length woolly hair, prominent lips, and a long nose. He also now has a little goatee. He wears some headphones, a white sun cap he wears on his head. He has a pair of rolled-up yellow pants with red suspenders, and a pair of boots. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp yelled out with a smile on his face as he ran down the hill and hugged the trio with surprising strength. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again as well, Usopp, Luffy replied happily. How have things been? They've been great, Usopp replied with joy. Although I haven't done anything about Kuro yet. Really, Nami replied. Is it because of Kaya? No, Usopp replied. I've told her everything. You what? Nami yelled. Why would you do such a thing? Because he likes her, Zoro stated lazily. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed. That's fine, let's head into the village. Fine, Usopp replies with a blush. I'll take you to the mountain. Okay, Luffy replies as he follows Usopp through the village. So are you limited in your attacks as well? Nami asked Usopp. Of course, I can't get the same power until Skypiea. Usopp replied, I need the dials. Is that why you built up your body? Zoro asked in curiosity. Yeah, I had to, Usopp told them. If I wanted to have something to fall back on, I had to get stronger. Makes sense, Zoro replied. We're here, Usopp replied as he pulled out a piece of the hedge. We have to go through here. Kuro still not like you? Nami asked. He hates me and my pirate blood, Usopp replied. Remember to call him Klahadore. Fine, Luffy said with a frown. Usopp entered the yard through the hedge as the rest of the Straw Hats followed. They watched as Usopp walked towards a tree near Kaya's window and in one jump landed on a branch and knocks on her window. It wasn't long before Kaya opened the window and poked her head out. Kaya is a slim and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair. She has wide brown eyes that are of a sort of lighter shade. She was wearing a long pink dress and held a medical journal in her hand. Usopp, it's good to see you again, she yelled as she hugged him. Come in. I can't right now, Usopp told her as he used his eyes to make her notice his crew. So that's Luffy, Zoro and Nami, Kaya yelled in glee. They are exactly how you described them. It's good to see you, Kaya, Nami yelled out. You're looking much better than last time. That's because of Usopp here, Kaya stated, and his knowledge. What are you ruffians doing here? A voice yelled out. And the liar as well. Klahadore, be nice, Kaya demanded. They're my friends. Klahadore is a slim man with round glasses and slicked black hair. He wore a black suit with 2 golden markings on it over a white shirt with a curious collar, with spiral-like protrusions on the edges, and a standard black tie. He also sports striped shoes. They shouldn't be here, Klahadore replied, especially not the one with pirate blood. There's nothing wrong with my pirate blood, Usopp replied, especially since I'm going to become the one to surpass my father. Hey, Klahadore laughed sarcastically. Get out of her, scum. Fine, Usopp replied as he balled his fist. I'll see you later, Kaya. No, you won't, Klahadore yelled, because I'll make sure no more scum gets through. Let's go, guys, Usopp stated as started to leave the courtyard. Usopp ran off as he exited the gate and headed towards one of the shores on Syrup Island. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro chased after him to see what he was doing and were shocked when they got to a cliff and he was punching a tree with all his might until Luffy put his hand on Usopp's shoulder. Stop, Luffy said softly. We will get him. I wanted to hit him so bad, Usopp replied with a frown. I hate how he speaks about my father. Usopp's a good man, Luffy told him. Now why don't we hear what Kuro and his first mate are talking about for the second time? What, Usopp replied as he turned around and looked at the shore beneath him. There were 2 men standing on the beach together. The first man was Kuro and the other man was Django. Django had a strange appearance. He had long gray hair and a stripped goatee. He wore heart-shaped glasses, a blue trench coat with discs on it, and a big hat of matching color, white shirt under his coat, and green-brown gloves. He also has light brown pants with a black belt and black shoes with big white socks. Do you remember the plan, Django? Kuro asked. Yes, the Black Cat storm the village and kill the rich girl so you get all her money, Django replied. Make sure you get Kaya to create a will that names me as the person we gets everything, Kuro reminded him, or this was all for nothing. I will Captain Kuro, Django replied. Don't call me that, Kuro scolded. My name is Klahadore. I still don't understand why you did this, Django stated in confusion. Because I don't want to be a pirate anymore, Kuro replied in frustration. You attack at dawn tomorrow. So, we set up the attack tonight, Nami whispered, just like last time except we get the right shore. Let's go then, Usopp stated as they headed for the shore. The next morning, it's time, Usopp stated as he noticed the Black Cat's ship on the horizon. You ready, Usopp? Nami asked. Of course, Usopp replied. Ready. Go for it, Luffy stated with a smirk. Usopp was standing behind 3 makeshift catapults. Each had a large stone on them and were wrapped in white cloth covered in alcohol. Usopp lit the cloth on fire and cut the rope holding it down, sending the boulders flying through the air. He watched as all 3 hit the ship and punched holes in it before the ship caught on fire. Good shot, Usopp, Nami yelled in glee. The ship will only just make it here. Good, Luffy stated. Nami, Usopp, you take most of them on. What, Nami yelled. But my climate act isn't ready. You need to be able to fight hand to hand, Luffy stated. Me and Zoro will back you up. Fine, Nami muttered as the ship made it to land and the pirates started to disembark. The pirates looked up the hill on the shore and noticed the 4 teenagers looking down on them. They started to laugh until they saw the catapults and realized that these teenagers just took out their ship. They charged the 4 in fury and the need to fill their bloodlust. Nami and Usopp met the first line of attack. Usopp was shooting lead and flame starts from his trusty Jinga Pachinko. Each pirate he hit went down, but not for long. Nami noticed that Usopp's attacks didn't have the power to knock out his opponents, so she was doing it for him with her trusty steel climb attack. Luffy watched as his navigator and sniper worked together and knocked out the Black Cat pirates. He was happy with how crew was working together. He watched as the crew dwindled down to minimal numbers and how easy his crew was taking it. He knew this time when they entered the Grand Line his crew would be at a different level. "What's happening?" Django screamed in fear. "Nayab brothers come out." The Straw Hats watched as two men jumped from the remains of the ship. The first was Butcheye, who is an overweight man who wears an outfit based loosely on a black and white cat. He has pale skin, sharp teeth, tiny eyes, wears a hat that covers one of his eyes. That has cat ears on it. His pants are stripped black and white, with a yellow sash and dark brown shoes. He wears a blanket-looking cape on his back. That is stripped light purple and dark purple with a white fluffy brim. He wears a shoulder pad on his left arm, and pale blue gloves with claws at the end. The second was Sham, who is a man of regular height who is very skinny. He also has a hunched back, making him look smaller than he actually is. He has green hair that is parted to the side and curls at the end, with two other parts of hair on the sides of his head, growing downwards in a curly-looking way. He also has cat ears sticking out from the top of head. He has green, cat-like eyes, and is usually seen with a grin. He wore a navy blue shirt with light gray buttons and a magenta bow tie. He also had light blue shorts, brown shoes and white socks that stick out of them. He is also seen having dark brown gloves, with claws growing out at the end. "Butcheye, Sham, get them," Django ordered as the two seemed to shiver in fear. "But boss, they look so strong," Butcheye stated. "Yeah, I don't want to fight them," Sham backed him up frightened. "Zoro, you're up," Luffy stated. "Good, I always wanted to get them back for touching my swords," Zoro replied as he unsheathed Wado Ikemanji. Zoro watched as the Nayab brothers began their cowardly charge. He waited until the last moment when they made their move and speed up, only to have their hand hit with the side of Zoro's blade. They fell back in shock at the speed the green-haired man possessed. He then laughed as they retreated back next to their captain. "What do we do?" Butcheye asked. "He's too strong." "That's easy. In 3 seconds you will be stronger than ever," Django stated as he held a disc on a string in front of them. 1.2. Django. Zoro watched as the two both seemed to get bulkier from the hypnosis, but just smiled as he held Wado Ikemanji horizontally above his right arm. He then performed a circular swing with his sword that launched a spiraling air-compressed projectile at Sham and Butcheye, which cut up their chest and knocked them out. "Itoryu, Sanjiroku pound ho," Zoro muttered as the Nayab brothers dropped to the ground. "What the hell is going on?" a voice yelled from the top of the hill. "It's already past dawn." "Captain Kuro," Django yelled in fear as he noticed he was wearing his cat claws. "These brats have stopped us." "You're a disappointment," Kuro replied. "I guess I'll just have to do this myself." "No, you won't," Kaya screamed as she appeared next to Kuro with a pistol in her hand pointing at his head. "Oh, you think you'll pull the trigger?" Kuro laughed as he turned and attempted to cut her with his cat claws. "Stop," Usopp yelled as he blurred up the hill and saved Kaya. "Oh, Usopp the lair," Kuro muttered in distaste. "I've always wanted to kill you." "You won't be able to," Luffy yelled in anger as he decked Kuro. "Usopp, take out Django." "Okay, Luffy," Usopp replied as he readied his Jinga Pachinko. "I'll take him out." "Sanrin Kyaku Boshi," Usopp yelled as shot out 3 Kyaku Boshis at once. All 3 stars hit Django clean in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground as Usopp charged him and screamed, "Usopp, hammer." He jumped into the air and brought the hammer down onto Django's head, knocking him out. "Weaklings," Kuro spat. "A crew of weaklings." "Don't speak about your own crew like that," Luffy stated in distaste. "They're supposed to be friends." "They're just pawns," Kuro replied. "Tools to be discarded." "I've had enough of you," Luffy yelled as he charged Kuro and punched him again. "I guess I have to use my full speed," Kuro muttered darkly. "Nuki Ashi." Luffy watched as Kuro moved at speeds that he couldn't control. He cut into the cliff and ground while trying to get Luffy. Luffy grew more and more frustrated as he watched Kuro get closer to his own crew. It was when he hit one of his own crew member that Luffy felt overwhelmed with anger. "Stop," Luffy commanded with a little bit of his Heishoku haki backing it as Kuro stopped. "You're hitting your own crew." "So, I'll get you soon enough," Kuro screamed back menacingly. "I've had enough of this," Luffy yelled in fury. "Zoro." Luffy disappeared and moved at superhuman speed, even faster than Kuro's Nuki Ashi, and delivered a brutal punch to the man's chest that sent him flying back towards his crew. Luffy then used Zoro once more to appear above Kuro and punch him in the face, knocking him out. "Nami, get our small boat. We will put them on it and send them out to sea," Luffy told her. "Okay, Luffy, but what happens if we don't get the going?" Nami asked as she glanced at Kaya. Mary had already built it, Kaya told them. "It's ready to go whenever." "Good, we will leave tomorrow," Luffy stated with a large smile. "We have to find our cook." The next day, the Straw Hats and Kaya were standing next to the Going Merry waiting for Usopp to arrive. As they were waiting, Luffy noticed how Kaya kept glancing over at the crew. "Hey Kaya, do you want to join us on our adventure?" Luffy asked with his large smile as Nami and Zoro had a sweat drop down their head. "I'm not sure," Kaya replied. "How would Usopp feel?" He'd love it, Luffy replied with a grin, plus it'd be plenty of fun. I'll think about it, Kaya replied with a small smile. Think about what Usopp asked? Me joining the crew, Kaya told him, only for him to glare at Luffy. But it's dangerous, Usopp stated. I don't want you to be in danger. Then you can train her, Luffy stated with a smile. He's already taught me how to use a bow and arrow, Kaya cut in, so you know what? I'll join you. Fine, but we start our training as soon as possible, Usopp stated. Thank you, Mary, for looking after me, Kaya said. But I have to do this. Let's go, Luffy yelled. Our next adventure awaits. Can you draw our symbol again, Usopp? Luffy asked. Of course, Usopp stated as he painted the straw hat symbol on their flag and then started to draw it on the sail. Good, Luffy replied as he watched Usopp painting their Jolly Roger. And when you're done you can help me with my bow, Kaya stated with joy. Fine, Usopp muttered, realizing how much more he would be doing during this journey. So, who do you want to recruit this time around? Nami asked Luffy curiously. Probably people who could do more good this time around, Luffy replied. I guess we will recruit them as we go. What about these alliances? Zoro asked. It's the same thing with that, Luffy told him, except there is one group we can help. Care to tell us? Zoro replied. Not now, Luffy told them. Hang on, Nami, take us to that rock. What? Why? Nami asked. Johnny and Yasaku, Zoro replied with a smile. It has been a while since I've seen them. Them too, Nami stated. I forgot about them. Oi, Johnny, Zoro yelled as they got close to the rock. What? Johnny turned around at hearing a familiar voice. Big brother, help. What now? Zoro asked in frustration. Yasaku's sick, Johnny replied. He needs help. Bring him onto the ship, Nami ordered. Usopp and Kaya, get as many lemons from the kitchen as you can. Okay, they replied as they ran into the kitchen and bought back lemons. He has scurvy, doesn't he? Kaya stated as she looked at the man. Yeah, Nami replied. They watched as Nami forced Yasaku to eat the lemons and life started to return to the man. He jumped up and started to dance with Johnny, Luffy and Usopp until he was forced back to the ground by Kaya and Nami. You don't recover that quickly, Kaya told him in a soft voice. The boys will carry you into a bed, sleep until we arrive at our next destination. Okay, Yasaku replied as Johnny and Zoro carried the man to a bed. So where are you going next? Johnny asked when he returned to the deck. The Baratie, Luffy told him. Then big brother Zoro must have heard about Hawkeye's hanging out there, Johnny stated in excitement. No, we're looking for a chief, Luffy told him. But if Hawkeye's is there, Zoro will fight him. Then we'll stay around for that, Johnny stated. Let's go then, Luffy yelled as he sat on the figurehead of the Going Merry, onwards to Baratie. The crew sailed for the rest of the day as they headed towards the Baratie. Zoro was running through some sword techniques with Johnny. Usopp was helping Kaya with her aiming her bow. Luffy was meditating on the figurehead of the Merry and Nami was navigating towards the Baratie. The peacefulness died when a marine ship pulled up beside them. On deck was Marine in their normal uniform and one dressed extravagantly with a lady. The man was an average-sized Marine that wore a white pinstripe suit. His hair was well combed and he had a scar under his right eye and bolts attached to his knuckles. Pirates, the man yelled. I've never seen that Jolly Roger before. That's because we are new, Luffy yelled back with a grin. Ha, you're lucky I have a date or I'd sink that ugly ship, the man yelled back. Lieutenant Fullbody, the lady said. Let's go. Fine, Fullbody replied. Sink that ship, men. They're firing, Johnny yelled out. Don't worry, Johnny, Zoro told him. Luffy has it. The Marines fired a cannonball at the Going Merry on for Luffy to channel a little bit of his Gramps and catch the ball in one hand. He then reared back and threw the ball back at the ship, breaking it apart and sinking the ship. That's so cool, big brother, Johnny screamed in awe. We're here, Nami announced as they took sight of the floating restaurant. Sanji's waiting for us, Usopp announced as he could see the man waiting on the deck of the floating ship. As they neared, the rest of the crew took sight of the man waiting for them on the deck. Sanji is a slim, yet muscular, long-legged young man with blonde hair and keeps his hair brushed over the right side of his face. He also has gray-blue eyes. His right eyebrow forms a spiral at the outer end, while his left eyebrow forms a spiral at the inner end. Both resemble the numeral 6. He wears a black and yellow three-piece suit. Nami Swan, Sanji yelled from the deck. It's so good to see you again. It's good to see you again to Sanji, Nami replied as Sanji ushered the crew inside. Sanji, Luffy yelled in delight as he hugged the man. I'm so happy to see you. I'm happy to see all of you too, Sanji replied with a smile. That smile was soon lost when the doors to the Baratie was kicked in and Lieutenant Fullbody entered the Baratie. Arrest those pirates, the man demanded as more Marines entered the Baratie. I'm sorry, but the Marines don't have jurisdiction here, Sanji told them. Maybe you could wait until after they eat. Get out of my way, waiter, or I'll arrest you too, Fullbody told him. I'm sorry then, Sanji replied as he lifted his leg. Anti-manner kick course. It was over in an instant. Every Marine in the ship had been hit by a black blur of a leg and Sanji had kicked them all out of the restaurant in a matter of seconds. Stop that, Sanji, a man yelled as he exited the bathroom. This man is an average-sized, muscular man with a lot of hair on his arms and legs. He has a shaved head, large lips, and a short black beard. He wears a navy blue short-sleeved shirt with yellow buttons on both sides, and light blue on the end of the sleeves. He has knee-length shorts that are the same color as his shirt, along with brown shoes. He also wears a white apron, a pink ascot, an earring in his right ear, and a white rope tied around his head. He has 2 heart tattoos on his left arm. They weren't customers, Patty Sanji told him as the man turned around and started to take orders. Sanji then turned to his crew. I'll have your food out here soon. Sanji's cooking, Luffy stated excitedly. I can't wait. Luffy and the crew with Johnny and Yosaku waited as Sanji bought out their food. Usopp was surprised that Sanji hadn't made any comments about Kaya, but he decided they still needed to talk to each other before he did anything. It wasn't long before Sanji came back to the table with food. He gave everybody their dishes and sat down with them. So, who's the new girl? Sanji asked as he looked her over. Kaya, Usopp replied as he glared at Sanji. Ah, I've heard so much about you, Sanji replied as he diverted his gaze. As the group was taking the door to the Baratie was kicked open again, this time by a man standing behind a marine. As soon as the doors opened, the man shot down the marine and sat down at a table. He is a relatively thin man of average height with short, scruffy hair, a scruffy beard, and a slight mustache. He has dark circles under his eyes, as though he lacks sleep. He wears an open white jacket with a red sea serpent design on each side with a green shirt underneath, gray pants matching with his jacket, a gray headband with blue stripes design, and 2 spherical earrings on each ear. Give me some food, the man ordered as Patty approached him. Of course, but how will you be paying? Patty asked smugly. With lead, the man replied as he pointed a gun at Patty. Sorry, then Patty stated smugly as he punched the man into the table and kicked him out. I'll be back in a second, Sanji told the crew as he got up and walked to the kitchen. I'm going with him, Luffy stated as he got up and walked out the door. Luffy watched from above as once again Sanji came out of the restaurant with a plate of fried rice. He watched as the two talked and developed the same bond as they did last time, with the man revealing he was Jin of the Krieg pirates, but was shocked when he heard the door open from behind him. So how do you know the eggplant? The man asked. The man is an elderly-looking man who has blonde-colored hair, which he keeps underneath his extra-long chef's hat. His mustache is long and braided, and he also has a beard. He wore his chef's uniform with a blue ascot and white apron. Also, since he lost his right leg, he has a peg leg and he seems to have no trouble walking with it. I can't tell you that, Zeff, Luffy told him, but we're friends. I believe that, Zeff replied as Sanji looked up at them and disposed of the plate he feed Jin with. You're taking him, aren't you? He's going to be my chief and I'm going to help him find the All Blue, Luffy told him. After all, I am going to be the Pirate King. The Pirate King, Zeff replied with a smile. Keep dreaming, kid. I will, Luffy replied as he stood up. Now I believe I should get back to my crew. 3 days later. Over the last 3 days, the Straw Hats had become a fixture of the Baratie. They spent most of their time in the restaurant and were quickly making friends with all the staff. Luffy was waiting for Krieg to return as he knew Mihawk would be behind him and Zoro could get his duel. He knew last time it was 3 days after Jin left that Krieg came to the ship, so he had Nami move the Mary to behind the ship that morning. It was during lunch that Jin opened the door carrying a large man. The man is a tall and muscular, with short-cut gray hair and long sideburns. He wears golden woot steel armor, which is fur-lined like the rest of his attire, consisting of a chest plate, shoulder guards, and elbow guards. He wears a fur-lined coat over the armor. Please help the Admiral, Jin pleaded. That's Don Krieg, Patty yelled out. I'm not feeding him. Please, Jin pleaded again. Fine, Patty yelled as he pulled out a bazooka. Eat this meatball special. Patty shot the bazooka at Krieg. It hit him head-on and blew the coat off, revealing his golden armor. Sanji pushed past Patty and put a plate of fried rice in front of Krieg. He watched as the man finished the meal and then rose to his full height and attempted to punch Sanji, only for the blonde-haired man to block the blow with his leg. Admiral Krieg, what are you doing? Jin screamed, shocked at the man's actions. Nice block, Krieg complimented. Get me enough food for 100 men. All you had to do was ask, Sanji replied with a smirk as he walked away from the man, but was blocked by the rest of the staff. The staff formed a wall around the kitchen, forcing Sanji to stop. They pleaded with him to not give the man the food to strengthen his crew. Their protests were stopped when Zeff exited the kitchen with a bag of food and pushed the staff out of the way and gave the food to Krieg. There's your food, Zeff stated. Now leave. Your red foot, Zeff, Krieg stated as he gave the food to Jin, who left to the ship. I'll take this ship and your logbook. You can try, Zeff replied. But you won't. You couldn't even survive a week on the Grand Line, could you? It wasn't my fault, Krieg replied in fury. But with your knowledge I can find the One Piece. No, you won't, Luffy stated as he stood up, because the One Piece is mine to find. That's a good joke, kid, Krieg replied, laughing. But you won't survive a day on that seas. I also won't wake up Hawkeye's Mihawk, Luffy replied as the blood ran from Krieg's face. He must have eaten a devil fruit, Krieg shot back. I've had enough of this. I'll be back with my crew. Luffy watched as the man exited the Baratie and followed him with Zoro as Sanji ordered the chief to open the fins of the ship. When Luffy and Zoro exited the restaurant only to see an air blade cut Krieg's ship in half, they both looked in the direction the attack come from and saw a man on what looked like a raft. Mihawk is a tall, lean man with black hair, a short beard, mustache, and sideburns that point upwards. His nickname comes from his strangely colored red eyes, which resemble a hawk's eyes. He wears black and red ornate clothing with a crucifix pendant. His attire consists of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar. He wears white pants held up by a decorated belt and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. He has his sword Yoru on his back. Zoro walked through the group of Krieg pirates that were shooting at Mihawk. "How are we missing him?" one asked. "He's using his sword to deflect the bullets," Zoro told them. "It's truly graceful." "Is that the pirate hunter Roronoa?" Zoro one asked. "I think it is," another replied. "Dracula Mihawk, I challenge you to a duel," Zoro yelled out as he put his green bandana on. "What's someone like you doing in the East Blue?" Mihawk asked, feeling Zoro's presence. "Maybe you'll find out," Zoro asked as he drew all three of his swords. "I think I may need Yoru for this," Mihawk stated as he stood up and walked onto the destroyed boat and stood across from Zoro. Zoro dashed at Mihawk and clashed blades with him, causing sparks to appear and some of Krieg's crew to be sent flying back. Zoro jumps back and once again charges at the man and swings Sandai Kaitsu at Mihawk, who uses Yoru to block the blade. Zoro then swings Yubashiri, which is also blocked by Mihawk. Zoro disengaged and smiled at the man, happy to finally be pushed in this timeline. "Big brother's so strong," Johnny stated in awe. "Sadly, he's not strong enough yet," Luffy stated with a frown. "Don't say that," Yasaku screamed in anger. "He can win." "Not yet," Luffy stated. "His body won't hold up." "I think the warm-up is done," Zoro stated as all three of his swords took on a black sheen. Mihawk watched in shock as the young teen coated his blades in Busashoku Haki and charged him once again. Mihawk had to quickly coat his own blade in Haki and was surprised by the way this young man was pushing him. Though he could see the teen's body could not hold up to the strengths of his techniques right now, but in the future this teen could be a worthy opponent. "How do you know Haki?" Mihawk asked, impressed at the young man. "Most people in Paradise can't even use it, yet I find a young man in the East Blue using it proficiently." "I learned it 2 years ago," Zoro replied with a smirk. "Most my crew knows how to at least color of Haki." That's an interesting statement," Mihawk stated as he smirked at the boy. "Now how proficient are you flying slashes?" "You'll find out," Zoro said with confidence as he jumped back. "Idoryu Yakodori," Zoro yelled as he sent a crescent moon-styled slash at Mihawk. Mihawk smiled as he saw the flying blade that Zoro sent at him. He waited until the last minute and used Yoru to deflect the move, sending it flying out to the ocean. He was surprised the boy could send such a sharp flying projectile at him. He smiled as he sent one back that Zoro blocked, but resulted him receiving a small cut on his right arm. "Idoryu Sambi Akirokuju Pound Ho," Zoro yelled as he sent a spiraling compression of air at Mihawk. Mihawk was once again surprised by the attack Zoro sent at him. He had never seen a flying blade attacks that looked like that. Instead of waiting for it, Mihawk sent out a blade of compressed air that cut Zoro's attack in half and continued on before Zoro stopped the attack, causing him to receive 2 more small cuts to his arm. "Santoryu Senachiju Pound Ho," Zoro yelled as he used all 3 of his swords to send a large spiraling compression of air at Mihawk. Mihawk was surprised by the strength of the attack coming his way and was forced to use a strong slash of air to cut Zoro's move in half. Though this time when Zoro tried to block the attack, he was overpowered and the attack broke through, cutting into his chest. Zoro was surprised at the gap between the two and could feel that his body wasn't as strong as he needed it to be as he dropped to the ground. "It's still too early for you to challenge me," Mihawk stated as he stared at the teen who was bleeding through his clothes but was still trying to get up. "Not yet," Zoro breathed out through the pain. "I still have 1 move left." "Really?" Mihawk asked in surprise as the green-haired teen get to his feet. "Then one final clash it is." Mihawk watched as the teen once again coated his blades in Haki, but he noticed something different this time. The wind started to pick up as the ground near Zoro started to darken. Mihawk was shocked as the teen manifested a dark aura that caused him to have 2 more heads and 6 move arms. Mihawk got ready as the boy fell into a stance. "Ashura, Makyus," and Zoro muttered as he charged Mihawk. Zoro approaches Mihawk and slashed using all 9 swords and ends with a stance where all 9 swords are in a wheel shape with his Kyutoryu a few meters away from Mihawk. Mihawk also charged at Zoro with Haki through his blade. He slashed down as he appeared behind Zoro and placed his sword on his back as a cut appeared under his right eye. He turned around to see how the green-haired teen handled his attack to notice to his shock that Zoro was still standing. His top had been cut off and it showed his chest with 2 large cuts on it. "How?" Mihawk asked, once again surprised by the teen's willpower. "Wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame," Zoro stated with a smirk. "Magnificent," Mihawk muttered with a smirk at the teen's determination. Mihawk charged the teen as Zoro let him once again cut him and for the teen to fall to the ground. The Straw Hats watched in shock. This was much bloodier than last time and they hadn't seen Zoro lose a battle in the New World. "Don't be in such a hurry to die, young warrior," Mihawk thought as Zoro hit the ground. "Zoro Luffy and Sanji yelled in fear. Sanji used his blue walk to quickly rush to the swordsman's side as Luffy let loose his strongest wave of Heishoku Haki and charged at the shocked Mihawk. Mihawk couldn't believe he found a trained Heishoku Haki user in the East Blue as he had to jump back to dodge the rubber fist. The young swordsman's captain Mihawk muttered, "You did well to let him fight his own battle to the end." "He's okay, Luffy," Sanji yelled out in relief. "It's still too early for you to die. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Discover your true self, the true world, become stronger. However long it may take, I shall await you at the top. Surpass this sword. Surpass me. Roar no Zoro," Mihawk announced as he looked at Luffy. "Why would Hawkeyes say that?" Zeff muttered as he watched the shocking scene. "What is your dream?" Mihawk asked as he looked at Luffy. "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy told him with his determination flowing through the words. "What a crew," Mihawk muttered as he noticed Zoro raise his sword. "Your swordsman's about to speak." "Luffy, can you hear me? I hope you weren't worried. If I fail to become the world's greatest swordsman," Zoro muttered as his voice got louder and tears filled his eyes. "Never again. I will never lose again. Not until the day I beat him to become the greatest swordsman. I will never lose again. Got a problem with that, Pirate King?" "Of course not," Luffy replied. "It's what I expect now." "What an interesting pair," Mihawk muttered. "I hope to encounter you two again." "Hey, Hawkeyes," Krieg yelled. "Didn't you come here for my head, the head of the King of the East Blue?" "I did," Mihawk told him, "but only because I was bored." Krieg saw red as Mihawk mocked him. His crewmates pleaded for him to let the man leave, but Krieg just pulled guns out of his armor and fired at Mihawk. Mihawk just smirked as he saw the bullets and swiped his blade, disappearing and destroying the last ship in Krieg's fleet. "I guess we really do need to get this ship now," Krieg stated as he stared at the Baratie. "Now get out or die." "You're not taking the Baratie on my watch," Luffy stated. "Sanji, get Zoro inside and have Kaya look after him. Nami, Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku, you will be joining me in the fight." "Yes," Johnny and Yasaku thought as they stood with the rest of the Straw Hats. "You think you can stand up to me?" Krieg laughed. "I'm the strongest man in the East Blue." "But you're nothing in paradise," Luffy stated as he smirked at the man. "You just saw my swordsman fight and is only the first mate." "I don't believe you," Krieg yelled in frustration. "Everyone knows who Pirate Hunter Zoro is and no one knows who you are." "You don't know who I am," Luffy said as he looked up with a grin. "I've already told you, I'm the future Pirate King." "Men, bring me his head," Krieg screamed in frustration. "Then we will have this ship." Luffy watched with Sanji as his crew and Johnny and Yasaku did their best at stopping the Krieg pirates. Kaya and Usopp stood near the door. Kaya was firing arrows from her bow and Usopp was using keen boshes to knock down the approaching pirates. Nami was using her climb attack to knock down the advancing pirates while Johnny and Yasaku were struggling the most. "Ready, Sanji?" Luffy asked as he watched his crew. "Of course," Captain Sanji replied as he lifted his leg. "Gamu Gamu no Gatling Gum," Luffy yelled as he advanced towards the Krieg pirates. "Party table kick course," Sanji yelled as he started to kick the advancing pirates. It didn't take long for the captain and cook of the Straw Hats to knock down the Krieg pirates. As Luffy continued his attack, he noticed Krieg sneaking around the outside of the battle. Quickly disengaging from the battle, Luffy jumped in front of Krieg, stopping him in his tracks. As this was happening, Sanji went into overdrive, dishing out kicks that instantly knocked out any Krieg pirate it made contact with. The cooks of the Baratie were shocked at Sanji's abilities when it came to fighting. They knew he was strong, but to see him dishing out attacks that were destroying the Krieg pirates. "What do you think you're doing?" Luffy asked as he looked at Krieg. "I was going to capture that damned Redfoot," Zeff, Krieg replied with a smirk. "But I guess I will just have to kill you and then take the Baratie. You have to know that fighting me would result in your defeat," Luffy shot back as he glared at the man. As if Krieg replied, "I'm the strongest man in the East Blue. I have the biggest fleet, and with Zeff's logbook I'll dominate the Grand Line and become the Pirate King." "I thought I already told you," Luffy stated. "I am going to become the Pirate King." "That's not likely," Krieg said. "Look at your crew," Luffy told him. "They have been destroyed by mine." Krieg looked over in shock as he noticed the blonde-haired cook from before standing in between the unconscious body and the rest of the straw-hatted brat's crew surrounded by the knocked-out pirates. "How?" Krieg asked. "I have the largest crew in the East Blue." "You did, but they were weak," Luffy told him. "Nami, head to Kakoyashi village with Usopp, Kaya, Zoro, Johnny and Yasaku. We'll catch up." "Fine, Captain," Nami replied as she sent the three men inside to get Zoro. "Pearl," Krieg yelled out. "Get out here." A man jumped out of the water near Sanji and was shocked by the amount of his crewmates that had been defeated. Pearl is a towering man. Pearl's ensemble includes 2 large iron plates covering his front and backside, as well as 2 small plates with large pearls embedded in them for strong, blunt attacks. "Did you do this?" Pearl asked as he glared at Sanji. "Of course," Sanji replied. "They were attacking my restaurant." "I'll finish you," Pearl yelled as he rushed towards Sanji. Sanji stepped back and kicked Pearl in the chest, sending him flying back and into the ocean once again. Sanji just smirked as he watched the man notice that he was bleeding in shock and somehow start to catch fire in the ocean. Sanji watched as the man swam back towards them and jumped back onto the ship, only for Sanji to once again kick the man away. Sanji had to admit that it was a comical sight to see the elite man swimming in the water. Sanji, stop if you know what's good for you, Jin yelled, or I'll pull the trigger. What? Sanji yelled as he turned around and noticed that Jin had a gun to Zeff's head. Let him go, Jin. I'm sorry, Sanji, Jin told him, but this is what I have to do. Sanji was forced to stay still for the moment as Pearl slowly advanced on him with a grin in his face and methodical look in his eyes. He advanced towards Sanji and lifted one of his pearled hands and then brought it down on Sanji, only for the blonde to dodge the blow and kick Jin backwards. Deciding it was time to stop holding back, he advanced on Pearl. Poitrine shoot, Sanji yelled as he kicked Pearl in the chest, cracking the armor in half and causing him to cough up blood as he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Pearl, Jin yelled in shock as he watched the third strongest man in the crew drop to the ground defeated. What's happening? How have we not heard of your crew? We're new, Sanji replied with a smirk. No way, Jin replied. How can you be new? Let's finish this, Sanji stated as he watched Jin pull his toftas off his waist. Fine, I'll fight, Jin replied as he twirled his tonfa. You know you could beat Krieg, Sanji stated as he used his leg to stop the first tonfa. If you join Luffy, he could make you strong enough to sail the Grand Line. That's not going to happen, Jin replied, but thank you for the offer. No worries, but if I know Luffy after he beats Krieg, he will offer you a spot on the crew, Sanji stated. Trust me on this, if you accept you'll have the time of your life. I wouldn't fit in, Jin replied. They call me the man-demon for a reason. You have seen our swordsman, right? Sanji stated. He's a demon, stop making excuses. I can't, Jin told him with a frown. I'd be betraying Don Krieg. He would betray you, Sanji told him. Watch this. With Luffy. Luffy kicked Krieg back as the man snarled at him. Krieg pulled a cord on his armor and a small cannon raised on his shoulder and shot out a canister. Remembering the canister from his previous lifetime, Luffy kicked the canister in the air, causing it to explode high above the Baratie. Damn you brat, Krieg roared. That was my most poisonous gas. It would have finished you all. Even your crew, Luffy yelled back. You would have hurt your crew. I can get a new one, Krieg roared back in frustration. I need this ship. I'm done with you, Luffy announced as he threw his arm back and snapped it forward, hitting Krieg in the chest. Gamu Gamu no pistol. With Sanji. See, he was ready to sacrifice you, Sanji told Jin as they watched Luffy finish him off. Luffy would never do that. I don't know what to do, Jin stated as he fell to the ground. If I join you, will the rest of the crew accept me? They will, Sanji told him. Trust me. I do, Jin replied. We're going to the Grand Line, aren't we? Of course, Sanji replied as he watched Luffy pull the diamonds from Krieg's glove. It's the place where Luffy's going to become the Pirate King. Then I'll join you, Jin replied, and I'll sail the Grand Line to completion with your crew. That's the way, Luffy told him as he joined the conversation. Now get up. Thanks, Captain, Jin stated as he took Luffy's hand. 2 hours later, Luffy and Jin stood behind a crying Sanji as the man bid his farewells the rest of the cooks on the Baratie. They had sent the Krieg pirates off on a small boat and told them never to return and explained why Jin was with them when they... Goodbye, shitty geezer, Sanji yelled as the boat got further away. Good luck, Eggplant, Zeff yelled back. Find the all blue. I will, Sanji yelled through the tears. I will. So, where are we going, Captain, Jin asked as they watched the tearful goodbyes. To Kakuyashi village, Luffy stated. But that's where Arlong is, Jin said in dear. He's a true beast. I know, but that's my navigator's village, Luffy stated. So we're going to liberate it. You're crazy, Captain, Jin laughed. That's perfect. You'll fit in, Sanji stated. A bit too well. Is that a giant sea cow, Jin asked as he looked at the beast in front of him. The giant sea cow has a big round nose with a gold nose ring, cow-esque face and horns, green spots throughout its white body. This can get us to Kakuyashi village 3 times as fast, Sanji stated as he looked at Luffy. Fine, Luffy sighed as he unleashed a small burst of his Heishoku haki and forced the best to follow his orders. Take us to Kakuyashi village. Luffy, Sanji and Jin relaxed on the small boat as towed them to a dock in Kakuyashi village. They disembarked and stretched out after the long trip as they watched at the villagers come out of their houses. What do we do now, Jin asked as he gripped his tonfa. We go to Nami's place, Luffy told them as he started to walk through the village. Hopefully the crew are all there. How do you think the swordsman is going, Jin asked as he truly feared for the man's life. He'll be fine, Sanji told him. It will take a lot more than that to kill him. If that's true, he really is a demon then, Jin replied as he remembered the aura around the green-haired swordsman. How are you guys so strong? I'll show you once we arrive in the Grand Line, Luffy stated, but the training will be harsh. That's perfect, Captain. If the results are what I think they will be, I'm more than happy to work hard, Jin told the two with a smirk. We're here, Sanji stated as they walked up the front door and knocked. You finally made it, Nami stated as she looked at the two. How do you propose we do this? Similar to last time, Luffy replied. But can Zoro fight? I'm not sure, Nami replied as she looked at the bed he was on, but I think he's going to anyway. As Luffy went to walk in the door to check on his swordsman, he noticed the look on Nami's face. He turned around and saw Marine Captain Nezumi from their previous lifetime. Nezumi has the appearance of a rat. He has whiskers and rat ears attached to his marine cap. He also has brown hair. Unlike other Marines, he has a grayish-blue button-up coat that goes down to his feet, with a black belt and blue shoulder pads. So, you're Nami the thief, the Marine muttered as he looked over her. Find the treasure. What the man next to the Marine yelled. That money's going to save this village. Don't worry, Genzo, Nami told him. They won't get my treasure. Genzo wears a pinwheel on his hat and has scars from his first encounter with Arlong when he tried to stop him from taking Nami as Kirubai attacked him and slashed his body several times. Genzo wears a police uniform with short sleeves and pants. What do you mean by that, Captain? Nezumi asked with a frown. How do you think you can stop us? Like this, Nami replied as she jumped forward and swung her climb attack, knocking down the captain. That set the rest of the Marines off. The ones with guns lifted them and pointed them at Nami. That was until they were knocked back by 3 of the Straw Hats. Usopp was standing on Nami's roof, rapid firing his ammo, knocking down the Marines he hit. Sanji was kicking down all Marines that he saw, and Luffy took down the rest. Nami, who are these people? Genzo asked in shock. The Straw Hat Pirates, Nami replied with a large smile. They're the people who will defeat Arlong. How do you know these people? Genzo asked in curiosity. I'm their navigator, Nami told him with the happiness filling her voice as she shocked Genzo. We're going to the Grand Line. You've grown up, Genzo whispered as he smiled at her. Can they do it? They can, Nami replied. Follow us and see. Let's go, Luffy yelled as he exited the house with the crew following him as Johnny and Yasaku tagged along. The crew followed Luffy out of the house and through Kakuyashi village. The villagers were surprised to see Nami in the presence of strangers and followed behind the crew to see what they were doing. They were getting more and more worried as they noticed the straw-hatted boy was heading towards Arlong Park. They were even more shocked when he arrived at the gates and walked straight up to it and punched the gate of its hinges, ending it flying into Arlong Park. Who did that? A large light blue fishman asked in anger. I did, Arlong, Luffy yelled as he walked up to him and punched the man out of his chair and through a wall. Arlong is a large, muscular, light blue saw shark fishman whose most distinctive trait is his saw-shaped nose. He has long, black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulders, under a brown ashanka. He has a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. His Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the left side of his chest, while his own Jolly Roger is on his lower left arm. Other notable features include thin, fierce light blue eyes and a long, angular jaw. Arlong's attire is composed of fashionable, light clothes. He wears a short-sleeved, unbuttoned yellow shirt decorated by many black lightning-like spots, Bermuda shorts which are brown, a purple sash around the waist, and simple sandals. He also sports a lot of jewels. He has a golden chain bracelet around his left wrist and 2 golden bracelets around each ankle, with straw-like decorations hanging from them. On his hands are what appear to be rings, decorated by colorful gems. He punched Arlong. One of the fishmen yelled. Get him, another yelled in anger. The first fishman that stepped forward was met with excruciating pain through his chest. He looked down and saw an arrow stick out. That set off a chain of reactions. The fishman charged the light-haired girl wielding the bow, only to be stopped by 3 of the Straw Hats. Jin stood in front of Kaya twirling his tonfas. Johnny and Yasaku stood by his side with their blades drawn. The 3 Straw Hats defended Kaya as she fired arrows at the numerous fishmen. Jin was showing why he was called the Man-Demon as he was using his tonfas to knock down and out the advancing fishmen. Johnny and Yasaku were working in tandem. One went high, the other went low. They were slowly taking down as many of the advancing fishmen as they could. Nami, help them, Luffy ordered with a fierce gaze. The remaining crew watched as Nami jumped into action. She quickly pulled out her climb attack and started to smash it against the fishman's head. The problem was that Nami didn't have the strength to knock out the fishmen in one blow, so the fishmen were slowly pushing through the fighting Straw Hats. Enough, Luffy yelled as he let loose a burst of Heishoku Haki that knocked out all but 4 of the fishmen. How the villagers whisper as they stared at the straw-hatted boy. Let's finish this, Luffy yelled. Hatchin, take the green-haired bastard. Kirubai, take the blonde one. Chu, take the black-haired one, and I'll take the bastard in the straw hat, Arlong stated as his eyes started to go bloodshot. Okay, Captain, Chu replied, only to be hit with a small lead pallet. Come get me, Usopp yelled as he retreated from Arlong Park. Chu is muscular, blue-skinned, and has thick lips. His Arlong Pirate's tattoo is seen on his right shoulder. He wears a necklace, a striped blue vest, dark brown leather pants, and sandals. Get back here, you human, Chu yelled as he chased the sniper out of Arlong Park. Namori Boshi, Usopp yelled as he came to a stop and hit Chu in the face. You're going to regret that, Chu muttered in anger. You should know that fishmen have 10 times the strength of humans. And Usopp replied, if you were so strong you wouldn't be in the East Blue. Why, you, Chu yelled as he launched forward. Kayaku Boshi, Usopp yelled as he shot out a pallet of gunpowder that exploded on impact with Chu. Chu continued forward as he chased after the backpedaling Usopp. He was pushing through multiple Kyaku Boshis and was slowly being forced to slow down. Sanrin Kyaku Boshi Usopp yelled as he fired 3 gunpowder stars at Chu that forced him to come to a stop. Catch. Usopp threw a bottle of alcohol at Chu as the fisherman caught it. Chu laughed at Usopp as he realized it was alcohol. That laughter stopped at Usopp's next words. There's no water around here. Keen Boshi Usopp yelled as he shot a flame star at the bottle of alcohol. The bottle exploded and covered Chu in fire, quickly causing the fishman to run around in pain and then fall in the ground trying to extinguish the fire. When the fire finally went out, Chu groaned in pain only for Usopp to bring a hammer down on the fishman's head, knocking him out cold. Should be getting back, Usopp whispered as he kicked the man once more. This was easier than last time. Earlier, you're the pirate hunter, aren't you? Hatchin asked. Hatchin, being an octopus fishman, has 8 appendages and an octopus-like face. He has pink skin and gray hair styled with 5 spikes. He has a muscular build and has suction cups on his 6 arms. Hatchin has a tattoo in the shape of a sun on his forehead, which is to represent that he was a part of the Sun Pirates. Hatchin wears a stripped outfit that goes from his shoulders to his knees. Of course, Zoro grunted in pain. You can't beat me, Hatchin replied as he pulled out 6 swords. My swords are heavier than yours. No, the weight of your blades will never be the same as mine, Zoro replied as he pulled out all 3 of his blades. Ha ha, that's funny. We both know a human can never be stronger than a fishman, Hatchin replied with a smirk. I'll finish you quickly. I'm sorry, Hatchin, Zoro stated, but due to my wounds I have to finish this as quickly as possible. Onigiri. Zoro crossed his Yubashiri and his Sandai Kaitsu across his chest and had Wado Ikemenji in his mouth horizontally behind the other 2 blades. Zoro then rushed Hatchin at high speed and cut through Hatchin by swinging the swords across Hatchin's chest, resulting in a descending diagonal crossing slash from both swords while the mouth blade performs a horizontal cut. Done, Zoro muttered as blood erupted from both his and Hatchin's chest. Sorry, Captain, but I need some sleep. That's fine, Zoro, Luffy muttered as he stopped the swordsman from falling and then placed him next to the villagers. Earlier, so, you think you can beat me? Kurubai snarled. My fishman karate will destroy you. Kurubai has the typical appearance of a martial artist, with a dark blue gi and a black belt. His hair is tied into a straight ponytail. His Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the right side of his chest. That's only if it can touch me, Sanji replied in anger. And for what you did to Nami, I'm going to destroy your pride. As if a measly human could defeat me, Kurubai replied as he brought his right hand back. Collier, Sanji yelled as he kicked Kurubai in the neck and sent him flying backwards. Get up. Sanji waited for Kurubai to get up, then launched at the fishman, using his anti-manner kick course to pick apart the ray fishman. By the time Sanji stopped kicking the man, his face was gushing blood and he was couching up even more. Kurubai collapsed to the ground, knocked out as soon as Sanji stopped his attack. That's for hurting Nami, Sanji snarled. What has happened here? Arlong yelled out in anger as he finally re-entered Arlong Park. My crew finished yours off, Luffy replied. We only did what we had to. How dare you? Arlong yelled as his eyes went bloodshot. I'll kill you all. No, you won't, Luffy stated. Arlong launched at Luffy with his nose intent on piercing Luffy's stomach. Luffy grabbed the shark fishman's head and slammed it into the pavement. Arlong slowly got back to his feet, shocked at the human's strength, but continued forward in an attempt to kill Luffy. Luffy lifted his leg with a smile and kicked Arlong in the face, sending him reeling back. As he got back up, Luffy once again lifted his leg. Rankyaku, Luffy yelled as he shot out a sharp blade of compressed air that cut Arlong's chest, causing him to start bleeding heavily. Why you? Arlong roared as he stood back up. Gamu Gamu no Gatling gun, Luffy yelled as he threw his fists forwards at such a speed that it looked like Luffy had more fists. The technique made contact with Arlong as Luffy walked forward and dealt blow after blow to him. Halfway through the attack, Luffy noticed Arlong's eyes go dim but continued to attack until he knew Arlong was unconscious. Luffy stops his attack and Arlong fell to the ground, clearly unconscious, as the villagers started to celebrate the defeat of the Arlong pirates. That was until the Marine Captain Nezumi made his presence known. Well, what do we have here? Nezumi asked snidely. Looks like Arlong has been defeated. I'll be taking the credit for that as well as all his credit. What? Nami yelled as she ran at Nezumi and hit him with her climb attack, knocking him back. Get lost, Zoro stated as he woke up and used Wado Ikemenji to cut Nezumi's cheek. How dare you? Nezumi yelled. I'll make sure you have a bounty. He said get lost, Luffy yelled as he punched the Marine in the face, sending him flying back towards his ship. You're crazy, Nezumi muttered in pain. 3 days later. What? Johnny replied in shock. Can you repeat that, big bro? I said join me, Luffy told them. You guys seem like fun. But we're not strong enough, Yosaku replied with tears in his eyes. I'll help that, Zoro replied with a sadistic smile. His chest could be seen covered in bandages. Then we agree, Johnny replied. When do we leave? Now, Luffy replied as they boarded their ship. Here comes Nami. The crew watched as Nami ran through the crowd of villagers that tried to stop her. She quickly dodged their hands and jumped onto the already sailing ship. She turned around with a giant smile on her face as she lifted her t-shirt and the villagers' wallets fell out. The crew continued to sail as they smiled at the villagers, calling Nami a brat and thief while also wishing her luck on her journey. Gorosei. 5 men sat in a circle discussing the recent outbreak of the Straw Hat Pirates. The first man has a scar on the left side of his face, wears a hat over gray dreadlocks, and wields a walking cane. The second is a tall and thin-bearded man with long white hair. The third man is bald, and has large birthmark spots on his forehead, and has a large white mustache. The fourth man is the oldest looking. He is bald, with glasses and a white gi. He also holds a samurai sword with him. He is the only one of the 5 to not wear a black suit or tie, and the only one without facial hair. The last man is the youngest looking of the 5 Gorosei. He sports blonde hair, a beard of the same color, and has a scar on his chest. He also wears his suit with the shirt buttons open, and without a tie. These men are known as the Gorosei and are known as the highest authority of the world government. It's not normal for us to get worried about a pirate so early, the thin one stated. Yes, but these are no normal pirates, the man with the gray dreadlocks replied. Their captain is rumored to be a haki user, and the first mate is rumored to also be a haki user who fought Mihawk and lived while gaining his respect. Yes, these are very dangerous rookies, the fourth man replied. That's why I propose for Straw Hat Luffy to have a 100 million bully bounty and Pirate Hunter Zoro to have a 50 million bully bounty. That seems extreme, the last one told the group. But if we all agree, I propose we keep watch over the crew. Agreed, they all stated. Now about the other rookie, Trafalgar Law. Holy shit, Usopp yelled as he picked up the pieces of paper Nami dropped. You two really made a splash. What do you mean? Kaya replied as she looked over Usopp's shoulder. Impressive. How big? Jin asked. With the way they acted, the bounties must have been huge. Straw Hat Luffy has a 100 million bully bounty on his head. Dead or alive, Usopp told the crew much to their shock, and Pirate Hunter Zoro has a 50 million bully bounty, dead or alive. That's awesome, Luffy yelled, although we have to be careful around some towns. Yeah, Zoro replied with a smirk. This does prove I'm a better fighter than the shitty cook though. It's only because you fought Mihawk, Muramo Sanji yelled. Shut up, Nami yelled as she punched the 2 bickering straw hats, which Zoro muttered. We're close to Loguetown, Nami announced, prepared to do whatever you plan to. I'm going to the execution platform, Luffy announced. I'll head into town and looks for some clothes, Nami stated as she looked at the port. I'll join you, Kaya told her with a smile. I'm going to find some food, Sanji announced. I need new material, Usopp stated. I'll just walk around, Zoro stated as Johnny and Yasaku told the crew they would be with him. I'll look after the ship, Jin told them. We're here, Nami announced. Nami, I want you to do something for me, Luffy told her as he handed her the diamonds from Krieg's glove. Trade that in for bully and give it to Johnny and Yasaku. They need new swords, and after they buy them you can keep the bully. Thank you, Luffy, Nami yelled as bully signs appeared in her eyes. On an island in the Grand Line, Mihawk walked on the sandy beach of an island that belonged to the red-haired pirates. He quickly walked past some of the new recruit who were surprised to see such a legendary man on the island. He soon found himself at the middle of the island standing over a hungover Shanks. I met a very interesting boy in the East Blue, Mihawk told Shanks as he awoke. Really, Shanks asked as he looked at his old friend. Yes, I believe you know him, Mihawk stated as he pulled out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Shanks. His crew has a few surprises as well. Ben, wake up, Shanks yelled in happiness. Luffy has his first bounty. Really, Ben asked. How big is it? Huge for a rookie, Shanks replied. 100 million for him and 50 million for his first mate. That's huge, Ben yelled as he looked over the pieces of paper. He must have revealed his haki. But what did his first mate do? This, Mihawk stated as he pointed to the small scar on his face, shocking the crew. He cut me and he also has haki. The boy claims most of the crew do. He's putting together a strong crew, Shanks yelled. Men, it's time to party for Straw Hat Luffy. I'll be off, Mihawk announced as he turned around only to be stopped by Shanks. You're joining the party, Shanks stated as he put a cup of rum in the man's hand. I guess, Mihawk replied with a small smirk. On a ship in the New World. Ace, an old man yelled, come here. Okay, father, Ace yelled back to the man he considered a father, Whitebeard. Ace looked similar to Luffy, although he had a more serious look on his face and was taller and more muscular with rather childish freckles. His tattoos stood out. He had a tattoo on his back of the Whitebeard symbol. Purple bones formed in a cross behind a purple skull with a white mustache, and on his upper left bicep that spells ASCE vertically with a cross over the S. He wore black boot, black knee-length shorts with an eyelet-studded orange belt, and a blue pouch belted around his left leg. He also wore a short second belt with a large red on the silver buckle over his right hip, but left it unfastened and threaded the free end along the back of his shorts. A dagger in a green sheath hung at his left hip. On Ace's left arm, he wore a log pose and a red and white striped bracelet around his wrist, an orange elbow guard. He wore a red beaded necklace and an orange hat with 2 blue smileys, one frowning and one smiling, and a string of red beads sitting above the rim. 2 long orange side straps hung down sides of his hat and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. Whitebeard was an abnormally large human, roughly 3 times the size of a normal human. Unlike other large-sized humans, however, he was well-proportioned. He had a long face, plowed because of the advanced age with many wrinkles around his eyes, and many scars running along his chest, and was very muscular. He had a crescent-shaped white mustache and had his own Jolly Roger tattooed on his back. He wore a black bandana around his head and adorned himself with a white captain's coat, which hung loosely from his broad shoulders and bore his Jolly Roger symbol. He wore light, loose pants tucked inside his large black boots, and a dark pirate sash around his waist. Whitebeard was on oxygen and attached to several medical sensor machines. Your younger brother was Monkey D. Luffy, right? Whitebeard asked as he watched Ace nod his head. This is him. Yeah, his Ace whispered as he stared at his brother's bounty. Do you mind if I head to the start of paradise? Go, Whitebeard stated as he looked at his son. He hoped this would keep him away from Teach for a while. Thanks, Father, Ace yelled as he ran off. With Nami and Kaya. Are you sure? Nami asked as she looked at the pale-haired woman. Of course, Kaya replied with a smile. I like this bow. We were meant to look for clothes, Nami muttered. We did, Kaya replied as she looked at the bags near her. We need to go, Nami stated as she looked outside. We need to get back to the ship. It's going to storm. Just let me pay, Kaya replied as she paid the cashier. I'm surprised you got so much for those diamonds. You just need to know how to haggle, Nami replied with confidence. Let's get going then, Kaya laughed. With Sanji. Sanji was walking through the town square with a giant blue elephant fish on his shoulder when he heard the voice of his crew's sniper. He quickly made his way over to the store the sniper was in and noticed when he walked out Usopp had the sniper goggles from his previous life back on his head. I see you bought them again, Sanji stated as he looked at the sniper goggles. I loved them the first time around, Usopp replied. Nice fish. Hopefully we will all get to eat it this time, Sanji replied with a frown. Shit. Sanji remembered what happened in his previous lifetime when he heard a commotion coming from the execution platform. He quickly handed the giant fish to Usopp and told him to get back to the ship and look after the women. He took to the air as he used Skywalk to run towards Luffy. With Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku. Zoro was standing in front of the woman who annoyed him so much in his last life, Tashigi. Tashigi has dark brown eyes and wears her black hair between chin and shoulder length. She looks remarkably similar to the late Kuina, Zoro's childhood friend. She wears rectangular glasses with red frames. She wears a yellow short-sleeved shirt covered them with her white trimmed, waist-length blue leather coat over the top. She also wears blue jeans with black shoes. She was leading the trio towards the town's sword shop and was discussing how Zoro must look up to the pirate hunter due to the way he used all 3 swords. Zoro muttered that it was something like that as the duo behind them exchanged looks. This could end badly if she realized who Zoro really was. She dropped them off at the store after she told them of her dream, and Johnny and Yasaku entered with Zoro following close behind. Big bro, Yasaku called as he pulled a sword of the wall. Look at this. The blade that Yasaku held was a straight blade katana that has a gray edge and a black hammond that runs jagged across the blade. The tsuba is gray and is in the figure of a cross. The hilt is wrapped in black with a yellow clasp, and it also has a yellow kashira pommel. This blade has a black and gray sheath with the pattern of the sword. It also has a Kajiri end cap in yellow. Do you like it? Zoro asked as he looked over the man swinging the blade in front of him. Of course, Yasaku replied with a giant smile. I'm going to buy it. As Yasaku went and paid the huge amount of money for the blade, Zoro walked over and watched Johnny as the man took a blade off the wall and swung it around. This went on until he stopped at one. Zoro knew straight away that this blade was meant for Johnny. The blade was a curved katana that has a yellow edge and an orange hammond that runs across the blade like waves of water. The tsuba is yellow and is in the shape of a cross. The hilt is wrapped in yellow with a black clasp, and it has a gray kashira pommel. This blade has a yellow and orange sheath that follows the pattern of the sword. It also has a Kajiri end cap in black. What do you think? Johnny asked. If you feel it suits you, buy it, Zoro simply stated. I will, Johnny replied as he sheathed the blade and walked towards the counter. Zoro met up with the two out the front of the store. They had got a 25% discount from the store once the owner saw Zoro, and each paid 75 million billy for the blade. They just had enough money for this from the bounties they earned and the money that Nami got them for the large pure diamond. They told Zoro the two blades were both one of the 21 supreme blades, and they were named Shadowfang and Dawnbreaker. Zoro smiled at the pair until he heard a large commotion coming from Luffy's direction. He quickly ordered the two to follow him and used his haki to locate Luffy. Earlier with Luffy was standing in front of the platform that Gall D. Roger was killed on. He quickly used his Kenbenshoku haki to feel who was around him. He noticed Smoker bring Marines his way, Buggy and Alvida in the square with their crew and a mammoth power that he believed to be his father's. He quickly scaled the platform and looked down from the top with a smile as he feels Kabaji coming down from above him. He allows the man to capture him and smiles as Alvida steps out of the crowd. We finally caught you, Kabaji yelled as Buggy appeared. Do you like my new crewmate? Buggy asked as he pointed at Alvida. That is Alvida the Iron Mace. Alvida was a whale, Luffy replied as the woman scowled. And she looked like a man. Shut up, Alvida yelled. Bring off his head. Jai ha ha ha, Buggy laughed. Of course. An execution, Luffy stated. If you finish this, Zoro will kill you. I wouldn't be sure about that, Buggy replied. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Straw Hat Luffy and I'm going to kill him. This man destroyed my crew and knocked me off the island I was living on. Smoker watched on with a smirk as he noticed some of the Straw Hat's crew entering the town square. He saw the man he knew from the bounty posters as pirate hunter Zoro cutting his way through Buggy's crew with 2 men behind him. He saw a blonde man running through the air and getting shot at, and he saw Luffy smile as Buggy put the sword up. I guess this was as far as I am going, Luffy yelled. Look after the crew, Zoro. Smoker watched on in shock as an image of Gul D. Roger took the place of Luffy as the straw-hatted man smiled as Buggy brought his blade down. Just before Luffy's head was cut off, lightning hit the platform and blew it to pieces. When the smoke cleared, a smiling Luffy stood up and walked towards his crew. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed. Let's go. It was utter chaos as the Straw Hats ran from the scene. Within 2 minutes, the Marines flooded the square and captured the Buggy pirates. Going merry. Jin was laying on the boat when he heard the lightning hit the stand. He quickly stood up and grabbed his tonfa as he prepared for a fight. He knew if a commotion was going on, Luffy was most likely in the middle of it. He looked over the side of the ship and noticed a strange-looking man and a giant lion talking about how to destroy the ship. He acted quickly and jumped off the ship and landed in front of the pair. He quickly swung his tonfa around, and in 2 blows the lion and his owner were seeing stars. Good job, Usopp yelled as he arrived on the scene with Nami, Kaya, and the giant fish. What's happening? Jin asked as he looked at the trio. Luffy's being reckless again, Nami muttered. Get ready to leave. A storm is coming. With Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, and Yasaku, the 5 were running towards the Going Merry when they came across their first problem, a woman and a host of Marines. Acting quickly, Luffy knocked out the Marines bar Tashigi with 1 blow each and continued on while Zoro stayed behind. You lied to me, Tashigi accused. I didn't, Zoro replied calmly. I just simply hid the truth. You're a bastard, Tashigi yelled as she charged forward. Faster than Sho could blink, Zoro had unsheathed Wado Ikemanji and knocked Tashiga's blade to the side. He quickly took advantage of her shock and knocked her blade out of her hand by smacking it with the side of her blade. He then stabbed Wado Ikemanji into the wall beside her as she fell backwards. Kill me, Tashigi pleaded. If I was a man, you would have killed me. I can't kill you, Zoro replied as he stood over her. You look like someone I used to know. That's not true, Tashigi yelled. If you want revenge, come back to me when you are stronger. Then take my head and my blades, Zoro told her, giving her more conviction than ever before. Kill me, Tashigi yelled as Zoro ran away. Zoro continued forward and ran past his captain standing across from the Marine captain, Smoker. As soon as he passed the man, Smoker launched at his back, only to be grabbed and tossed him away like he weighed nothing. You're a Busashoku Haki user, Smoker muttered as he stood up. No wonder you have such a large bounty. You should be ready for it, Luffy replied. Lojas who get complacent die easily. That's a saying from the Grand Line, Smoker yelled in shock. I have to stop you. Smoker quickly turned his body to smoke and charged at Luffy. He brought his hand back only for Luffy to catch it and punch him in the stomach. As Smoker bent over in pain, Luffy brought back his leg and kicked him across the clearing. As Smoker slowly gets back up to his feet, Luffy charges him as he throws his arm back and snaps it back towards Smoker. Gamu Gamu no pistol, Luffy yelled as he slammed his haki-enhanced fist into Smoker's face, knocking the man out. Done, Luffy muttered as he ran back toward his ship. Luffy ran after Zoro and quickly caught up with the man. He grabbed him by the waist as he stretched one of his arms out and grabbed the Going Merry. He quickly brought his body toward that hand and landed on the deck in between his laughing crew. As he orders them to set sail for the Grand Line, he feels his father presence from Loguetown. He turns around and smiles as the watches the Going Merry sail. With a quick wave of the hand, the man disappears and Luffy turns back to his crew. With a giant smile, Luffy congratulates the crew on making it this far. So how do we get into the Grand Line? Johnny asked. There's a small hole in the mountain that we enter, Nami told them. Just follow my orders and we'll be fine. I hate this trip, Jin muttered. Hopefully it's smoother than last time. It will be, Nami replied as she heard Usopp yell. I can see the entrance, Usopp yelled. Nami directed the ship in the direction that Usopp was leading her in. She was taking notice of the waves beneath her and soon came upon the entrance to the Grand Line. She made sure that no mistakes were made this time, and soon the Going Merry entered Reverse Mountain and started to shoot up towards the sky. This is the start of our dreams, Luffy yelled as the crew stood in a circle. To become the Pirate King. To become the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro declared. To draw a map of the world, Nami yelled. To become a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp yelled. To become a doctor and master using my bow, Kaya declared. To find the all blue, Sanji announced. To sail all of the Grand Line, Jin declared. To become a great swordsman duo, Johnny and Yasaku announced. Let's go, Luffy yelled as they hit the top of Reverse Mountain and started to descend. What the hell was that? Johnny yelled as a loud noise cut through their cries of joy. It looks like a mountain, Yasaku stated as they notice a large figure blocking the exit of Revere's mountain. Shit, Luffy yelled as a large whale came into view. Gamu Gamu no bazooka. Luffy's hands shot forward and hit the whale, causing the Going Merry to come to a halt and the whale to look down at them. The whale soon started to go under the water and opened its mouth, quickly swallowing the cruise ship. The crew from this timeline fell into a panic as the whale swallowed them, and they navigated through the whale's throat. As they exited the whale's throat, they entered its stomach and noticed that they seemed to be back outside. The sky was blue with white clouds throughout, and a small island was in the middle of what seemed like the ocean. As soon as they started to look around, a large squid appeared next to them. Sanji's leg lit up as he prepared to kick the squid, only for it to be harpooned by a man exiting the house on the island. The man has an appearance based off a flower, with the petals around his head. He has a rather stocky and muscular body, is bald on the top of his head, but with white hair with yellow flower petal-like things that have purple near the bottom of them, and a white beard that splits in two parts. His lower lip is noticeably larger than his upper. He wears a pink shirt with a yellow and green stripe with purple circles in the yellow, along with bluish-gray shorts with sandals. He also wears glasses, a seaweed necklace, 3 gold bracelets, and a green gem bracelet on his left wrist. He also has a scar on his left arm. "Who are you?" Johnny asked, visible frightened by the strength of the old man. "It's polite for you to tell me who you are first," the man replied. "All right then," Yasaku started. "I'm Crocus. My blood type is Crocus." Started. "What are you doing?" Jin yelled. "Don't worry, Jin," Zoro told him. "This man is just playing with you." "Why would you ruin my fun like that?" Crocus asked as he noticed a hatch in the sky open. The crew heard a bazooka fire and watched as Crocus jumped in front of the rocket and let it explode on him. Crocus fell into the water as Sanji jumped in to save him. Usopp acted quickly and knocked out the 2 intruders, and Luffy caught them in the air and placed them on the ship. The first is a strange-looking young man who wears a golden crown on top of his red hair and has his agent number written on his cheeks. He wears a green suit with white lace along with a ruffled red scarf. His attire makes him look like a prince or a king. The next is a strange-looking young woman with long wavy light blue hair, with 2 locks hanging down, one on either side of her head, at about chin length. She wore her ponytail in a very high position and has brown eyes. She has a slender body. She wears a striped shirt and a green coat with fur on the collar. She also wears a belt with green gems and a white pair of jeans. "Is he okay?" Kaya asked as Sanji brought Crocus back on board. "Yeah, the old man's fine," Sanji stated as Crocus stood up. "Now get us out of here." "Fine, the exit is right there," Crocus told them. Crocus led the crew and their 2 captures out of the whale's stomach and onto the Twin Capes. He quickly jumped off their ship and yelled at Laboon to stop slamming his head into Reverse Mountain. As the Straw Hats disembarked, they watched Crocus temporarily calm the giant whale. Yasaku soon asked why the whale was doing what it was doing, and Crocus decided to tell them the whale's history. He explained to them that the whale's name was Laboon, and 50 years ago the whale entered the Grand Line with a pirate crew. The Rumbar Pirates were a rowdy bunch that loved music, and they had left the whale in Crocus's care to sail the Grand Line. The crew never returned, and Crocus heard that they had escaped the Grand Line through the calm belt. When he explained that the Laboon the whale had started to slam his head against Reverse Mountain in hopes of getting through. "I've heard enough," Luffy yelled as he jumped into the air. "Gamu Gamu pistol." The crew watched on in shock as Luffy continued to punch the whale in the head, only to declare that the fight was a draw. He soon drew his Jolly Roger on Laboon's head and told the whale that if he slammed his head into the mountain, the Jolly Roger would come off. He told the whale that after he had become Pirate King, he would be back to visit. "He really is something," Crocus stated. "You guys do have a log pose, right?" "We do," Luffy told him as he passed it to Luffy. "I stole it from those weird guy." "You thief," the man yelled. "At least take us to our hometown," the woman pleaded. "It's Whiskey Peaks." "That's easy enough," Luffy replied, shocking them. "The first island that we are visiting is Whiskey Peaks. You know you can't change your route after that," Crocus warned. "It's fine," Luffy told him. "I'll take a different route the next time." The next time, Crocus whispered, "Well, good luck." The crew and their 2 guests, who were revealed as Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, boarded the Going Merry and set out as Crocus watched them with a large smile on his face. So that was the boy that Shanks talks so highly about, Crocus thought. "I guess he's the one that will take over Roger's legacy." "There it is," Nami yelled as they approached a strange-looking island. "I guess this means goodbye then," Miss Wednesday yelled. "Thank you for bringing us here," Mr. 9 said as both jumped off the side of the bridge. "They were some weird people," Yasaku stated as he watched them swim away. "Be on guard," Nami told them as they approached the shore and noticed the large crowd cheering for them. As they approached the docks, the Straw Hats took notice of a couple of strange people. The first was a tall man with a small red nose and has blonde hair in a style that resembles a powdered wig. He dressed like a gentleman. He has the number 8 at the tips of his collar. The other is a tall, muscular woman with dark skin and pink hair pulled into short twin tails. She wore a nun's outfit. Ma, the strange man whispered as his voice adjusted. Welcome, pirates. I am the major of this town, Igarapoy, and we have decided to throw you a part for making it to the first island in the Grand Line. A party, Jin stated in suspicion before he was dragged off the ship by Johnny and Yasaku. Let's party, the former bounty hunter duo screamed in joy. Be ready, Zoro reminded the time travelers. This is where it all begins. He's gone, Nami muttered as they watched Luffy rush ahead of everyone. I guess some things never change. Then let's go, Sanji stated as he walked forwards only to notice Zoro walking away to the right. Moss head, we go straight. Shut up, dart brow, Zoro yelled as he rejoined the group. Let's go then. Nami just shook her head. She walked in front of the group with a small smile gracing her lips. As they entered the town hall, they noticed that Luffy had already begun eating and Jin, Johnny and Yasaku had begun drinking. The rest of the crew soon joined in with Zoro and Nami drinking, Usopp telling tall tales with Kaya by his side, Sanji flirting with every woman he could find, and Luffy soon joining the drinking with the strange nun. It was hours later when the Straw Hats started to doze off and the party started to unwind. Johnny, Yasaku, and Jin fell asleep in the corner as they watched Sanji pass out as he was flashed by a woman. Usopp and Kaya fell asleep soon after that, and finally the last 3 Straw Hats passed out. The nun slowly stood up and walked outside to join the rest of the town. This better be worth it, the lady stated. We just used the rest of the booze and food. Look at this, Miss Monday, the major stated as he pulled out 2 pieces of paper. 100 million billy for the captain and 50 million billy for the first mate. The captain doesn't seem like his worth that much, Miss Monday replied. Are we sure he didn't just get that bounty for how strong his swordsman? No, the papers Mr. 8 has is right, Miss Wednesday stated. He gives off a strange presence. He is stronger than me, a voice stated from the roof. What are Baroque Works doing out here? Miss Monday, some of the pirates escaped, one of the Baroque Works members yelled. Let the rest sleep, Zoro stated, and you'll keep your heads. Yeah, his big bro said, Johnny yelled as he appeared next to Zoro. Be quiet, Yasaku whispered as he appeared on the other side of Zoro. You two are idiots, Sanji stated from a rooftop opposite from Zoro. Whoever takes out the most wins. Of course, Zoro stated as he drew Wado Ikemanji. Party table kick course, Sanji yelled as he appeared in the middle of the group and kicked all the agents around him. Itoryu. Sambi Akirokuju pound ho, Zoro yelled as he sent out a massive amount compressed air and knocked down a quarter of the agents. Let's get in on this, Johnny yelled as he drew his new blade. Fine, Yasaku replied as he jumped from the building and landed in between a group with Johnny landing behind him. White stomach, Johnny yelled as his blade flashed white and he cut the man in front of him. This blade is insanely sharp. I know, Yasaku yelled back. Black chest. Yasaku and Johnny continued to attack the group in front of them while Zoro and Sanji decimated the remaining forces until they noticed a shadow appear above them. That's too far, Zoro yelled as he appeared next to Johnny and grabbed the man. Way too far, Sanji yelled as he grabbed Yasaku and jumped away. Gamu Gamu no elephant gun, Luffy yelled as he brought his fist down in the middle of the town and knocked out everybody bar the Miss Monday, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 8 and Mr. 9. What the hell, the 4 yelled as they noticed Luffy standing in the middle of the smoke with a smile on his face. She's coming here, Luffy yelled with glee on his face. She's waiting for us. She is, Sanji questioned as he looked at Luffy. Then I guess this is understandable. It is, Yasaku wondered as he looked at the 3. What the hell happened here, a man questioned. Did you see anything, Miss Valentine? I did not, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine replied in shock. Mr. 5 is a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair and short spiky dreadlocks. He wears a brown trench coat with a pink cravat and a pair of sunglasses. Like the other officers, his number is shown both on his clothing and his body. He has a 5 on his coat. This number is also tattooed on his right shoulder. Miss Valentine is a woman with short blonde hair and dark eyes. She wears a yellow and orange hat, as well as a yellow dress with a lemon-like pattern, lemon earrings, and white high-heeled shoes. She is carrying a bright green parasol with blue stripes. Thank God, Miss Monday stated. You're here to help. We're not, the man stated. There has been a leak and Mr. Zero's identity was found out. What, Mr. 8 yelled. There's a princess here, Miss Valentine stated, and we are here to kill her and her bodyguard. Shut up, Nami yelled as she brought her pole down on Miss Valentine's head and knocked the woman out. I agree, Usopp yelled as he slammed his hammer into Mr. 5's head. Who are you people, Miss Wednesday asked. We're the Straw Hat Pirates, Princess Vivi, Luffy stated as he noticed the shocked looks he got. We're going to Alabasta to kick Crocodile's ass. What, Vivi muttered. How did you know? He's a dick, Luffy replied. We need to leave soon, we have a crew member waiting for me. Princess Vivi Igaram said. Go with them, I'll pose as you and escape. We'll go with him, Miss Monday and Mr. 9 stated. We'll cover your escape. Thank you, Vivi yelled. Has anyone seen Kuro? No, Igaram stated, but knowing that Ducky's already on the Straw Hat ship. I'll see you in Alabasta, Vivi promised as she watched the 3 walk off. I'm ready. Good, Luffy stated as he walked towards his ship. The crew and Vivi advanced towards the ship when they notice a woman sitting on the side. She is a tall, slender, and athletic woman with black hair that hangs down to her lower back and is pulled back to reveal more of her forehead and ears. She has eyes with dark, wide pupils. She has a long, thin, and defined nose. The woman's limbs are very long, especially her legs. Her outfit consists of a long salmon sari-like skirt with a partially zipped navy blue leather vest with a V-neck line and a periwinkle rose printed on the left breast near the shoulder that exposed her stomach, sunglasses, pink high-heeled pumps, and a pink backpack. This all Sunday, Vivi yelled out in a panic. "Don't worry, Vivi," Luffy stated. "Nico, Robin." "Monkey D. Luffy," Robin replied as she took in her captain. "Did you want me to join you?" "Are you ready to join me?" Luffy asked. "It means you can stop being a spy. It also means I can meet our doctor a lot sooner," Robin shot back. "I'll join you." "What the hell are you two talking about?" Vivi questioned in frustration. "She's my spy in Crocodile's organization," Luffy told her. "I know what she did to you, but please trust her. She's not going to hurt anybody." "Fine," Vivi whispered, "but I will be watching her." "You guys do know who resides in Little Garden?" Robin asked as the Going Merry approached the island. "Of course," Luffy replied with a giant smile, "and I can't wait to meet them." "Who resides there?" Johnny asked with a hint of fear in his voice. "Giants," Robin replied with a smile, "who have a bounty of 100 million billy on each of their heads." "Giants," Yasaku yelled. "That's what I said," Robin stated. "Who knows, maybe they like human flesh." WHWH, what Johnny yelled as he hugged Yasaku. "We're staying with Big Bro Zoro. This woman's the real demon," Jin thought as he looked at Robin. "I may have to ignore most of the things she says." "She hasn't changed," Zoro thought with a smirk. "She likes scaring people a bit too much." "You'll be fine," Usopp told the pair. "And if you're worried, just remember what Zoro can do." "Thanks, Big Bro." Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku cried as they hugged the long-nosed sniper. "We're here," Luffy announced as the Merry came to a stop. "Who's coming with me?" "I will, Captain San," Robin said as she walked off the ship with him. "Hold up. I'm coming as well," Vivi announced as she ran to catch up with them. "I want to see one of these giants," Jin told the crew as he leapt off the ship. "I'm coming with you," Usopp told him as he landed at the man-demon's side. "I want to see one too," Kaya stated as she joined the two men. "Well, I'm staying on the ship," Nami yelled as she walked into the cabin. "Want to hunt Moss Head?" Sanji asked as he looked at the swordsman. "I bet mine will be bigger than yours." "No way," Zoro yelled as he leapt from the ship with Johnny and Yasaku following him. "Wait for us, Big Bro," the swordsman duo yelled in fright, with Luffy, Robin, and Vivi. Luffy was watching out of the corner of his eyes as Robin and Vivi were walking beside him. He could feel the animosity rolling off of Vivi towards Robin, and he understood why. This was the woman who was closest to Crocodile while the man tried to overthrow her country, but Luffy knew that Robin would make Vivi understand that she was a friend, that she was a straw hat. As the small group kept exploring the island, Luffy noticed the large dinosaurs from his previous lifetime. With a smile and a glance at Robin, Luffy jumped into the air and landed on top of the dinosaur. He looked around for the giant from last time. That's when he saw the giant Dory walking towards him. Dory is a well-built giant with a long beard. He generally dresses in a Viking attire with a helmet that goes over his eyes. Luffy smiled as the giant swung his giant sword and cut the dinosaur's head off. Luffy jumped into the air and landed on the ground as the giant noticed him and his two companions. "Jeja, what are three little humans doing on this island?" Dory asked. "This is where our log pose took us," Luffy told the giant. "We're just waiting for it to pick up the next island." "Come back to my camp then," Dory told them. "I'll tell you about the pose there." "All right," Luffy yelled as Dory picked up the trio. "Are you sure this is all right, Luffy?" Vivi asked in a frightened tone. "We'll be fine," Luffy told her. "It's not like they're going to eat us," Robin chuckled as Vivi's skin turned pale. "Robin," Luffy whined, knowing exactly what she was doing. "I'm sure he won't eat us, and if he tries, I'll just beat him up." "You think you can beat me up, brat?" Dory laughed. "Of course, I can. I'm going to be the king of the pirates one day," Luffy declared with a large grin. "You're a funny little brat," Dory laughed as he took the trio to his camp. With Nami. Nami was sitting on the Going Merry with a small smile on her face. She had really missed her friends in their time apart. She knew what was going to happen soon, so she walked into the cabin and grabbed her trust staff. She would be ready for the Baroque Works agents this time around. As she walked back out of the cabin, she noticed a large shadow covering the ship. She knew who it was and looked up to see Buggy the giant. Buggy is a giant who dresses in a Viking costume, which consists of a red overall with golden button straps, fur lining, a leather strap around his right shoulder and another as a belt, yellow pants with black stripes and fur linings at the bottom, yellow shoes, and a red helmet with two horns. Buggy has a blonde beard shaped like an axe's blade, beady eyes, a wide grin, and a pig-like nose. "Kabba-babba-babba. Little human, no need to worry," Buggy told her. "I'm Buggy and I'm just wondering if you have any alcohol." "I'm Nami. We have a coop of barrels of cooking alcohol," Nami told the giant. "I can give you some of that." "That sounds wonderful," Buggy replied as he watched Nami bring out barrels of alcohol for him. "Do you want to see my camp? I may as well feed you for what you've done." "I've got nothing else to do," Nami replied with a cat-like smirk. With Usopp, Kaya, and Jin, This island would be pretty good for training, Jin stated as he stood over a giant tiger with blood covering his tonfa. I didn't expect the animals to be so big, Kaya replied as she looked over the tiger. I guess this is what the giants must eat. Watch out for the dinosaurs, Usopp warned them as the two looked at him shocked. They exist on some islands, like this one. Wonder if we'll see one, Kaya mused aloud. Not for now, Usopp told her. There's a camp. This is huge, Jin exclaimed. Wonder how strong a giant is. Too strong for you little humans, Buggy told them. The three Straw Hats looked up and noticed the giant looming over them. It shocked them that the giant could sneak up on them, but they breathed a sigh of release as they noticed Nami waving at them from the giant's shoulder. So, these are your friends, Buggy stated as he looked down at them. Kabababababa, they're funny little ones. With Sanji. Sanji had a large smile on his face as he lit a cigarette. In front of him was what he was really looking for in the jungle. He had been actively using his Kenbunchoku Haki and was tracking the 4 Baroque Works agents that were on the island. As soon as he felt all 4 of them leave the spot they were in, he quickly went towards it. That was how he found an igloo that was made of wax. He entered it with the smile still on his face as he noticed the transponder snail that was sitting on the table in the middle of the room. This was how the crew would get their eternal pose to Alabasta. With Luffy, Robin, and Vivi. It takes how long, Vivi screamed in shock. What the giant in front of her had just said had to be a mistake. The log pose takes a year to set, Dory informed the trio. And no human has ever lasted a year on this island. Why do you think there are so many bones around here? Vivi looked down at the grounds as tears began to spill from her eyes. She couldn't believe it. She had finally found a way to stop Crocodile from taking her country from her, only to be stopped by the log pose. She couldn't wait a full year to get back to her country. By then she was sure that her father would be dead, all the royal guards would be dead, and anyone who stood against Crocodile would be killed. It wasn't long before she fell to the ground and burst out in tears. She looked up when she felt a hand on her shoulder only to see Robin, the last person she was expecting. Have some faith in them, Robin told the girl. We will be off the island in no time, one way or another. Vivi couldn't believe her ears. This woman was a former member of Baroque Works, even if it was only as a spy. If she had so much trust in them, maybe she should as well. Maybe there was a way to get off this island before the year was up. She just had to trust a pirate crew. With Usopp, Nami, Kaya, and Jin. You've been here how long? Kaya yelled in surprise. I've been fighting Dory here for 100 years, the giant informed them and noticed their shocked looks. Kabababababa, don't worry, it is only a small part of a giant's lifespan. True warriors, Usopp muttered. It didn't matter if this was his second time hearing this conversation, but the giant still inspired him. That sounds like something you'd like, Usopp-kun, Kaya said as she learned against the long-nosed warrior. That little human Buggy smiled as he looked down. What's your dream? I dream to be a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp exclaimed to the world. I'm going to help my captain to become the king of the pirates. That's quite a dream you have, Buggy stated as his smile got larger. When you reach the new world, go to Elbaf. There are plenty of brave warriors that you could meet there. Then that's what I'll do, Usopp replied with a large smirk. I'm going to Elbaf then. Kabababababa. You're going to be a brave warrior indeed, Buggy stated as he looked down at the long-nosed sniper. That was when the volcano went off on the island, shocking all the Straw Hats that were there for the first time. Buggy stood up with a grin as he picked up his battle axe. The volcano was the cue for the fight to start. That is what the giants had told the pirates in their camps, and the Straw Hats were about to witness a battle between two giants. Zoro was walking through the jungle shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe Johnny and Yasaku had managed to get themselves lost. He hadn't seen them for a while and was contemplating on using his haki to find them when a Triceratops appeared in front of him. Those two will be fine alone, Zoro thought aloud as he drew all three of his sword. This dinosaur doesn't stand a chance. With Johnny and Yasaku were feeling two emotions pretty strong right now. The first was fear. The jungle was full of vicious animal that they didn't run into. The second was anger. They were in front of Zoro. They were in the lead, and when they turned around he was gone. He was following the pair and he somehow got lost. That was something they couldn't believe. Oh, what do we have here? A voice cut, thought the forest. You must be from that Straw Hat crew, Gain. Who's there? Yasaku yelled as he went back to back with Johnny and both of them drew their swords. Come out. I don't have to, the voice stated as wax shot up out of the dirt and surround the two. You're already captured, Gain. The man that walked out of the forest was average-sized and had a rather frail-looking body. He had strange black hair that was formed into a 3 and wore glasses. He had a log pose on his left hand. He wore a blue striped vest. He wears light brown long pants. You're one of them, Yasaku stuttered out. Baroque Works. And you will help set the trap. Gain, Mr. 3 replied as Yasaku and Johnny's worlds went black. Now for the princess, Gain. Camp Luffy. Luffy watched as Robin was slowly turning Vivi's attitude around towards her, mostly by telling her that how she had helped her find out Mr. Zero's true identity. Luffy could tell that Vivi didn't hate Robin as much as she did when both of them got on the going merry. He smiled as he watched the two giants finish their battle and make their way back to their respective camps. I'm guessing it was the rest of your crew that gave Buggy third alcohol, Dory asked as he sat down with a barrel of alcohol in his hand. Yeah, Luffy told him as he started to stretch his Kenbenshoku haki across the island. He could feel the presence of the 4 Baroque Works agents working their way across the island. He could feel Mr. 3 making his way towards his camp. The thing that threw Luffy for a loop was that Johnny and Yosaku were near Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Luffy's eyes widened as he remembered what happened last time. He looked at Dory and saw the man about to drink the alcohol before arms sprouted from throat and took the barrel off him. What are you doing? The giant roared as he jumped to his feet. Saving your life, Robin replied with a small smile. Isn't that right, Luffy-san? So, you can feel them too, Luffy stated as he rose to his feet. They've got Johnny and Yosaku. Who are you talking about? The giant asked as he looked at the strange humans with confusion. Mr. 3, Miss Goldenweek, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine are all on the island, Luffy stated. They belong to a bounty hunting agency that are after my crew. They could be here for me and Buggy as well, Dory told them. We had a bounty of 100 million billy from 100 years ago. What are we going to do? Vivi asked with a small amount of fear. Can you beat them all? Easily, Luffy replied with a smile. But it looked like our first mate has realized that his friends aren't just missing. Oh, they're in trouble then, Robin chuckled. I guess we should get rid of this barrel. Vivi watched in fascination as the arms that were still sprouted from Dory's neck launched the barrel across the clearing. Her eyes widened along with Dory's as the barrel hit the ground and exploded, showing Dory's fate if he took a drink. The giant held his stomach as he smiled at the small group, the 3 little humans who just saved his life. As he went to express his gratitude, the volcano behind him exploded, signaling the beginning of his fight. Better get going, Luffy told him. Don't worry about the others, my crew will deal with them. Luffy watched as the giant left the clearing and then he turned away and shot into the forest. These Baroque Works agents were going to pay for what they were doing. He could feel that Nami, Usopp and Kaya were heading in the same direction as he was, and that Zoro was just about to arrive. With Zoro, the green-haired swordsman was pissed, not only at himself for not realizing that his friends were captured but at the people who caught them. He was running through the forest with Wado Ikamanji in his hand and was making his own path but caving a line of trees out of the way. Big Brother Zoro heard as he burst into a clearing. Help us. Sorry, but no one can help you now, Gain, Mr. 3 stated as he walked out of the forest with the other Baroque Works agents walking behind him. No one can cut my wax, Gain. Zoro ignored the weird-haired agent continued to talk. He walked towards where Johnny and Yosaku were trapped as a small smirk graced his face. This was a place he received a scar in his previous life. Now he was going to make sure that didn't happen. He raised his sword and coated it in Busashoku Haki and began to bring it down. Hurry you, Keen, Zoro muttered as he brought his sword down into and through the wax. Mr. 3's eyes widened in shock as he watched the swordsman cleanly carve through his weak between their 2 captives. His eyes nearly fell out when the wax caught fire and burned away as the man pulled his crewmates from the fire. He didn't know much about the man in front of him, but he could already tell that whatever he was, it was clear he was some sort of monster. Monster, Miss Goldenweek whispered in fear. We have to get away from him. I wouldn't worry about me, Zoro spat at them as a menacing grin appeared on his face. That one over there is the biggest problem. The 4 Baroque Works agents slowly turned around only to start sweating as an insane pressure began to radiate from the Straw Hat's captain. Miss Valentine was the first to try and make an exit to the left of the clearing, while Mr. 5 went to the right. The bomb man was repelled backwards by a hammer wielded by a long-nosed man and the Kilo woman was sent flying back by an orange-haired woman wielding a pole. Miss Goldenweek tried to sneak out the back of the clearing only to run into a kind-looking woman. I'm guessing you're the cause of this, Luffy asked as he glared at Mr. 3. The rest of my crew will beat the other agents, but you're mine. You think you can beat me? Gain, Mr. 3 laughed. I'll show you the truth of this world. Mr. 3 began to walk forwards only for Luffy to appear right in front of him and delivered a brutal blow to the man's stomach. Mr. 3 was launched backward and hit the ground, breaking the earth under him. Luffy stood where he was frowning at the man. He was disappointed that this man was so weak compared to what he would be and impelled out. I guess I'll have to go all out, Mr. 3 said seriously. Candle champion. Luffy smiled a little as he watched the wax wrap around Mr. 3's body and begin to form wax armor. Soon his whole body was thickly covered with the wax and he started to look like a robot. Wonder how hard it will be to break, Luffy asked Mr. 3 as he held his right arm out. I guess I'll show you a little bit of my power. Gear second. What's happening to your arm? Mr. 3 asked in confusion as he watched the boy's arm start to turn red and steam started to come from it. Gamu Gamu no Red Hawk, Luffy screamed as he ran forward and threw his hand back. Luffy appeared in front of Mr. 3 with Busashoku Haki coating his now stretched out arm. He threw his shoulder forward and his hand caught fire. He drove his fist into Mr. 3's stomach and instantly liquidated the wax surrounding the Baroque Works agent. Luffy watched as the man was sent flying out of the clearing knocked out, and with that he sat down and watched the ending of the other fights. With Usopp, The long-nosed sniper was looking at the bomb man with a small smirk on his face. He remembered this man from his previous life and how badly this man had hurt him. He quickly replaced his hammer with his Jenga pachinko and loaded his weapon. He smiled fully as he pulled back his slingshot and launched his pallet at the Baroque Works agent. Kimuriboshi Usopp yelled as the pallet hit the ground in front of and exploded, covering the area with smoke. He quickly moved from where he was standing and let him feel Mr. 5 with his Kenban Shokuhaki. As soon as he located the man, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a string of shuriken. With a yell of shuriken Ryusei gun, Usopp shot the shuriken at Mr. 5 and hit him. Usopp could hear the grunt of pain and grind a little as he pulled out a green pallet. Usopp shot his Sakuretsu Saboten Boshi at Mr. 5 and heard it explode and showered the man in quills and felt him drop to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Usopp looked down and saw the bomb man on the ground bleed and unconscious. With Nami was once again cursing herself. She had already learned how to grow the weather eggs that were needed for her climb attack, but she still needed to get the dials from Skypiea to perfect it. All she could rely on was her Kenban Shokuhaki and her proficiency with her staff. She was continuously sidestepping the Kilo woman who was dropping from the sky. The blonde Baroque Works agent was mocking her continuously as she kept trying to squash the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. The orange-haired pirate was too quick for her attacks, but she knew all it would take is one hit and she would be down. As the umbrella-wielding leapt into the air one more time and quickly raised her weight to 1,000 kilos as she plummeted into the ground, she realized she had made a mistake. Nami had quickly adjusted herself and allowed Miss Valentine to fall into the ground next to her as she brought her staff up and hit the woman in the head. Miss Valentine completely slumped into the ground as Nami continued to slam her staff into the back of the woman's head to make sure that she was knocked out. After that, Nami fell to the ground and broke out into laughter. Maybe she didn't need to rely on her perfect climb attack for now. With Kaya, the blonde-haired woman of the Straw Hat Pirates had quickly jumped back from the small woman of Baroque Works. She had quickly knocked one of her arrows and aimed at the woman. This was one of the arrows that Usopp had made for her. As she shot it just in front of the small girl, she smiled as smoke covered the woman. She quickly placed another of her arrows and shot it at the agent, only to miss. It took her 3 more shots before a scream of pain came out of the smoke, and soon it went quiet. That was the last arrow that Usopp had created with her, one that had a small amount of sleep smoke that would knock out her opponent. Kaya smiled as the smoke cleared and revealed her opponent sleeping on the ground. She needed the cover of the smoke as she still wasn't the best with her bow and she didn't know what Miss Golden Week abilities were. A blush adorned her face as she felt Usopp grasp her shoulder and smiled at her while he congratulated his crewmate. With Sanji, ring 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 ring, was heard as a blonde-haired man sat in a wax igloo drinking tea. The man smiled as he reached down and picked up the Den Den mushi. "Hello, this is the shitty restaurant. What do you want to order?" Sanji asked with a grin. "Stop playing, you idiot," a voice replied in anger. "Why didn't you send me a report?" "Report?" Sanji asked. Who are you?" "It's me, Mr. Zero," the man replied. "It's already been quite some time since I sent you your orders and I want to know what's your status." "Yes, I've carried out my mission," Sanji replied as he remembered his conversation from in his last lifetime. "Princess Vivi and the Straw Hats are eliminated, and you don't have anything to worry about." "Good work," Mr. Zero replied. "The Unluckies are heading your way right now, and once they confirm your mission's success, they will give you a package." "A package?" Sanji asked. "Yes, an external log posed to Alabasta," Mr. Zero told him. "Oh shit," Sanji muttered as he looked up and noticed the Unluckies. Within a moment, the suited pirate was on his feet and delivering kicks to the 2 animals. In an instant, both of them were knocked out and on the floor. Sanji smiled as he picked up the log pose and heard Mr. Zero yelling through the Den Den mushi. "What happened?" Mr. Zero asked in frustration. "Nothing to worry about. It seems one of those Straw Hats were playing dead and attacked me," Sanji told Mr. Zero. "One of them was alive," Mr. Zero stated. "I thought you told me they were all dead." "I thought I had, but one of them were more stubborn than I thought," Sanji replied with a smile. "So, you gave me a false report at the time," Mr. Zero said. "I guess that can be said, but I have dealt with them," Sanji told him. "There's nothing to worry about." "All right, head back to Alabasta. This will be the last time we talk over the Den Den mushi," Mr. Zero stated as he hung up the phone. Sanji stood up with a smile as he left the igloo and headed back towards where he knew his crewmates were waiting. He soon entered the clearing with a cigarette in his mouth and noticed that they were once more partying after a battle. "I guess I'll tell them tomorrow," Sanji said with a smile. Nami Swan, Vivi Swan, Robin Swan. Luffy was sitting on the figurehead of the Going Merry as he remembered leave the island. It was similar to his previous lifetime, but it was still fun. They had partied with the 2 giants throughout the night, and Sanji had informed them the next day that he had gotten an external post to Alabasta. They had left the island and followed the giant's instructions, and once again smiled as he remembered getting launched out of the back of the giant goldfish. But there was still something wrong. It had been a few hours since the Straw Hats had left Little Garden, and Luffy was cursing himself once again. He noticed it after the party. Somehow it had happened again. Nami was bitten and she was obviously sick. He couldn't believe that it happened a second time. They were careful on the island but had somehow left with a sick navigator. It's time to train properly, Luffy announced as he looked at his crew. We need to be ready to fight against one of the Shichibukai. How, Johnny asked. With haki, Luffy told them. Sanji. Alright, there is 3 different types of haki, Sanji told them. Kenbenshoku haki, which grants users a sixth sense of the world around them and limited precognitive abilities. Busashoku haki, which allows the user to use their spirit as armor to defend against attacks or to make their own attacks more potent. And Heishoku haki, a rare type of haki only 1 in a million can use, which grants the user the ability to overpower the will of others. Sanji and Zoro will train you, Luffy told them. I'll watch for islands or ships. 1 hour later. It wasn't until an hour later that something happened, something that Luffy hated to see. Nami had collapsed. Luffy rushed to his navigator's side as the crew members gasped in shock. He put his hand to her forehead and pulled it back as he felt the heat. We have to find here a doctor, Luffy stated as he looked at Vivi. Is this okay with you? Of course, Vivi stated as she watched Luffy pick up Nami and carry her to her bed. We have to find an island. Thank you, Luffy muttered as he placed Nami into her bed. Kaya, Robin, follow me. Sanji, you can come too. The rest of you take up positions so we can look for an island. Luffy sat next to Nami with a worried look on his face as Kaya put a wee cloth on her forehead and Sanji began to prepare food for her. Vivi had taken the log pose off her wrist and was using her limited navigation skills to help out the crew. Usopp was in the crow's nest looking for Drum Island and using his haki to help. Kai, we have a guy standing on the water in front of us, Usopp yelled as his eyes zeroed in on the man seemingly standing on the water. Be ready, Luffy warned as he walked out of Nami's room. There's more to this than we can see. Do you know where a doctor is? Vivi yelled from the deck of the Going Merry. A doctor, the man questioned. What for? Our friend, Vivi yelled at him. She's sick. Come. We may if you have an external pose for Drum Kingdom, the man replied before he felt a crushing pressure on him. Answer her, Luffy growled out. Water bulged under the man as a submarine-like ship rose from the water and opened up, revealing a small army. Chess, have you found a way back to my kingdom? A man with a large iron-plated mouth asked the strange man on the top of the submarine. The stranger is a man who is a bit taller than average. He has wavy lips and a sad expression. He wears a checkered jester-like green-blue costume with purple lining at the end of the sleeves, a white winter cape with purple lining that he ties against his chest, and gray buttons, with a light brown bow and a bag of arrows on his back. He has dark green pants and blue shoes with white buckles. Not yet. King Wapol, Chess replied to the strange-looking man. Wapol is an overweight man with an unusual appearance. He has dark violet hair and a cylinder-shaped jaw made up of tin plates. He dresses in tin plate armor and a hooded cape made from white walkie skin. He was also wearing brown thick gloves. He spotted a pair of purple and orange woolen shorts and a brown belt around his waist and a pair of thick short boots. Do you think they have one? Wapol asked as he jumped onto the Going Merry. Do you have a log pose or eternal pose to Drum Kingdom? Get off my ship, Luffy stated in an agitated tone, or I'll make you. That's no way to talk, a King, Wapol shot back as he walked towards the rails on the ship. Just for that I'll take some wood. I don't think so, Luffy growled as he glared at the man. Wapol opened his mouth to reply but closed it quickly when he realized that the long-nosed crew member had appeared in front of him with a slingshot draw. A man was twirling a pair of tonfas as he glared at him. 2 men had drawn swords and had them at his throat. The straw hat-wearing boy just stood there aglare, and a blonde man wearing a suit and a green-haired man were standing in front of his army. Kill them, Wapol yelled in fear. Zoro, Sanji, stop them, Luffy ordered. Wapol watched in terror as the blonde-haired man seemed to disappear in a blur and started to kick the guns out of his men's hand. He turned his head slightly and noticed the green-haired man cutting through the guns that his men held. With a deep gulp, the iron-mouthed man looked at the straw hat-wearing boy and flinched, the smile on his face. Bye, Luffy laughed as he punched Wapol off his ship. Kuramarimo, we have to get the king, Chess yelled to the man near him. Kuramarimo sports a long, orange cloak with white lining and black afros at each end, and white afros hanging from the front. He wears gloves that cover all fingers but his thumb and resemble an afro. He has a large black afro on his head, and 3 small ones on his beard. He is of medium height and normal weight. He wears a shirt that's orange in the middle and white on the sides with light yellow buttons, along with orange shorts. He has hairy legs and black boots with white laces. Let's go, Kuramarimo yelled back as he jumped back onto their ship. Luffy watched as the king's men jumped back onto their own ship and set off in the direction that their king was sent flying in. He smirked as the ship left his eyesight and turned back to his crew. He noticed the smile on Usopp's face as the sniper gave him a small nod. Which way? Luffy asked. He's that way, Usopp replied. We should be there soon. Good, Luffy said. Stay locked on if you can. Of course, I can, Usopp replied with a smile. They don't call me God, Usopp, for nothing. Later that day. We need to be careful, Luffy warned as he looked at his crew. Not all islands welcome pirates. Got it, Jin replied. The Going Merry was slowly sailing into port as Luffy stood on deck and looked at the island. He felt a small smile appear on his face as he thought about his doctor and friend. He was ready to meet Chopper again. He felt the smile disappear as he looked near the docks and noticed the small band of gun-wielding villages glaring at them. "Leave," the largest man demanded. "We can't," Luffy replied. "We need to find a doctor." Dalton said. "Leave," a villager yelled as he raised his rifle. Dalton is an imposing man, with slicked black hair and a goatee. He wears a long, white fur-lined green tunic and has armor plates on his arms. These plates are retained on his forelegs when assuming his full bison form. He covers his head with a green and white fur-lined hat, equipped with ear flaps against the intense cold, and he wears long boots. He carries a weapon of choice, an extra-large spade, in a sheath that hangs on his back. "Please hear us out," Vivi yelled as she stepped forward. "We need your help." "Stay there," another villager yelled as his rifle fired at Vivi. "No," Luffy yelled as he appeared in front of Vivi and protected her from the bullet. "Please, we need your help." Dalton watched in shock as the straw hat-wearing boy protected the blue-haired girl from the bullet. He put his weapon on his back as he ordered the villagers to do the same. "You can come on the island," Dalton told Luffy, much to the shock of the villagers. "I'll take you." "Thank you," Luffy told him. "We just need a doctor." Luffy went back with Vivi and grabbed Nami from her bed. Zoro decided to stay on the ship with Johnny and Yosaku to help the pair train a bit more, as the rest of the crew got off the Going Merry and set out with Luffy. As they were walking to Dalton's house, the man filled them in on the history of the island. Their former king Wapol had taken the 20 best doctors from the village and exiled the rest of them. 2 doctors stayed behind to help everyone. One was a former criminal that did more harm than good, and the other was a great doctor who took whatever she wanted. Wapol had sent out a rumor that the 20 doctors were sick and dying. The man had arrived at the castle to help the doctors, only to find out the lie. The man just laughed as he sat down and begun to drink sake before he blew himself up. The woman was called Dr. Kira, and she still worked to this day. She had taken the castle after Wapol had fled the country when a pirate crew attacked. Blackbeard had attacked months ago and began to lay waste to the kingdom. After Wapol fled, a monster appeared and started to protect the villages. The crew fought the monster and injured him before they fled the country, and the monster fled to the wilderness. Luffy's heart started to beat harder when he heard about Blackbeard, and the story about the monster didn't help. He couldn't remember running into such a thing here in his previous lifetime. But he did know that a certain someone on this island could change into one at will before they were sent back. The group soon arrived at Dolphin's house as he began to tell them that the only doctor in the country now lived in the castle on the mountains. She supposedly came down to the mountain at will but wasn't due for some time. They would have to get up the mountain if they wanted to meet her. "Sanji," Luffy said as he turned to the man, "are you ready?" "Of course," Captain Sanji replied as he placed a smoke in his mouth. "Let's go." Dalton followed the strange straw hat-wearing boy and the blonde man outside of his house and watched as they began to walk in the air before they picked up speed. He watched as the boys left his sight and continued to head for the mountains that the castle rested upon. He let a small smile make its way onto his face before he heard a village person run towards him while heavily sucking in his breath. "Dalton, he's back," the man screamed. "Wapol has returned." "Where?" Dalton asked as he placed his hand on his weapon. "Where is he?" "Bighorn," the man told him. "He'll be in Bighorn." The rest of the crew watched as the man began to shift into a bison and picked up speed. He took off in the direction they believed that Bighorn was in as Sanji let out a sigh. "Let's go," Jin told them. That man had a lot of people behind him, so Dalton may need our help. With Zoro, Johnny, and Yosaku. Zoro watched as the swordsman duo dueled in front of him. He was yelling out orders and suggestions as the two continued to clash blades. The pair were nowhere near the level need to use haki yet, so Zoro was helping them increase their physical attributes in the hope that they may be strong enough to team up and be at the level he was at this time in his previous life. With Luffy, Sanji, and Nami, Luffy and Sanji landed on the top of the mountains and came in sight of 2 figures standing there looking at them. As he saw the smaller figure, Luffy smiled and also felt an increase in anger. It seems his crewmate was hurt in his fight. The woman was looking at him warily as he smiled at her and the reindeer next to her. The woman looked old, but despite her exceptionally advanced age and apart from her well-wrinkled face, Kiriha is a slender woman in her prime. Dr. Kiriha dresses in a style more suited to women 1/7 her age. This includes a navel ring, a shirt that bears her midriff, a purple blazer, and purple low-riding pants. She has a pair of small sunglasses that, when they're not over her eyes, she wears on her forehead even when she's using glasses. She wears bracelets and rings on her left hand. The other figure was a reindeer that wore a large pale red top hat with a sideways medical cross and had his left antler braced at the base by a metal plate. The reindeer was wearing a pair of maroon shorts and a blue backpack that had the same medical cross as his hat. He also had a remarkably blue nose. He also had a bandaged body and legs. He also had the right side of his face covered in bandages. "Dr. Kiriha," Luffy asked as the woman glared at him. "What are you doing in my castle?" the woman replied with a glare. "I have someone I need you to heal," Luffy replied. "She's really sick and I need your help." "I guess you wouldn't have come here if she wasn't," the doctor replied. "Chopper, see to her." Luffy smiled as Chopper shifted into his heavy point and took Nami carefully from his arm and into the castle. Luffy stood across from Dr. Kira as she stared at him. The boy hadn't flinched when Chopper changed forms and had calmly handed over the girl. "Let's talk fees," Dr. Kira said as she leads the 2 Straw Hats inside. With Usopp, Jin, Kaya, Vivi, and Robin, the group had rushed after Dalton as he left their sight. They soon arrived in the town of Bighorn and noticed a large group of villagers screaming. They pushed through and saw the former king and his small army standing over Dalton's bleeding body. The king looked at them and ordered his men to attack as he, Chess, and KuramaSageNaruto fled. Das Fleur, Robin muttered as 2 arms started to appear on the solders and started to bend them backwards. Clutch! Kaya yelled as she knocked an arrow and shot it in front of the men. As soon as the arrow hit the ground, it exploded and sleeping powder covered a 5-meter radius. Akuma no Dansu, Jin shouted as the villages watched his horrifying dance that knocked out the soldiers in one blow. Sanrin Kayaku Boshi, Usopp yelled as he shot out his triple gunpowder star. The villagers watched in shock and fear as the pirates teared through the soldiers in front of them. By the end of their attack, the men were passed out on the ground and most of them were bleeding. The blonde-haired woman in the crew rushed to Dalton as she started to inspect his wounds. "This man needs a doctor," Kaya yelled. "Does anyone here know how we can get him one?" "We'll help," a man in pink said as he stepped through the chaos. "The 20 doctors," the villagers muttered in shock. "Let us help," another doctor said as he walked forwards. "It's the least we can do." With Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and Chopper, Nami's eyes fluttered open and took in a familiar sight. Chopper was standing over her and making sure she was okay. She could hear Luffy and Sanji talking as she stood up, and she finally noticed the bandages that covered Chopper's body. "What happened to you?" Nami asked in shock. "He tried to take on the Blackbeard pirates," Luffy told her with pride and anger in his tone. "Blackbeard left him with those wounds." "That doesn't matter," Chopper told her. "You'll be fine soon, Nami." "Thank you, Chopper," Nami stated as the reindeer went stiff. "What's wrong?" "Wapol's here," Chopper told them. "Then let's go deal with it," Luffy stated as he stood up with Sanji. The trio walked outside and looked at the former king as he yelled at Dr. Kira. Sanji and Luffy stepped in front of her as the king's knees started to shake and his 2 subordinates stepped in front of him. "Chess, KuramaSageNaruto, take them out," Wapol ordered in fear. The 2 subordinates rushed towards the straw hat-wearing pirate but were stopped by Sanji and Chopper in his heavy point. Chess's eyes opened in shock as he realized that he knew this strange beast. Sanji jumped back from KuramaSageNaruto and watched as the man smirked evilly at him. He remembered the battle from his previous life and smirked at the man. "Diable jammed," Sanji muttered as his foot caught fire. "Premier Hatch Eyes." Sanji jumped forwards as the man tried to run from him. He slammed his feet into the man's stomach as his left foot also caught on fire. Wapol's man fell to the ground as his stomach revealed burn marks and the man passed out from the pain. Sanji stood over his body and took out a cigarette and lit it up as he placed it in his mouth. "Kokute Rosio," Chopper yelled as he rushed forward and slammed his hands into Chess, hitting him with such force that he left his hoof imprints on his chest and knocked the man out. What Wapol muttered in shock as his top men were taken out so easily. "I guess that just leaves you," Luffy stated as he watched Nami run past the man. "No, leave me alone," the former king yelled as his arms turned into cannons. "Bye," Luffy yelled as he rushed forwards. "Gamu Gamu no Bazooka." Dr. Kira watched in shock as the young man threw his hands back and they stretched out. He forced them forwards and slammed them into Wapol's body and sent the man flying off the island. She watched closely as the boy walked over to his other crewmate and Chopper and started to talk with them as if they had known each other for a long time. "He's going with you, isn't he?" Dr. Kira asked as she turned around and saw Nami. "I hope that's not a problem," Nami replied. "And if it is, I can make a trade." "And what would I trade?" Dr. Kira asked as Nami pulled a key from her pants. "The armory key," Nami told her as the doctor's eyes widened. "There's no stopping him," Dr. Kira said to herself. "If he wants to go, then he can." The townspeople arrived at the top of the mountain and spotted Chopper soon after and instantly shouted "monster" as they drew their rifles and began to shoot. The reindeer's eyes widened in shock as the bullets closed in on him before the straw hat-wearing pirate appeared in front of him and took the bullets, causing them to ricochet off him and miss. "Stop," Luffy yelled. "Chopper is a hero." "He's a monster," a villager yelled as Dalton pushed his way through the crowd. "He's no monster," Dalton told the crowd. "He's more human than most of us." "Wapol's gone," Luffy told him as he looked at the man. "Your kingdom is free." "Thank you," Dalton replied as he bowed in front of him. "I'll do anything to repay you." "Meat and alcohol," Luffy replied as the man looked at him in confusion. "It's time for a party." "He never changes," Nami muttered with a small smile. Early the next day, Chopper smiled as he ran from Doctorine with the rest of the crew behind him. He knew this time that she was faking her anger, but he still felt happy. The woman taught him everything he needed to know to make sure he could look after his crew. The crew arrived on their ship and set sail as they heard the cannons going off behind them. He turned around with a smile on his face and tears flowing as he saw the cherry blossoms covering the island. Later with Dr. Kira and Dalton, "This kingdom is going to be forever different," Dr. Kira told Dalton. and it's time for you to take your place as king." "I can't be king," the man replied. "This village needs me as a protector and I've already failed that." "Dalton, Dr. Kuraha," a man yelled as he ran towards them. "I forgot something that you need to know." "What is it?" the man asked as he was past a poster. "Monkey D. Luffy, wanted dead or alive for 100 million Billy." "Another D. How?" Dr. Kuraha muttered as Dalton looked at her. "That's not all," the man said. "One of Whitebeard's pirate was here and asked if we ever stopped Luffy to tell him to meet him on Alabasta." "What's a Whitebeard pirate want with a rookie?" Dalton muttered. "Have you ever heard of the Wool of D?" Kuraha asked Dalton. "Wool of D?" Dalton asked in confusion. "I didn't think so," Kuraha replied. "It seems my student has decided to travel with a very dangerous man. He reminds me of Gold D. Roger." "Don't you mean Gold Roger?" Dalton questioned. "Is that what they are calling him today?" Kuraha muttered as she looked out at the sea. "With the straw hats. So, once we arrive on Alabasta we head straight for the rebel base," Vivi told them all. "This would be the easiest way to end the war." "What if Crocodile has men inside the rebels?" Robin asked as she looked at Vivi. "I propose some of us go after the rebel and the rest go after Crocodile." "That sounds good," Luffy told her as he looked at Vivi. "But we need to stay together for now. We'll change our plan if we get more detail, but we should find the rebels so we can warn them at least and then take the fight to Crocodile." The crew nodded their head in agreement as a new seagull landed on the deck. Nami quickly paid the bird as she started to read the newspaper and new bounty list. A smile covered her face as she noticed a familiar face she didn't remember reading about so early last time. "Guys, Tra guys got a bounty," Nami told them as she showed them a picture of Law with a bounty for 80 million Billy under it. The crew had been sailing for 5 days now. It was much livelier with the little reindeer on board. He was recently running a physical on all of the crew members as Sanji panicked about the lack of food they had. Or in his words, they had no food. Sanji had quickly forgotten what happened in the previous timeline and quickly gave a bucket of bait to Usopp, Chopper and Luffy to fish with. Unfortunately, Luffy thought the bait looked a bit too tasty and with one quickly swallow, it was gone. Now they had no bait, but that didn't stop the trio as they came up with a genius idea. They had Kuro hanging over the side of the ship as he quacked at the trio. They were hoping to catch a large fish with the duck. While this was going on, Zoro was sparring with Johnny and Yasaku, Kaya with Robin reading, Jin was lifting weight and watching the swordsman spar, Sanji was swooning over her, and Nami was making sure that the Going Merry stayed on course. "Hey guys," Vivi said as she walked up on the trio, "have any of you seen Kuro? He was just here." "I have no idea," Usopp lied as Chopper's lips pushed out in stifled laughter. "Now, why don't I believe that?" Vivi questioned as she stared at them and then looked at the front of the ship. "Nami, what's up with this fog?" "Don't worry about it," the Straw Hat Navigator replied. "This is just a hot spot." As the Going Merry sailed through the fog-riddled hot spot, the trio kept their fishing rods over the side with Karu still quacking at them. Vivi had luckily stopped questioning them as Karu struggled against their fishing line. While sailing through the hot spot, the trio felt a significant weight attach itself to Karu, and that caused Luffy to break out into a smile. He knew exactly who they had caught. "We've caught something," Usopp shouted with a large smile on his face. "Good job," Luffy yelled back as he and Chopper began to help Usopp pull up Karu and whatever was attached to it. The trio broke out into laughter as they finally pulled up the irritated Karu and noticed a strange person holding onto the oversized duck. The person is a relatively tall male cross-dresser who wears flamboyant ballet clothes with a swan theme. He dresses in a pink overcoat and blue medieval clothes. He wears heavy makeup and sports a distinct wide grin. His legs, being exposed, are hairy. Underneath these clothes, his physique is fairly muscular. The number 2 is seen in the form of his swans, which are posed into a shape resembling the number 2. The back of his overcoat bears the kanji for Bon Festival. "Who the hell are you?" the person yelled as they let go of Karu. "Who the hell are you, Luffy?" Chopper and Usopp yelled as Robin snuck into the kitchen. "Oh no, how'd I get stuck on this huge duck?" the man yelled as he conveniently ignored the question. "What the hell are you doing here?" Usopp yelled as the shocked man jumped backwards and into the water. The trio looked over the edge of the Going Merry as the rest of the crew on deck ran across to them. Chopper jumped in the water to save the strange man only to realize that he couldn't swim. So, with a grunt, the green-haired swordsman jumped into the water below and grabbed the sinking people. As he climbed back on deck, he dropped the strange man and placed Chopper on his feet. "Thank you so much. You're all wonderful people," the man told them as he bowed down. "Pirates that I don't even know saved my life. I will never forget this, but might I have a cup of soup?" "No, we have no food and we're hungry as well," the crew standing on the deck yelled out. "Oh," the man sighed as he noticed Vivi standing near the entrance to the kitchen. "Well, aren't you just a cutie? I'd just gobble you right up." Ugh, Vivi sighed in disgust. "What a weirdo." "Shishishishi, so you're an anchor as well," Luffy laughed as he looked at the strange man. "Yes, I ate one of the devil fruits," the man told them. "Really? What kind of devil fruit?" Usopp asked as he looked the man over. "Well, I must wait for my ship to come back anyway, so I may as well put on a show for you guys," the man stated with a cocky smirk. "This is my devil fruit power. The man launched forwards at Luffy and slammed his hand into the Straw Hat Boy's head, sending it flying backwards and into the kitchen wall behind them. Johnny and Yasaku drew their blades and began to charge the strange man before they heard a very familiar voice, coming from an unusual place. "Wait, I just told you that I'd show you my power," the man said with Luffy's voice and face. "I did tell you guys that this is my show." "That's me," Luffy muttered as his head flung back to normal. "So that's your ability," Zoro muttered with a smirk as Johnny and Yasaku sheathed their blades. "But if you ever do that to one of my crewmates, I'll really make you regret that." Okay, the man said quickly as he started to sweat. "If I touch my right hand, I can imitate the person, and if I touch my left hand, I can go back to my normal appearance. This is the power that the main no Mai grants me." "Even the voice is the same," Jin said in shock as he looked at the strange man. "He got the physique and everything down as well." "Of course, it is, although it's not necessary for me to punch someone for it to work," the man informed them. "I can just touch someone with my right hand to imitate them." The man walked through the group of Straw Hats, minus Sanji, Vivi and Robin, and touched them all on the face with his right hand. The crew watched in awe, glee and shock as the man showed how he could imitate their voices and their body until he reached Nami. He touched the orange-haired navigator on the face and imitated her down to a T. "I can get over part down," he said as he pulled his shirt up and revealed Nami's chest to the entire crew, much to the anger of one woman. "Stop that!" Nami yelled in aggravation as she slammed her fist into the man's head. "Ouch, that hurt!" the man cried as he held his head. "I'm sorry, but that's all that I can show you." "You're awesome, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper," Johnny and Yasaku shouted. "Why don't you do some more?" "I guess I can," the man cried as he started to do ballerina spins. He was quick to change his mind, Zoro muttered with a small smirk as Jin nodded. "I've also got perfect memory," the man informed them as he started to change through different faces. "Every face that I ever touch, I will never forget." What Vivi whispered in shock and fear as she saw her father's face. "That's a troubling power," Jin whispered to Zoro. "It's ridiculous," the swordsman replied with a shake of his head. "There's a ship coming this way," Nami shouted as she pointed out to it. "Is that yours?" "Omi, Mimi, is it time to leave already?" the man said in sudden sadness. "Do not be sad, my babies. Separation is inevitable, so never forget me." "Why?" the crew yelled as they watched the man jump onto his ship. "Length of time means nothing to a true friendship," the man cried as he jumped back onto his ship. "We'll see you again," Usopp yelled. "Let's go, lovies," the man yelled to his crew. "Yes, sir, Mr. 2 Bon Clay-sama," his crew yelled back. The crew looked on in shock as Mr. 2 sailed away. Their jaws were touching the ground as they watched a man that would want to kill them if he truly knew who they were. The crew slowly turned around as the ship left their sight and noticed a visibly pale Vivi. "That was Mr. 2, Vivi said in shock and fear. "Didn't you recognize him?" Luffy asked while looking at the princess. "No, I've never met Mr. 2 or the Mr. 1 pair," Vivi told them. "But I did hear rumors about him. They said he was a huge Akama, talked like Akama, wore a swam coat that had Akama way on the back." "You should have noticed," Zoro told her as the rest of the crew looked at her in shock and disbelief. "I know, but there is also a huge problem," Vivi stated as she looked at as he was changing through the faces he has copied. He revealed that he had copied my father's face. "He could do quite a bit of damage to Alabasta if he can transform into the king," Robin said as she walked out of the kitchen. "He could also transform into us. Once he realizes we are enemies," Zoro stated with a small frown. "He will be a troublesome enemy," Sanji replied with a shake of the head. "I guess it's good that we meet him this early then," Zoro replied with a small smirk. "Because this gives us time to make up a plan to get around his ability." "Do you have any ideas, big bro?" Zoro Johnny asked in curiosity. "Chopper, get me some bandages," Zoro told the little reindeer as he ran and grabbed his bandages. "Good job. Now we tie this around our wrist and write an X written under it, and if we come across one of the crew without the mark, we will know that they are a fake." "That's a surprisingly good plan," Vivi stated as she looked at the green-haired pirate. "Good, let's get this done," Luffy told them as he held out his right arm. Later that same day, "Go," Zoro told Luffy as they got closer to Nanohana. "Are you sure?" Luffy asked as he had locked in on a target with his Kenbunchoku haki. "I don't even know what to say." "Maybe he can be told the truth," Nami stated as she walked up to the two. "Tell him the truth, he'll see straight through it if you lie anyway." "Maybe you're right," Luffy replied as he smiled at the pair. "I'll see you guys when you get there. Just don't bring the Marines this time," Nami grumbled as she watched Luffy Jeppo off the ship. "No promises," Luffy yelled with a smile as he ran through the air. "Where's big bro Luffy going?" Yosaku yelled as he watched the straw-hatted captain run through the air. "He's got someone to meet," was all that Robin told them as Nami put the crew back to work. As Luffy ran through the air towards the brother that he needed to warn, he couldn't help but reflect to the last time they met in his previous lifetime. He couldn't ever forget the moment that Akainu punched a hole through Ace's chest as the Fire Fist pirate protected his little brother. He knew that he would prevent that from happening this time and even hopefully save Whitebeard. In Nanohana, Tashigi. "There's a lot of noise coming from here," Smoker stated with 2 cigars in his mouth as he looked at the crowded street. "Let's check it out." It sounds like a customer died in there, Tashigi told her superior as they pushed through the crowd and walked into a shocked Marine. Captain Smoker, the Marine, yelled out in shock and terror. You're not going to believe who's in there. Inside the restaurant. He was talking with the owner and just peeled over and died, one of the men said inside in shock. He doesn't look like he's from here, Anther stated as they stared at the seemingly dead man. The people around here think he must have eaten a desert strawberry, another man informed them. Desert strawberry, the first man asked in curiosity. It's actually a poisonous spider that looks like a red strawberry, the third man told them. If you unwittingly eat it, it will cause you to suddenly die a few days later. As the villagers speculated about the strange man's sudden death, he did the unthinkable. He sat up and began to clean his face with a surprised woman's clothes. The man looked remarkably like Luffy, however he looked more serious. He was also taller and more muscular. He also had childish freckles. The man had a tattoo on his back. Purple bones formed in a cross behind a purple skull with a white mustache. He also had another tattoo on his upper left bicep that spells ASCE vertically with the S crossed out. He wore black boots, black knee-length shorts with an eyelet-studded orange belt, and a blue pouch belted around his left leg. He also wore a short second belt with a large red on the silver buckle over his right hip, but left it unfastened and threaded the free end along the back of his shorts. A dagger in a green sheath hung at his left hip. On his left arm, he wore a log pose and a red and white striped bracelet around his wrist, an orange elbow guard, and his ASCE tattoo. He wore a red beaded necklace and an orange hat with two blue smileys, one frowning and one smiling, and a string of red beads sitting above the rim. Two long orange side straps hung down sides of his hat and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. Damn it, I fell asleep, the man said as the people in the bar stared in shock and disbelief. He was asleep, a man muttered in shock. Oh, by the way, the man started as he pulled out Luffy's wanted poster and showed the barman. Has this guy come into tow? He always wears a straw hat. You don't seem to have a problem eating in town, a voice cut into the conversation. Now what does the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates want in this country? Porcus Diaz. The villagers in the restaurant recoiled in shock and terror at the name Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. Some of the villages were screaming in terror and fleeing the restaurant just to get away from the man that was a part of that crew. Others were rooted to the spot as they couldn't believe that the 2nd Division commander of a Yonko's crew was sitting in their country. I'm just looking for my little brother, Ace told the man with a large smile on his face. With Luffy, the Straw Hat captain's feet touched down as he ran through the small town as he made his way towards his older brother. He could feel Smokey's presence net to Ace as he pushed his way through to the restaurant and kicked open the door, drawing shocked looks from the people in the bar, an angry scowl from Smoker and a happy smile from Ace. 2 sake cups, on bottle of sake and all the meat you have, Luffy ordered as he sat down next to Ace. It's been a while. It has, Ace replied as the cups and bottle were placed in front of him. Let's drink. Smoker watched in shock as the 2nd commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates exchanged cups of sake with a smile. He then became irritated as the pair began to talk to each other like he wasn't even there. Straw Hat, Smoker yelled as he jumped from his seat. Ah, Smokey, Luffy said as if he only just noticed the man. Did you want a drink as well? Stop mucking around, Smoker yelled as he took his jet off his back and pointed it at Luffy. You're under arrest. We'll see you later, Luffy yelled as Ace nodded at him. The two brothers fled the bar with their mouths stuffed with meat. Straw Hat, Smoker shouted as he began to pursue him. With the crew, Vivi Swan, Nami Swan, Robin Swan, Kaya Swan. You're all so beautiful in those, Sanji swooned as he looked at the group of women. No, you don't, Usopp yelled as he slammed his fist into Sanji's head, only to receive a kick in return. We have to find Luffy, Nami stated as she locked onto his presence. Look for the loudest place, Zoro stated lazily. He'd be the cause of it, Jin stated as he noticed a group of Marines. And he's probably the cause of that. Hide, Usopp ordered as they began to run away. Look, there's my crew, Luffy yelled with Ace behind him. You'll love them. There they are, the Marines that ran past them yelled as they turned around. Get out of my way, Smoker yelled as he pushed through his Marines. White blow. Kajero, Ace shouted as he jumped in front of the Smoker and his flames absorbed it. You may be smoke, but I'm fire and you don't stand a chance against me. Who's that? Kaya asked in curiosity. That's Ace, Luffy's brother. Robin informed them all as Luffy smiled at her. I wasn't expecting anyone to know about me, Ace told them as he stared at Smoker. It seems you've changed a little. Maybe a little, Luffy replied with a smirk. Well, we can't talk like this. You guys can run, and I'll catch up to you, Ace stated as he looked at Luffy and then back to the Marines. I need to stay here and stop these guys for a bit. You haven't changed, Luffy replied with a smirk as he stood next to his brother. Zoro, make sure everyone gets back to the ship and we'll meet you there. You know he is a Loja, Ace asked as he looked at Luffy. I've beat him before, Luffy informed him as he let loose a large controlled burst of Heishoku Haki. Heishoku Haki, Ace whispered in complete shock as the Marines collapsed, with Tashigi falling to a knee and Smoker struggling to stand up. How long have you been able to use that? We have a lot to talk about, Luffy told him somberly. For now, let's deal with these two. I'll take the captain, Ace stated as he rushed forwards. Still the overprotective brother, Luffy muttered with a shake of the head as he shot at Tashigi. Luffy looked at the struggling swordswoman as she pushed herself to her feet and taking her stance with her sword drawn. With a quick sword, the straw-hatted pirate appeared in front of the female marine and reared his arm back. With a shout of Gamu Gamu no pistol, Luffy threw his arm forwards and punched the woman in the stomach, knocking her out easily. While this happened, Ace was having fun unleashing walls of fire around the smoke that Smoker was letting out. He was making sure the marine didn't make it past him into Luffy. As soon as his little brother's battle finished, Ace let the walls of flame down and watched as the marine looked at him in shock. "You're going to let us go," Ace told the marine captain, "or I'll start to take this fight seriously." "Fine," Smoker spat as he walked towards Tashigi. "Watch your back, Strawhead." "I'll see you later, Smokey," Luffy yelled as he ran with Ace towards the Going Merry. "Now let's introduce you to my crew." At the Going Merry, Luffy and Ace arrived back on the Going Merry, only to be stared at by Johnny, Yasaku, Jin and Kaya as Vivi was yelling at Karu. Luffy listened as she ordered Karu to run to her father with the letter she had attached to him. Although the crew had a good chuckle as they watched Karu run off with the order to conserve water, only to start drinking heavily while running. "Luffy, is it true that your brother is the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates?" Jin asked in curiosity as he looked at Fire Fist. "Yeah, this is Ace," Luffy told his crew with a large smile. "Ace, this is my first mate Zoro, my navigator Nami, my sniper Usopp, my apprentice Dr. Kaya, my cook Sanji, my merchant Jin, my riggers Johnny and Yasaku, my archaeologist Robin, and my Dr. Chopper. Thank you all for taking care of my little brother," Ace stated as he bowed at them. "I know how much trouble he can be." "He's so polite," the crew said in shock. "We still need to talk," Ace stated as he looked at his brother. "I can feel that some of you don't belong on Paradise Cabin." "Now," Luffy told him as he turned to his crew, "me and my brother have some catching up to do. I hope you don't mind." "Go ahead," Kaya told him with a kind smile. "That was weird," Jin muttered as he looked at the crew and saw looks of understanding in most of them. In cabin, "What's wrong?" Ace asked his little brother as Luffy stared at him. "I've been waiting so long for this," Luffy told him with tears in his eyes. "We have a lot to talk about, including the fact that Sabo is alive." "What?" Ace shouted as he looked at his brother. "Why do you think that?" "I met him," Luffy replied with the tears running down his face, "in Dressrosa, a bit over 2 years from now." "You can't mean," Ace stated in shock as Luffy nodded his head. "I can tell you aren't lying. That's something you've never been good at." "Thank you," Luffy cried as he hugged his older brother. "You can't go after Blackbeard." "Why?" Ace asked as he stared at his brother before a look of understanding appeared on his face. "He kills me." "No, but he sets it up," Luffy told him. "He captures you and hands you over to the Marines, and they decide on a public execution." "But that means that Whitebeard would come," Ace replied as Luffy once again looked sad. "He dies as well." "The old man did his best," Luffy informed him. "He was just as sick, but he did save you before Akainu killed you." "I promise I won't fight him then," Ace replied. "But how did he beat me?" "Is Devil Fruit nullified yours? It can cancel out all Devil Fruit abilities," Luffy told him, "and your haki just wasn't good enough." "I guess I'll just have to work on that," Ace replied as a smirk appeared on his face. "Now, where's Sabo?" "He's with the Revolutionary Army." "But he's lost his memories," Luffy told him. "He's also the chief of staff." "So, he's become powerful," Ace muttered as he took a piece of paper out of his pocket and wrote a number on it. "This is Whitebeard's number. Call him when you're done here." While Luffy asked with his head cocked to the side. "We're going to be in an alliance," Ace told him, "at least until you reach the New World." "You're going to tell him?" Luffy questioned. "If you'll allow me to," Ace replied. "This should stop a large number of Marines from attempting to capture you." "Thank you," Luffy told him. "This will give me time to make sure my crew is strong enough." "No worries, little brother. It's about time for me to leave," Ace said as he stood up and walked out of the cabin. "It looks like we have company," Luffy stated as he saw 5 ships appear on the horizon. "I'll deal with them," Ace told him. "No, let my crew do it," Luffy replied. "Zoro, Usopp, it's up to you." "This'll be easy," Usopp yelled as he ran below deck into the cannons. "Huh, you want us to show off a little?" Zoro stated as he looked at Ace and unsheathed Sandai Kaitsu. "Idoryu, Sanbi Akirokuju pound ho." Ace watched in shock as the green-haired swordsman shot out a compressed wind blade. He watched as it flew over the seas and took down 2 of the Baroque Works ships with ease. As soon as they 2 ships were cut into pieces, he heard the telltale signs of cannons going off. The cannon balls traveled to the ships in surprising speed as 2 of them struck a ship each and caused those ships to fall onto the remaining one and destroy. "Impressive," Ace stated as he smiled at Luffy. "I guess this is goodbye." "I'll see you again," Luffy yelled as his brother set off on a fire-powered small ship. "Nami, we need a den mushy and we have to keep this number safe." "Whose is it?" Nami asked as she wrote it down. "Whitebeard's," Luffy told them simply as they dropped in shock. "And stitch the paper into my hat." "Why do we have Whitebeard's number?" Usopp screamed. "I'll tell you when we're done with Crocodile," Luffy told them. "When Nami's done, you guys will set out towards your target, but I will head to Ulubarna." "Why aren't you coming with us?" Vivi questioned. "I'll be making sure the 2 armies don't meet," Luffy told them all. Once you're done, head towards me. Got it, Zoro replied as he stood up. You guys heard him. I'll make him some food, Sanji sighed as he walked into the kitchen. Zoro, look after them, Luffy ordered with a strangely serious face. I will, Zoro replied in certainty. We're here, Vivi informed them as the Going Merry ported near a rock in the desert. From here we can get to Yuba. It feels weird sailing without Luffy, Chopper stated as they all began to get off the ship. What do you think he's doing? Probably something stupid, Nami replied. But knowing him, it will end up being spectacular. It doesn't matter what he is doing. We have a job to do, Zoro told them. Now let's begin this walk and hopefully we run into Crocodile. Don't say something so stupid, Usopp yelled in anger and fright. Let's leave Crocodile to Luffy. Only if we don't see him first, Zoro muttered as he jumped off the ship. Let's go. As Zoro's feet hit the rock, a large amount of figures jumped out of the water and surrounded him. The swordsman let out a chuckle as he was surrounded by dugongs that were in kung fu stances and looked ready to rush him. Stop, Zoro ordered as the bloodlust appeared in his eyes and the dugongs froze in place. We're not here for a fight. Vivi had to once again let out a gasp of surprise as she saw the dungeons retreat back into the water. She was pulled out of her surprise by Chopper laughing at something the dugongs must have said. She looked at Chopper as he shifted to his human form and jumped off the Going Merry as the rest of the crew followed him. They think you're a wild beast, Chopper told Zoro as the swordsman smirked at him. That's not the first time that I've been mistaken for a wild beast, Zoro chuckled. Are there any other animals like that we need to know about, Princess, Johnny asked. Not that I think you need to be worried about, Vivi replied as she began to walk. We have to go through Rumalu to get to Yuba. The Spider's Cafe. Long trip, tired, hip hurts, and it's all your fault, Mr. For, a small lady said quickly as she walked into the Spider's Cafe with a large man. Your lagging goes straight to my hip. I'm SS Suri, the large man apologized slowly. Yeah, how's business, Paula? Your place seems empty today, the woman told the barkeeper. Empty place. Ha, the barkeeper laughed at the pair. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. Four? Mr. Four is rather tall and fat, has big lips, and wears a green shirt that covers most of his body with black pants and gray running shoes. Like all other officer agents, his number is expressed somewhere on his clothing or his person. Mr. Four has an obscure 4 design on his shirt, as well as a 4 on his baseball bat. Miss Merry Christmas is a stout, middle-aged woman with red hair. She wears a necktie that resembles a Christmas tree, which goes with her code name. She also wears a large pair of purple-lensed sunglasses, a basket strapped to her back, and sandals. This place is reserved for you guys today, Paula told them. I guess you both want your usual. Do you hear a weird song, Miss Merry Christmas asked as Paula placed a drink in front of her. I can, Paula replied as she looked at the door. I guess that means it's about time. Time, Miss Merry Christmas questioned in confusion as the door opened and revealed Mr. Two and his men. Paula, Fatty, and Toots, Mr. Two yelled with a smile. Hello, my friends. Men, you can leave now. Shut up, Miss Merry Christmas yelled as Mr. Two started to spin around like a ballerina. I'm so bored, the Akama complained as he was spinning around. This is so boring. As the Baroque Works agent was spinning around in circles, the wall behind him got cut to pieces. As Mr. Two stopped spinning around, his men were launched through the wall covered in blood coming from deep cuts. My lovies, Mr. Two cried as he ran over to them. Who did this to you? What, you know them, freak, a man questioned as he walked straight through the wreckage. They were being suspicious in the desert, so I dealt with them, but you shouldn't worry about them, they're not dead. They're my subordinates, Mr. Two yelled in anger as he charged the other man. The Akama ran straight at the man and kicked him in the chest. He looked surprised as the man who broke the room didn't flinch from the kick. The Akama started to follow that up by dishing out rapid kicks as the man dodged each and every one. As he dodged the last kick that Mr. Two tried to hit him with, the man threw a punch that the Akama bent over backwards to dodge. He lifted his leg up and kicked the man in the chest, sending him flying backwards and into the wall. As the strange man got closer to the wall, he lifted his arms up and the wall seemed to split apart to make way for him. What the Miss Merry Christmas yelled as she watched the battle in shock. He slipped through the wall. Wait, no, don't tell me that he cut it apart. Mr. One, stop this, Paula demanded as she stood between him and Mr. Two. Move, Miss Doublefinger, Mr. One ordered as the rest of the agents in the cafe looked at her in shock. Mr. One is a tanned man with long, thin limbs and fingers. He is tall and very muscular, and his head is shaven. His most striking feature is probably the black unibrow, right over his round eyes. He has big lips and the archaic Japanese symbol of the number 1 tattooed on his torso. He wears an oriental-looking attire consisting of a sleeveless dark coat with golden edges and white motifs on the front, over very loose beige pants held up by a white sash around the waist, with some light brown fur sprouting from it. His pants were tucked inside some bandages wrapped around his calves and in part around his shoes. Miss Doublefinger is a young, slim woman of average height with curly dark blue hair, thick lips, dark green eyes, pale skin, and a curvaceous figure. She wears yellow crystal square glasses and a diamond-patterned bandana that combines a variety of pink, turquoise, white, and purple tones. She is also shown wearing a tank top, purple in color, with pink embroideries drawn across it and green ornaments that resemble some kind of bushes representations. She wears dark brown low-riding pants, platform sandals, and has her long, dark blue hair tied back in a ponytail. We've got to meet the boss, Miss Doublefinger told them all. As Miss All Sunday still hasn't returned, I've set up the transport for the City of Dreams, Rainbase, with the Straw Hats, bar Luffy. So, this is it, Johnny stated as he looked at the town. There's nothing here, Jin stated as he looked at how the sand had covered the town. No, this isn't Yuba, Vivi told them. We still have another day and a half until we reach Yuba. But what happened here, Yosaku asked. This place used to be full of green life, Vivi revealed to them. But that had changed in the last 3 years as Alabasta hasn't seen a single drop of rain. No rain at all, Kaya shouted in shock. Yes, but no rain doesn't hurt Alabasta, Vivi told them all. But there is always one place that used to get more rain than anywhere else. It was Alubarna, the capital of Alabasta, and the people used to call it the King's Miracle. What changed that, Nami asked. 2 years ago, in Nanohana dance powder was spilled when it was being delivered to the king's palace, Vivi informed them, or at least that's what they said after they spilled it all. Dance powder, Jin asked in shock. It's a powder that calls the rain, Robin informed the group. It was created by a country years ago. It emits a mist-like substance that makes the clouds rain. That sounds like a good thing, Johnny replied in confusion. That's the problem, Sanji stated, as it makes the clouds rain earlier than they are meant to. It means that they don't rain when they are supposed to, and that causes droughts. That is the reason that the world government has declared the powder illegal. That was the start of Crocodile's plan, Robin stated. After that, rain only fell over the capital, and then dance powder was found in the palace. So that's how he started the rebellion, Jin stated. It's only normal for the people to distrust their king after all that happened. So, can you see why we need to tell the rebels the truth, Vivi told them with tears in her eyes. We can stop the bloodshed before it happens. Then let's go, Nami yelled as she began to walk forwards. After all, this is what Luffy would want for us. Day and a half later, plenty had happened to the Straw Hats in their travels across the desert. They met another wild animal that the princess had forgotten to tell them about. The Warusagi birds had been at the place that the group decided to camp for the night and seemed to be passed out. Luckily, Vivi informed them that it was all a ruse to distract them and make it easier for the birds to steal their supplies. The birds left the area after a quick glare from Zoro that promised them they would be the meal for the night if they stayed around. Soon after the group had finished eating, another of the creature from the desert rose from the sand chasing a camel that had ran into their camp. This time the princess had forgotten to warn them about the great Sandora lizards that called the desert their homes. As the giant lizard took notice of the group, Sanji and Zoro jumped at it and killed it with a kick and a slash of a sword. Sanji soon after cut the lizard up to restock some of the supplies that he had used over their trip. As they set out for Yuba the next day with the camel in tow, the group were shocked to find out the animal was a pervert. Nami had quickly named the camel Eyelashes after finding out that he would only allow women to ride on its back. They reached Yuba soon after and were all shocked to see what the so-called oasis now looked like. Vivi was physically distraught as she looked at that now covered the buildings as they walked through Yuba to find a single frail old man at work digging up the sand. "Excuse me," Vivi yelled out as the man looked up at her. "Are the rebels here?" "They've left," the man grunted out. "I hope you are not planning to join those fools. The king is a good man." "Do you know where they have gone?" Vivi asked as the man's eyes widened in recognition. "Princess, it's been so long," the man whispered with tears filling his eyes as he rushed forwards and wrapped the woman in a hug. "I guess you don't recognize me, princess. I have lost some weight." "Mr. Toto," Vivi whispered in shock as she looked at the man in front of her and remembered the large and jolly man he used to be. The man in front of her didn't look anything like she remembered. Toto's body had completely shriveled up from thirst and starvation to a point that he no longer resembled his former self. He has an elderly-looking face and a thick fuzzy mustache. He wears a white wrap around his head and another gray wrap around his forehead. He wears black robes that are torn in some places and a green robe underneath with a dark red lining. Under that, he wears a vertically striped black and white shirt. He also has a turquoise sash with blue dots. "That's right," the crying man told her. "I can't believe it," Vivi whispered as tears filled her eyes. "Listen to me, Vivi. I believe in the king. I know he wouldn't do anything to us," the man said with a smile. "The rebels are in Kataria. Please stop those fools." "Mr. Toto," Vivi said as she handed the man a napkin. "We will stop this rebellion." "Thank you," the man cried. "You can stay here for the night." Later that night, as the night rolled and joy filled Yuba for the first time in years, the Straw Hats were acting as they usually did and brought hope to the old man who truly believed in the king. He couldn't help but smile at Vivi as she watched some of the men in the crew act out a battle with pillow fight. He had to stop himself from slapping the young cook on the back of the head as he was offering to share a bed with Vivi and Nami before the orange-haired woman slapped him on the back off the head. With a smile on his face, the old man walked outside and begun his digging for the night. Maybe tonight he'd be lucky and find water for his young heroes. As he was digging, he heard noises from above him. Poking his head out of the hole, he noticed the doctor and the sniper of the crew smiling at him and beginning to help him dig up the ground. The next morning, the Straw Hats had woken up to quite a surprise. A small barrel of Yuba water for all of them that was gifted by the old man who wouldn't take them back. He explained to the group that he had found a small well of water thanks to Chopper and Usopp helping him dig up the desert throughout the night. With a smile on their faces, the Straw Hats promised to see the old man again as they began to leave the village and exited Toto's sight. As soon as that happened, the Straw Hats that come back in time all come to a stop as Vivi stared at them in shock. "What's wrong?" Vivi asked in confusion. "It's time we had a talk," Robin told her. "What do you mean?" Vivi replied. "We have to head towards Crocodile," Zoro told the princess. "What?" Vivi whispered in shock. "Think of it like this. If we stop the rebellion, will we stop Crocodile?" Nami stated. "We can't do anything if we go to their new base. After all, we're pirates. You'd be better off without us." "Well," Vivi started before she was cut off. "You don't want anybody to die in this war," Zoro told her. "The people of your country, us or anyone else." "What's wrong with that?" Vivi asked in outrage. "You're talking about a fight with one of the Shichibukai and over 1 million people in battle," Zoro stated. "And all you want is for no one to die. If you think that, you're naive." "What's wrong with that?" Vivi yelled. "What's wrong with not wanting people to die?" "People die," Zoro simply said. "Stop talking like that," Vivi yelled as she hit Zoro in the jaw. "Don't you dare say that again. That's what we are trying to stop. You can't blame the rebels or the army for this. This is all Crocodile's fault." "Then why are you risking your life?" Nami asked her. "Look at you, you're crying, and since you're the one who wants to kill him the most, tell us where Crocodile is." "He's in Rainbase," Vivi cried out. "Rainbase. It's time to start," Miss Doublefinger told the other agents. "I haven't met him yet, but it's time to meet the boss. Until now, I have acted as a private face," the man stated. "But there is no more need for that, do you understand?" "It's about time," Mr. 2 said. "Plan Utopia," the man told them. "This is the final plan of Baroque Works." "Crocodile," the agents yelled in shock. Crocodile is a tall man with a wide chest, broad shoulders, muscular arms and legs, and a thick neck. He has pale skin and nape-length black hair which is kept neatly slicked back. Crocodile has various battle wounds, most notably a long stitched scar at the bridge of his nose that stretches across his face and a large hook made from a tough gold alloy in place of his left hand. His eyes are deep-set and heavy-lidded, and his thin eyebrows are characteristically drawn upward in the middle. Crocodile wore a bright orange, black striped button-up vest over a long-sleeve peach shirt, along with a blue scarf, dark brown suit pants, and polished black shoes with gold buckles. He also wore a long, thick, dark pelted fur coat over his shoulders. "Any complaints?" Crocodile with a smirk on his face. "No complaints, just a question," Miss Doublefinger asked. "Why are you doing this?" "I want a military force," Crocodile told them. "But let's talk about our objective first. We will take over this country in one night." "Operation Utopia," Mr. 2 said. "I would appreciate it if I was let in on this operation," Mr. 3 cut in. "How did you get here?" Miss All Sunday asked in shock. "I've been following you since Spider's Cafe," Mr. 3 told them. "But boss, please listen to me. I may have failed to complete my orders, but I want one more chance." "Failed to complete your orders?" Crocodile growled out. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm speaking about the fact that I let the Straw Hats escape," Mr. 3 told him. "You let them escape, so they're still alive?" Crocodile yelled in outrage. "But you told me on the Den Den Mushi that you had killed them." "Den Den Mushi?" Mr. 3 questioned. "I never used the Den Den Mushi on Little Garden." What? Crocodile said in shock. "At least I know why the unluckies never returned. You at least managed to take out a few." "Not exactly," Mr. 3 replied in terror. What? Crocodile yelled in frustration. "There was misinformation," Mr. 3 told him. "There were actually at least 6 pirate escorts." "Why, you!" Crocodile roared. "Zero-chan, what's going on here?" Mr. 2 asked as he stared between the two men. Mr. 3 had reported that he killed these pirates, Miss All Sunday stated as she placed pictures on the desk. "I met these people," Mr. 2 told the group in shock. "I met them the way here." Mr. 2 shifted between all the appearances of the pirates that he had met. He got the pictures taken of all their faces as Crocodile explained that they were the only other people who knew his true identity. Mr. 3 stared in shock as he watched and heard the proceedings and decided to beg for the man's forgiveness. The agent stared in terror as Crocodile wrapped his hand around Mr. 3's neck and shriveled up his skin by draining the water from his body. He walked over to the railing near the table they were sitting on and threw the man down into a room as he knocked on the glass nearby. "Now that's done for. We have to make sure these pirates don't meet the rebels," Crocodile told them. "They are the only ones that have the ability to stop this rebellion. So make sure the billions and millions know to exterminate them in sight, and after you are finished with your orders you will do the same." "Where are you, Miss All Sunday?" Crocodile thought in frustration. The Straw Hats. Sadly, unbeknownst to the Straw Hats, they had arrived too late to stop the agents from Baroque Works leaving to fulfill their orders. As they entered the town, Usopp, Jin, Johnny, and Yasaku were sent to get barrels of water for the crew. The group soon entered a tavern that was close to the entrance of Rainbase and started to order water as they all took a seat and took a few chugs. They heard some familiar voice and turned to the side, noticing the Marine Captain Smoker and his subordinate Tashigi. After spitting water onto the pair, the group of pirates began to flee from the tavern with the water in hand. As the Straw Hats left the bar, Smoker and Tashigi rose to their feet and began to purse the fleeing pirates. The Marine pair began to through the streets of Rainbase as the pirates tried to find the rest of their crew. They soon meet the rest bar chopper as the Marines surrounded them. Zoro looked around and noticed that they had also attracted the attention of a number of bounty hunters who were looking at them with a hunger in their eyes. "Vivi, where's Crocodile?" Luffy shouted at the princess. There, Vivi yelled as she pointed towards a pyramid-shaped casino with a crocodile on top. "That's Rain Dinners. We have to scatter," Sanji told the group. "Then let's do it," Zoro ordered. "We'll meet back up at Croc's place." The Marines faltered as the group scattered and began to run away on different directions. Nami, Usopp, and Kaya ran off together. Zoro and Vivi ran with Vivi leading the pair. Sanji went looking for the little reindeer with Jin and Johnny, and Yasaku ran off together. "I'll take Roronoa," Smoker roared as he began his pursuit. Zoro cursed as the Marine captain began to chase after him. He quickly took off his sheathed Wado Ikimanji from his waist, coating it in Busashoku Haki in the process, and began to swat away the Loja captain anytime he got close to him and Vivi. As he looked over his shoulder, he noticed that more bounty hunters had joined in the chase with a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. As he looked forwards, he noticed that Vivi had disappeared from his sight. Zoro soon came upon Rain Dinners and noticed that Nami's group and the swordsman duo were already there and waiting for them. Zoro took one final look over his shoulder and noticed the Marine captain soon behind him. If Luffy hadn't given the orders to not fight him, he would have already put the man down. "Let's get inside," Nami yelled as she began to run inside the casino. The Straw Hats that were outside of the casino led the charge as they burst through the doors with the Marine captain hot on their wheels. The group ran straight through the security guards, knocking them out as they did. As they continued to run amok in the casino, they noticed the security leading them into the VIP area. They ran in the direction they were told to as Smoker caught up to them. As the Marine captain placed his hand on Usopp's shoulder, the floor beneath them opened up and the group fell straight into a cage. "Damn it, how did we fall for this?" Jin yelled in frustration. My bad," Usopp told the man. "This is exactly what he wanted us to do," Nami yelled at the sniper. "How could we be so stupid?" Roronoa Smoker roared as he took his jit off his back. "Calm down," Zoro told the man as he put Wado Ikimanji back on his hip. "Why should I?" Smoker yelled as he brought his jit down towards Zoro. "You should stop fighting," a rough voice said off to the side as the group turned and noticed Crocodile. "You'll kill each other. Why can't you just be friends?" Crocodile Smoker muttered in frustration. "You really are a stray hound, Smoker. You never thought of me as an ally from the start," Crocodile stated with a laugh. "I was just going to have report you killed by the Straw Hats. I have reported your fights against them to the Marines already and they'll believe me. The government don't normally send Marines here after all." "He doesn't live up to Mihawk," Zoro muttered. "Where's you Captain?" the Shichibukai asked in curiosity. "Probably in Ulubarna by now," Zoro replied with a smirk as a frown appeared on Crocodile's face. "I'm surprised that you guys have gotten this far. I never thought I'd actually meet you. But don't worry, I'll kill you all soon enough," Crocodile gloated. "We're just waiting for our honored guest to arrive and I've sent my partner to get here. With Vivi. I can't believe she gave us so much trouble," one of the billions surrounding Vivi stated. "We can see why she was a frontier agent now." "Damn it," Vivi mumbled. "I can't die here. I have to get to Rain Dinners." "That's too bad," one of the billions laughed as he stepped forward. Vivi's breath hitched as the Baroque Works agent walked closer to her. The princess's eyes widened as she heard gunfire before the men around her started to fall to the ground. Her eyes scanned the sky where the bullets came from and she noticed a bird-like creature flying towards her as a smile worked its way onto her face. As the bird-like creature landed in front of her, it shifted into a human that stared down the remaining Baroque Works billion. "Nice to see you again, Princess," the man said with a smile. "Please wait here a moment." Pell, Vivi muttered in shock as she looked at the man and watched as he transformed back into his falcon-like bird and tore through the remaining billions. Pell is a tall man with a purple line under each eye that runs down the sides of his face, making him resemble a falcon, his devil fruits animal. He wears a long white robe with brown star-like motifs on it and a matching hat. He has a big orange necklace around his neck, and also sports striped socks under a pair of normal shoes, and he carries his sword on his right hip. "You saved me," Vivi muttered in happiness before she sat up straight. "But now we must hurry to where everyone else is. With Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Kaya, Jin, Johnny, and Yasaku." "You got a plan?" Zoro asked the navigator. "You really don't want to rely on Sanji, do you?" Nami laughed. "Of course not," Zoro replied as Crocodile looked at them. "That guy's such a dick," Nami muttered as she glared at Crocodile. "What a feisty little girl," Crocodile laughed as he watched the orange-haired navigator. "You better take this time to compose yourself," the woman yelled at Crocodile. Once we get out of here, Zoro will kick your ass. Haha, you seem to have a lot of trust placed in you as swordsman. Trust, Crocodile laughed. That is the most useless thing in the world. How dare he make fun of us, Nami yelled in frustration as Usopp tapped her shoulder and told her to calm down. Crocodile, Vivi yelled as she entered the hidden base with Pell and a restaurant worker. Vivi, the pirates yelled in shock. Well, hello, Vivi, Princess of Alabasta, Crocodile greeted with a large smile. No, Miss Wednesday, you have done a wonderful job of escaping my assassins. Of course, I'd come from anywhere, Vivi shouted back, if it means I can watch you die, Mr. Zero. It's your worthless country that's going to die, Crocodile replied with a serious expression. If you weren't here in Alabasta, the country will be in peace, Vivi yelled as she leapt at Crocodile with her peacock slashes being pulled out. Wait, Vivi, Zoro yelled from the cage. Unlock this first. Peacock string slasher, Vivi yelled as she swung it forward and cut Crocodile's head from his body. What, Johnny yelled in shock. It's not over yet, Smoker stated. Simplify. Are you satisfied? Miss Wednesday, Crocodile's voice rang out as he reformed behind Vivi. If you lived in this country, you should know about my Suna no Mai. Maybe I should turn you into a mummy. No, Vivi, Yasaku yelled in shock and disbelief. Damn it, Zoro yelled in frustration as he slammed his fist into the cage. Let her go and let me out so I can kill you. Sit and stop glaring at me, Crocodile told Vivi as he dropped her to the floor. It's about time for the party to begin. The royal palace. Chaka-sama, the king is missing, a guard yelled. We've searched everywhere but we can't find his majesty. That's as ridiculous, Chaka replied. Is there any chance he could have escaped during the night? Chaka is a tall, imposing dark-skinned man with medium-length black hair and a long broad nose resembling that of a jackal. He wears a long, light green tunic, revealing his muscular chest, and has 2 belts around his waist, a striped, pale red and crimson large one, and over it a purple, thinner one. Around his neck he has a necklace consisting of big golden beads, and he wears a dark green coat draped on his shoulders like a cape. He carries a massive sword, with a blue hilt and sheath, on his right hip. No, that's impossible. We guarded the king's room all night, the guard replied with panic laced through his voice. He couldn't have got out without one of us seeing him. Then how did he disappear from his bed chambers? Chaka boomed. I don't know, sir, the guard replied. It's time to depart the castle, Chaka yelled. We have to search all over the city. Yes, sir, the guards yelled as they left the castle. Damn it, we need Pell, Chaka muttered in frustration. Searching for people is his forte, but he is scouting in Rainbase right now. Chaka-sama, the king, a guard yelled as the large man turned towards him. Did you find him? Chaka demanded as he stared at the guard. Yes, well, in a way, the guard stuttered out as he told Chaka what he had found out. No way, the large man muttered out in disbelief and shock. Orangetown, Rebellion Headquarters. Koza-san, please wait. We'll come with you, a rebellion member yelled as a man speed out of the headquarters on a house. This man was the childhood friend of Nefeltari, Vivi, and the leader of the rebellion, Koza. Koza is a young blonde man that wears purple-tinted glasses and has a scar on his left eye. He wears a blue scarf around his neck, a dark purple jacket that was going all the way down to his ankles, a white shirt with an ornament of some sort hanging on his neck, black pants, and a yellow sash around his waist. Why is this happening so sudden? Koza mused as he ignored his men's pleas. Have you really sunk this low, Cobra? Port Town, Nanohana. My king, a village screamed in shock. Why would you? I have an apology to make, the king announced with group of guards behind him. I am the one who stole this country's reign. Cobra is a man of average height. He has a wrinkled face, a tied-off beard, and long, curly, black hair. He wears a green robe with yellow edging, an orange and beige sash around his waist, and a purple coat. He also wears sandals and a necklace. And in order to forget about this dance powder controversy, the king told them, I am going to destroy Nanohana. Cobra-sama, a villager yelled. What kind of joke is this? Your Majesty, another yelled in shock. Crush this rotten town and burn it to the ground, the king ordered as his men rushed forwards. Hey king, the towns are drying up, a little boy yelled, cause you're stealing all the rain. The little boy wears a white turban with orange beads around it. He has a blue cloth around his neck and wears a blue robe with green sleeves. He wears brown belts around his torso where he carries stones. He has a bag that he carries on his back with various weapons, including a hammer, bat, and club. The villagers gasped in shock as the child stood up to the king all by himself. They looked at the boy in shock and noticed his determination as the king walked forwards. They all watched in horror as Cobra raised his leg and kicked the little boy away from him with a cruel smirk on his face. I'll get revenge for everybody, the boy yelled as a lady held him back. No, stop, the lady pleaded with the boy before a man on a house broke through the crowd. Koza, the villagers yelled in relief as the man entered the area. What the hell? Koza asked as he glared at Cobra. Do you think you're doing? I have come to apologize, the man replied simply. Enough with the insults, Koza yelled. I'm the one who dried up this country with dance powder, Cobra stated. I told you to shut up, Koza yelled as 2 of the king's guards appeared with their blades at his throat. You filthy piece of shit. Koza tried to push past the guards as another man appeared by the king's side with his pistol drawn. The man glared at the king and ignored the guard as he tried to push forward, only for the guard to shot Koza, much to the shock and horror of the villagers. A large smile appeared on the king's face as a gallon crashed into the city and Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger walked away from the ensuring carnage. Rainbase. Hello, a voice called from across the den. Mushy. Hello, Crocodile replied. Can you hear me? The voice asked. You're a million, aren't you? Crocodile replied. Hey, is this getting through? The voice called again. I've never used a baby snail like this. Hey, spit it out already, Crocodile growled in displeasure. What happened? Oh, that voice. I've heard it before, the voice replied. Welcome, sir, to the shitty restaurant. Shitty restaurant, Crocodile muttered in realization. Oh good, you remember, the man replied. Who the hell are you? Crocodile asked in frustration. Me, I am Mr. Prince, the man told Crocodile. I see, Mr. Prince, Crocodile stated. And where are you? Now, I can't tell you that, Mr. Prince replied. If I do that, you'll come and kill me. I'll kill you, Crocodile growled out at the mocking man as he heard a gunshot. Hello, what should I do with this weirdo? A different man asked. Where are you? Crocodile asked with a smug smirk. I'm at the front gate of the casino called Rain Dinners, the man on the den. Mushy told Crocodile. Phew-ha-ha, Crocodile laughed. Fine, let's go to the front gate. Zoro watched the man walk out with a small smile that slipped from his face as the man knocked down Pell and Vivi and then opened a hole in the wall to flood the room. The man smiled at the small group as he left them to their death and began to walk towards the commotion at the front of his casino. The Straw Hats and Smoker looked on in shock as the Bananawanis stared to leave their tank of water and enter the underground room, including the one that Crocodile had given the key to their cage to earlier. The Bananawanis stared to advance towards Vivi and Pell as the Straw Hats called out to them and they began to slowly get up. With Crocodile. What the hell happened here? Crocodile asked in shock as he looked at his bleeding and unconscious millions. Hey, what happened? Crocodile asked a barely conscious million. The guy, he called himself Mr. Prince, the million replied with sharp breaths and a stutter. Where did he go? Crocodile demanded in frustration. He just left, the million replied as he raised his arm towards the south, through the town. Just now, Crocodile muttered as he looked up and noticed a strange figure running away from the scene. Piece of shit, don't think you can get away from me. Crocodile's bottom half turned to sand and he speed off in the direction that Mr. Prince was fleeing in. As the Shichibukai left the area, an explosion went off as the bridge connecting Rain Dinners to Rainbase collapsed into the water below. With Vivi and Pell, the princess and her guard Pell had escaped from the Bananawani and were fleeing through the casino as the bridge collapsed. They stopped in shock as panic filled the casino and people began to push past them. No, I can't get out, Vivi cried. Don't think of it like that. Think of it as Baroque Works can't get back in, Sanji told her as he sat in front of a slot machine. This was all according to plan. Sanji, Vivi cried in shock and happiness. Shoppers acting as a decoy, Sanji told her. So let's hurry. All you need to tell me is where to go, princess. With Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Kaya, Jin, Johnny, and Yasaku. So this is how we're going to die, Jin stated as he watched Johnny and Yasaku trying to cut through the cage. How can you two be so calm? Nami yelled at Jin and the smoking marine next to him. How much do you know about Crocodile's plan? Smoker questioned as he looked at the crew. If he does what I think he plans to, this will become a problem for the whole world that we have to stop now. Antimatter kick course, Sanji yelled as he entered the basement and kicked the Bananawani closest to the cage into the air. Hey, Sanji stated as he took a drag on his cigarette. Were you waiting? Sanji, some of the pirates called out. Hurry up and do something, Love Cook, Zoro yelled as more Bananawanis entered the basement. The third on that entered has the key, Smoker stated as the pirates looked at him in shock. The growl is the same one that ate the key. Sanji smirked at the marine captain as he rushed toward the gator. He once again unleashed his antimatter kick course on the Bananawani. As the Bananawani's back bent around Sanji's foot, the giant gator spat out a large white ball that shocked the group. As Sanji went to inspect the ball, more of the Bananawanis surrounded the Straw Hats cook. Smoker watched on in interest as the blonde pirate was easily dispatching the beasts. Freedom, Mr. 3 yelled as he broke out of the white ball. Aha, I survived. I thought I was a goner. We don't need a key, Usopp muttered as he looked at the strange man. Sanji, force him to get us out of here. It wasn't long before a battered and bleeding Mr. 3 was pushing a duplicate key into the seastone cage and opening it up for the pirates and Smoker to escape. As the Straw Hats and Smoker escaped the cage, the walls surrounding the basement finally collapsed due to all the fighting and flooded the basement. Zoro quickly grabbed the marine captain as the man's body fell limp from the water and followed the crew to the top. Why did you save me? Smoker asked as he raised his weapon at Zoro. Because my captain wouldn't want me to let you die, Zoro replied simply. Then I guess you have no complaints about me fulfilling my duties, Smoker asked as he stared at Zoro. This is what we get for saving a stupid marine, Sanji grumbled in distaste. Go now, Smoker told them as he looked over the crew. Only this one time, I will let you leave. Ha. All right, Zoro replied with a smirk as he began to run away with the crew and Pell. The next time we meet, I'll finish you all, Smoker yelled. Remind your captain of that. The crew ran with the princess in the direction that they left eyelashes. That was where they believed they would meet Chopper. As they fled from the Marines, they came across a strange sight. Their little doctor and Robin were sitting on the head of a large crab with eyelashes behind him. Johnny, Yasaku, and Usopp looked at the crab with a twinkle in their eyes as they all jumped on the crab and began to take off towards the capital of Alabasta. As the crab rushed across the desert, Zoro and Sanji felt his Kenbenshoku haki flare up and warn him about an incoming threat. He looked out at Rainbase and noticed an angry crocodile closing in on them as he stretched his arm out with sand. The hook on Crocodile's hand wrapped around Vivi's waist as the princess screamed in terror. Zoro quickly drew his Yubashiri and coated it in Busashoku haki as Sanji pulled the princess to safety. Zoro swiped his blade as Crocodile pulled back his hand and watched the group escape. That's interesting," Crocodile muttered. "What are you doing with them, Miss All Sunday?" Sir, there's a man sitting in the desert," a royal guard yelled. "What do we do?" "Is he doing anything?" the leader of the group asked. "I don't think so. He's looking away from the city," the guard replied. "Do you think that he is part of the revolution?" "I'm not sure," the leader replied. "What should we do?" the guard asked. "Keep an eye on him," the man stated. "If the revolutionaries arrive and he decides to join them, then we'll know the truth." With the straw hats. "So what do we do now?" Jin asked as he looked over the desert. "It looks like we have a long walk in front of us." "Too long," Nami replied. "If we walk, we won't make it in time." "Then what do we do?" Kaya asked as she spotted something on the horizon. "What is that?" Yasaku asked as he began to draw his sword. "Is it more enemies?" Johnny questioned as he watched the sand kick up. "No, it's Karu," Vivi yelled as happiness flooded through her. "And the super spot build duck squad. With the Baroque Works agents." "Where do we wait?" Miss Doublefinger asked. "Our enemy is a pirate crew that had defeated at least 6 of our number agents." "That's right," Mr. 2 stated as he began to spin around. "And the princess was a BW member as well." Quit that spinning," Miss Merry Christmas yelled in frustration. "I can deceive them," Mr. 2 said. "Because when it comes to deception, I cannot be beaten. It would be nice if we could just get this over with," Miss Doublefinger sighed. "What do you think, Mr. 1? HMPH, the man grunted. "Then all we have to do is kill Vivi," Miss Doublefinger told them. 2 hours later. "I can see ducks," Miss Merry Christmas called out quickly. "Ducks? What do you mean by ducks?" Miss Doublefinger questioned. "There's too many of them. I can see at least 6, Miss Merry Christmas screamed in reply. "There's a lot more than was on that list." "That's because you obviously didn't listen to the boss," Miss Doublefinger told her. "There's that Mr. Prince guy and there could be even more. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. Our target still stays the same," Mr. 1 growled out, "so shut up. I can see the rebels. Look over there. There are so many," Mr. 2 yelled as he twirled around in a circle. "That princess is one loony loon if she thinks she can stop them all, and that loony loon is coming in this direction." "Mr. 1, you said all we have to do is kill the princess," Miss Merry Christmas asked as the man nodded. "All right then, why don't you tell me which one is Vivi?" The remaining Baroque Works agents ran across to the edge where Miss Merry Christmas was standing and grunted in frustration. All the advancing ducks had at least one rider on their backs. But there was a problem with identifying who were the riders. All of the people on the ducks wore the exact same cloaks that coated their bodies and blocked the agents from identifying which one was Vivi. Mr. 4 was the first of the group to react. He quickly raised his bazooka to his shoulder and fired a single baseball. The baseball landed in front of the advancing group and split them up as they ran around the small ball that exploded, much to shock of some of the pirates. As the group split up, the Baroque Works agents started to take notice of them. They were splitting up and heading to different entrances to Alubarna. The agents nodded at each other as they split up and began to follow the ducks to the different entrances. Mr. 2 was the first one to chase down his target as the 2 ducks came to a stop in front of him. He could hear the chuckle of 2 men as a frown took its place on his face. The 2 men pulled down their head to reveal a blonde man smoking a cigarette and a black-haired man with scruffy facial hair. "You've got this one," Sanji told Jin. "This will be fun," Jin stated with a bloodthirsty smirk as he spun his tonfas around. With Mr. 1 and Miss Doublefinger, the Mr. 1 pair were standing across from the pair of ducks that they had chased into the city of Alubarna. The 2 ducks both had 2 riders on them that were disembarking as they were chuckling at the 2 agents of Baroque Works. Mr. 1 grunted in distaste as the 4 people pulled off their hoods, revealing none of them were Vivi. "You 2 take him out," a voice stated as he stared at the agent. "Nami, good luck." "You're not fighting," Nami gasped in surprise. "Not yet," Zoro replied as he stared at Mr. 1. "This is just the next step in their training." With Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas, "This is far enough," a male's voice stated as the 2 ducks came to a stop. "It's time to show you who we are." "What?" Miss Merry Christmas yelled in annoyance. "With Vivi and Robin." "I still don't know why you have to come with me," Vivi muttered in annoyance as she rode Kuro. "Because someone has to keep an eye on our captain," Robin replied with a small smile as she rode eyelashes. "And I believe that we're about to find him." "But the Revolutionary Army?" Vivi questioned in confusion. "Why would he be with them?" "He'll be the one stopping them," Robin replied. "He's a lot stronger than he's let on." With Nami, Why is he doing this? Nami thought in frustration as she dodged a large spike that came from Miss Doublefinger. He could take her down without even breaking a sweat. With Usopp, Chopper and Kaya. Chopper, can you take care of the mole woman? Usopp asked as the reindeer nodded at him. Good, me and Kaya will take out the big one. Are you sure? Kaya asked as she stared at Usopp. And then Mr. 4, he is big. He'll go down, Usopp assured her. You can back me up. All right, Kaya replied with a smile as she pulled out her bow. With Sanji and Jin. Mr. Prince, Mr. 2 questioned as he looked at the blonde man and then at Jin. And you're meant to be my opponent. Akamas, Sanji thought with a tick mark appearing on his forehead. I may go too far if I have to fight him. Don't underestimate me, Jin shot back as he glared at the man. I won't let you hurt anybody that's a part of this crew. Ah, the power of friendship, Mr. 2 yelled with a surprisingly happy tone. With Luffy, a long red captain's coat covered the Straw Hat Boy's body. He had his hat on his head as he stared out across the desert and at the advancing rebels. He smirked at the group as he heard animal footsteps approaching him. The boy turned around and noticed that Vivi and Robin had caught up to him. He nodded at Robin as she go off eyelashes with Vivi getting off Kuro. The archaeologist of the Straw Hats grabbed the princess as Vivi attempted to run towards the rebels. What are you doing? Vivi yelled at Robin as she struggled in the woman's grip. I have to stop them. Luffy will do it, Robin told the princess. He can't stop that many people alone, Vivi shouted. They'll just run straight past him. Trust him, Robin stated. He's got something up his sleeve. The rebels were throwing up the sand as they rushed towards Olubarna. Only 3 people stood in their wad as a cannon erupted behind the trio. Luffy frowned as he glared up at the walls to Olubarna and realized what was happening. Someone was trying to make sure that they didn't stop the rebels. Luffy began to walk towards the rebels as he heard the hooves of their horses slam into the ground as the large army covered the ground between them. The Straw Hat captain raised his head and let loose a large burst of Heishoku haki that expanded around the army. What's happening? Vivi screamed in shock as she began to notice members of the rebel army fall off their horses and onto the ground. He's stopping them, Robin whispered to the princess. Vivi looked over at Luffy and noticed the small bead of sweat that had appeared on his forehead. As the pirates seemed to be in deep concentration, horses and men were falling to the ground or stopping in their place. Screams of fear could be heard as men fled from the strange occurrence. As Luffy continued to walk forward, sand was thrown into the air around. Stop, Luffy roared as time seemed to freeze. What the hell? A voice from the front of the rebel forced out in a whisper. Who the hell are you? Leader Vivi yelled as she rushed forward. Vivi, the man muttered as he fell to the floor. What the hell is happening? Sorry about that, Luffy apologized as he stopped focusing on the group. I just had to stop you for a friend. There's plenty we have to speak about, Vivi told Koza, mostly about the truth of what's happening to this country. The truth? Koza questioned. I'll leave you with them, Luffy told Robin. Make sure to watch out for Baroque Works agents. I am. Robin chuckled darkly as Luffy heard a crunch that made him wince. With Usopp, Chopper and Kaya. Damn it, Usopp yelled in annoyance. Can you get them both? Not yet, Chopper yelled in his horn point. They're pretty good at hiding. How do we take him down? Kaya asked as she drew back her bow. Do you have any ideas? We just have to use a few of your arrow, Usopp admitted. My ammo doesn't do much right now. Can you track them? Chopper asked as Usopp's eyes went wide. They're coming up, Usopp yelled back as he loaded his slingshot. Be ready for everything. Usopp watched as a small dog popped up from the ground first and shot a baseball from its mouth. The long-nosed sniper jumped to the side and grabbed Kaya as he noticed Mr. 4 pop out of the ground with his baseball bat. The sniper dashed away as Mr. 4 made contact with the ball and drove it right at them. The baseball just missed them as Usopp covered Kaya with his body and heard the explosion from behind him. The long-nosed boy grunted in displeasure as he felt the wind and sand rip at his back before he rolled across the sand with his slingshot ready to fire. Sanrin Kyaku Boshi, Usopp roared as he shot out 3 gunpowder-filled lead pallets. Kaya drew her boy back and placed an arrow in it as he watched the 3 pallets hit the large Baroque Works agent. The 3 pallets hit the man in the chest and exploded on contact with the large man and sent him backwards a bit, leaving Kaya's target open. Himari no ya, Kaya screamed as she shot the arrow. Usopp watched the girl's arrow arch through the air and land in the hole that Mr. 4 was forced out of. 3 more of the exact same arrow hit the hole soon after as they exploded in smoke. The smoke quickly flooded the holes and forced the dog and Miss Merry Christmas back above the ground and left the pair open for attack. Usopp pulled out his hammer and charged at the big man as he screamed Usopp hammer. He slammed the small hammer into Mr. 4's head only to shudder in displease as the man didn't even budge. Usopp jumped backwards as he pulled out his slingshot once more and began to fire Keen Boshi at Mr. 4. The man shrugged off the flame stars as he began to work his way through the smoke and towards Usopp. The sniper's heart skipped a beat when he heard an arrow cut through the air and rush past him. The arrow landed just in front of Mr. 4 as the man came to a stop. Usopp could feel him looking at the small hill that Kaya was currently standing on as she began to load another arrow. Hurry up, Usopp yelled in a panicked tone. We have to take him down now. I can't see him, Kaya complained as she attempted to see through the smoke. Hinboshi, Usopp roared as the flame could be seen through the smoke. Hit the light. Thank you, Kaya yelled out as she lined up her shot. Usopp smiled as he heard the shot shoot past his head and the thunk that signaled that the arrow hit its mark. The arrow that she used was one that Usopp had created with the help of Chopper. The pair had created a small toxin that forced the target to sleep once they had been hit. The sniper made his way through the smoke and towards Mr. 4 only to let out a gasp of shock. The man was still standing tall and was currently glaring at Usopp. Usopp once again drew his slingshot as he began to fire different types of ammo at the large man. He let out a groan of annoyance as he noticed that the man seemed to be shrugging off the attacks like they had no effect on him. He was relieved when he heard more arrows fire through the smoke and hit their target as the man's eyes began to gloss over. The sniper pulled his hammer out once again and began to slam it into the large man's head as Mr. 4 fell to the ground. He heard footsteps coming through the smoke and a small hand place itself on his shoulder. It's over, Kaya said in a relieved tone. We won. This time, Usopp muttered in disappointment. I'm supposed to be a crewmate of the future Pirate King, and right now I can do nothing. You'll catch back up, Kaya told the boy. Look at how much you've already helped me. Once we hit the next few islands, you'll return to your former strength. I guess, Usopp replied with a sigh as he hugged Kaya. Thank you for your help. Usopp-kun, Kaya yelled with a red face. Earlier with Chopper, the reindeer smiled as he watched the smoke fill the holes that Miss Merry Christmas tunnels had created. His eyes scanned the area as he looked around for the Baroque Works agent. He quickly shifted to his jump point as he heard the dog behind him fire a baseball. The doctor of the Straw Hats frowned as he noticed the dog continuously sneezing and firing the baseball bombs all over the place. He shifted into his strong point as he fell through the air and towards the dog. As he landed on the ground, he slammed his fist into the head of the dog and knocked it out. As the doctor touched the ground, he was forced to change into his brain point to dodge the incoming blow from Miss Merry Christmas. The pirate let a smirk cover his face as he watched the mole woman's claws go through where his head was previously. The reindeer jumped backwards as he shifted back to his strong point and prepared for the woman's next attack. He didn't have to wait long as he brought his right arm up and caught a claw that was aimed at his face. He quickly brought his left arm back and slammed it into the woman and sent her flying backwards as she spat up a small amount of spit. The young reindeer quickly shifted into his kung fu point as he felt his blood pumping. He hadn't felt his blood pumping since he failed to take on Blackbeard. This was much easier than his fight with the pirate that he had on drum, but it was slowly forcing him to pick up the pace. Unlike Nami and Usopp, he didn't have to rely on an arsenal of toys and gadgets to fight, so he had been spending all the time since he got back slowly improving his use of his Zoan forms. He only really needed the Rumble Ball to access his monster form. Sadly, he wasn't able to train with that form much in drum. The young doctor shot at Miss Merry Christmas as he began to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks that the mole woman couldn't even see. As Chopper finished delivering his physical offense, he slammed his fist into the woman's stomach as her eyes rolled backwards and she spat up a large amount of blood. The woman fell to the ground as Chopper pulled his fist back and shifted back to his heavy point. Damn, that was brutal, Usopp told Chopper, but it's so cool seeing you like that. Earlier with Sanji and Jin. Sanji took a deep puff of his cigarette and let his eyes follow Jin and Mr. 2. The Akama was attempting to kick through Jin's face as the man dodged as much as he could and continued to spin his tonfa. Jin smirked at Mr. 2 as the man once again missed with another kick. The pirate drove forwards and attempted to drive his tonfa into Mr. 2's stomach only for the man to jump backwards and out of the way. Bastard, Jin sighed as he glared at the Baroque Works agent. What kind of tricks are you using and how can they stand up to my Akama Kenpo? Mr. 2 yelled in annoyance as he glared at Jin. Move out of my way. If you want to get past me, you'll have to beat me, Jin growled out. Then I'll show off the skill I've gained from training every day, Mr. 2 warned Jin. There's no chance you can beat me, Akama Kenpo, Dozo Akamai Knuckle. Jin was forced to sway out of the way as Mr. 2 threw his fist forwards. Jin just escaped a blow from the Akama as he noticed the man's other arm bending into a strange formation. You can't escape my punches, Mr. 2 mocked. Akama Kenpo, Soul Drop, Swan Party. He's quick, Jin thought in annoyance as he ducked a punch. I'll have to try and beat him quickly. Akuma no I no Samashu, Jin roared as he dodged a punch and attempted to arrive his tonfa into Mr. 2's stomach. Jin stared in shock as the Akama lifted his leg and blocked the tonfa without flinching. Jin spun around and attempted to use his demonic Yoheda Sumashu only for the man to swat it away. Jin cursed as he was forced to lift one of his tonfa up and block a kick from Mr. 2 that sent the pirate skidding backward. Jin rushed back towards Mr. 2 as he twirled his tonfa around. He threw the right one forwards as Mr. 2 screamed Akama Kenpo, Swan Wind Wing open and kicked his right leg out. Jin's tonfa slammed into Mr. 2's foot and both of them were sent flying backwards and into the walls behind him. What the hell is this Akama made of? Jin shouted as he sat up. He kicked away my tonfa. Not even my Swan Wind Wing could stop him, Mr. 2 said in surprise. That's it, from now on I'm being serious. Bring it on, Jin replied with a smirk on his face. You still don't understand the powers of the main no mai, do you? The most terrifying thing about it is my ability to memorize Mr. 2 informed the pirate. I can create any kind of face. And when you laugh, that will be my time to strike. First the funniest head, then the funniest eyes, then the funniest nose, and finally the funniest mouth. Today's special performance, main combination. 90% of that is your face. Sanji deadpanned formed the sidelines as Mr. 2 fell to his knees. You just put Usopp's nose on your face, Jin stated as he ran forwards and slammed one of his tonfa into Mr. 2's face. Stop playing around. Have you no blood or tears? Mr. 2 cried. Because this is boring, Jin replied with a glare. You dare to call my show boring? My show is not boring, Mr. 2 roared in anger as he stood up. I once met a man whose friendship prevented me from hurting him. I think I know what you're going to try, Jin sighed. So go ahead. Gaha, I'd like to see you try to MPH, the Akama yelled as he shifted to Usopp's face before he was cut off by a tonfa to his face. Damn you bastard, this is your friend's face. What do you think friends are for? No matter whose face you try to use, I'll know it's still you. This is a pathetic trick I will not fall for, Jin stated. My friends are made from their heart. Better close my eyes, Sanji thought. Don't want to have to stop Jin from attacking the Akama. Mr. 2 dropped to his knees at the proclamation that the man in front of him just made. He couldn't believe that such a man existed. As the Akama questioned his resolve in this battle, he was forced to jump backwards and away from the charging Jin. His eyes went wide as the man slammed his tonfa into the floor and ground exploded beneath them. Mr. 2 looked up and glared at the man in front of him. He got to his feet as he noticed the dark look appearing on Jin's face. The man was glaring at him like he was ready to kill him and was spinning his tonfa around fast enough that they seemed to appear as only a blur. Jin rushed at the Akama and drove the tonfa into the Baroque Works agent's chest and sent the man flying backwards as he spat up a wad of blood. Damn it, Mr. 2 whispered in fury. I'll show you the strength of my Akama Kenpo, main character beauty attack. Jin cocked his right eyebrow in confusion as he watched the Akama attach a pair of swans to his feet. As Mr. 2 put the swans on his feet, he informed Jin that the left one was male, while the right one was female. Jin could hear the Akama bragging about his strength as he shot forwards and began to unleash what he called his exploding swan's attack. Jin moved his head to the right and dodged the first kick. His eyes widened in shock as the swan's neck straightened out and hit a wall behind him, blowing a small precise hole in it. You're lucky you evaded mount attack. Because the soft swan necks have metal beaks, Mr. 2 mocked as he smirked at Jin. When such a powerful attack comes to one point, there will be no wasted damage. My one kick is like a bullet, except this bullet is quite big and it can definitely create a hole in your body. Jin cursed as he was forced to move out of the way of another kick. He flinched in pain when the swan neck extended and grazed his arm. He glared at the Akama as he attempted to drive the tonfa through the agent's head only to have it kicked out of his hand. Jin swore as he jumped backwards in an attempt to find the tonfa, only to be forced to dodge a kick to the head. What's the use of all the training I've done, Jin thought in anger. I've prepared for this. I have to show them that I'm worth their time. Jin began to twirl his tonfa around once more as he felt himself relax and watch Mr. 2 prepare to kick him once more. Jin dodged the kick and spun around, driving the tonfa into Mr. 2's back. As the man let out a gasp of pain, Jin drove the other tonfa into the Akama's leg and forced him to the ground. The pirate's eyes darkened as he brought his tonfa up once more. He drove it down as Mr. 2 dodged. The impact blew the ground apart as Jin tracked the Akama. The pirate fell into his Akuma no Dansu as he rushed at Mr. 2 and hit him in the stomach with his tonfa, causing the man to spit up blood. As the Akama bent over, Jin drove the other tonfa into his back and forced the man to the ground. As Mr. 2 hit the ground, Jin forced him back to the air with a kick. He then drove the tonfa into the Akama's head. As Mr. 2 hit the ground, he tried to force himself back up only to collapse and spit out blood. I lost, Mr. 2 sighed through the pain. You made me stronger than I was before, Jin told the man. What will you do now? I can't even move, so you win, Mr. 2 stated. If you want to kill me, just do it. My life will be ended by the organization anyway, so what are you waiting for? Just finish me off already. That was a good fight, Jin admitted. Let's go, Sanji said as he placed his hand on Jin's shoulder. We should get you checked out by Chopper. Earlier with Zoro, Nami, Johnny, and Yasaku. Hopefully this goes better than last time, Nami thought as she stared at Miss Doublefinger. With this version of the climate act, it will be hard. Nami was forced to jump to the side as Miss Doublefinger charged her and attempted to force a spike between her stomach. The woman's thrust went by her body and into the all behind her, causing it to shatter into bits. Nami gulped as she saw the damage that the single thrust of the spike had caused. She could hear Miss Doublefinger mocking her as the woman swayed her hips. The Baroque Works agent was seriously underestimating the navigator of the Straw Hats. Do you realize what I am? I ate the Toj no Mai and became a spike human, Miss Doublefinger informed Nami with a smirk. I can grow spikes from any part of my body. Come get me, Nami yelled out as she had all three of her pipes out. It's your death, Miss Doublefinger screamed as she rushed forward. Miss Doublefinger had a large smirk on her face as she changed her right hand into a large and thick spike. She was sure that she had already won this battle as she thrust her arm forwards and pierced through Nami's chest. A shocked look appeared on the navigator's face as Miss Doublefinger began to laugh. Her laughter ceased as she noticed the woman in front of her slowly turning in a mist-like substance. "You've been tricked," Nami mocked as she appeared behind the Baroque Works agent. What? Miss Doublefinger screamed in shock. Cold bubbles can change the temperature. And under apparent change of temperature creating a bent in the light way, Nami informed the woman, "So this weapon is most fitted for me, after all." "A mirage," Miss Doublefinger yelled in confusion. "How could you do that in such a small place?" "You just have to know about the weather," Nami replied with a smirk. Nami started to twirl her staff around as Miss Doublefinger rushed her. The Baroque Works agent turned her fingers in spikes as she forced Nami to jump backwards. Nami was pushed into a corner as she reached back and touched the wall that blocked her escape. Miss Doublefinger laughed at the navigator as she charged forwards and turned both her hands and chest into spikes and stabbed forwards, pinning the navigator to the wall. "Although you have a nice weapon, it doesn't have much power, so you can only look at it as a playing tool," Miss Doublefinger mocked as she turned her lips into a spike. "If it's made for a purpose, to specifically kill people, then it can be called a weapon." Miss Doublefinger pushed her head forwards as Nami allowed the clothes the Baroque Works agent had pinned to rip. As soon as the clothes ripped, Nami dropped to the ground and rolled to the side as Miss Doublefinger made contact with the wall and obliterated it. Nami screamed in fear once more as she began to run away from her dangerous enemy. "Such a toy," Miss Doublefinger stated as Nami turned around and noticed the woman had one of her poles. "This toy can't kill me. Its electricity is weaker than the static electricity I get off a jacket." "Don't say such things," Nami yelled as she charged forwards and knocked the pole from the woman's hand. "I'll show you how this weapon can be used. I have to fully use these 3 rods and the weather of this country to win," Nami thought as she watched the woman in front of her. "There needs to be more moisture in the air. I know what to do." "Rain tempo," Nami yelled as she held out 2 of the poles and placed one on her head as they began to shoot out water. "Are you making yourself a spring now?" Miss Doublefinger questioned in confusion. "Sprinkler," Nami yelled as she began to spin around in circles. "Now doing water dances?" Miss Doublefinger asked as she looked at the pirate. "This is harder than I remember," Nami shouted with sharp teeth. "Have you played enough for your party? Because I can't display weakness, and if you want to play, then let's play together," Miss Doublefinger stated darkly as her hair turned into spikes. "What?" Nami yelled as the woman started to charge her. "Sea urchin stinger," Miss Doublefinger shouted as she charged Nami. "Pool ball," Nami yelled out as she blew into the rod. "Don't think that I'm a little beehive," Miss Doublefinger yelled as she just missed the dodging Nami and crashed into a building. "A beehive?" Nami questioned in confusion as Miss Doublefinger walked out of the building. "I'll die if I get hit by that." "That was just a play in response to your game," Miss Doublefinger replied with a laugh, "so you get something interesting to watch too." "Heat ball," Nami yelled as ignored the other woman and blew into her heat rod. Miss Doublefinger watched the navigator's futile effect to inflict damage on her with no interest as she turned her fingers into spikes. She brought her hand up to her shin and thrust them inside her shoulder. While this was happening, Nami continued to blow the rod that was producing the heat balls that she needed. She turned to look at Miss Doublefinger when she heard the rip of clothes behind her. "What?" Nami screamed in shock as she looked at the strange sight in front of her. Toj doping," Miss Doublefinger muttered as she caused her arms to enlarge. "I said don't look elsewhere, didn't I?" Nami froze as the woman began to charge her and spikes appeared on her arms. The Baroque Works agent used her stinger flail as she threw a punch that Nami dodged. The woman made contact with the pillar behind Nami and shattered it immediately. Nami screamed as chips from the broken pillar hit her legs and embedded themselves inside her as she collapsed. "I just stopped your best talent, I see. Now you can't run away," Miss Doublefinger mocked as she closed in on Nami. "My feet are cut up by that pillar," Nami thought in annoyance and pain. "Oh yeah, how about the bubbles?" Nami looked up and smiled at the small cloud she could see in the sky. She forced herself to her feet as she held her heat and cool pole in each hand. She began to spin them around, creating more bubbles for the small cloud as Miss Doublefinger continued to walk towards her. Nami had to quickly put her pole back together to block the stinger flail that Miss Doublefinger used on her. As the attack hit her staff, she fell to the ground with a small smile. Nami pulled the pole apart and swung the electric pole at the woman. "Thunderbolt tempo," Nami yelled in triumph as a lightning bolt shot out of the cloud she made and hit Miss Doublefinger. Miss Doublefinger's eyes hardened as she charged at Nami while turning her hands into spikes. She thrust the spikes into Nami before the woman once more disappeared using her mirage tempo. "I won't forgive you," Miss Doublefinger snarled. "Today's weather is calm, with a high air pressure. It's sunny throughout the day," Nami informed the woman smugly. "But in some places there are mirages and even tornadoes, so be careful of tornado attacks." "Are you still all right?" Miss Doublefinger asked sinisterly as she noticed the blood flowing down left leg. "Today's weather is tornado," Nami shouted in desperation as she held the rod out in front of her. "That wound which has been hurt till now, That left leg, you can't stand much long, Miss Doublefinger yelled as she turned her hair into spikes. Sea urchin stinger. The woman charged forwards and drove her head into Nami, who had lifted her left leg up to stop the attack. The spikes easily punctured Nami's foot as the navigator let out a scream of pain. Miss Doublefinger let out a gasp of surprise as she was halted in her advances. I don't feel a damn thing. Do you know that person's pain? Nami asked through gritted teeth. Compared to that, 1 or 2 or 3 legs mean nothing. Now watch me. Tornado tempo. The pair watched the staff in anticipation, but neither expect what happened next as 2 doves shot out of the pole and ensnared her opponent. Nami let a gasp of failure as she expected the normal party trick after that. But much to her surprise, the 2 doves started spinning around and caused Miss Doublefinger to do the same. The attack finished when it blasted Miss Doublefinger away and through a wall, knocking the woman out. I really need that upgrade, Nami complained as she fell to the ground. That's all I can do. Earlier with the swordsman, his arm isn't cut, Johnny yelled out in a panicked tone as he held his Dawnbreaker against Mr. One's right arm. He doesn't have a normal body, Yosaku replied in surprise as he held his Shadow Fang against Mr. One's left arm. Of course it isn't. I ate the Supa no Mai, and my entire body became blades, Mr. One informed the pair of pirates as he turned his fingers into blades. So are you the students of the green-haired man? He's teaching us what he can, Johnny replied with a smile. I've heard about him. A couple of years ago in the East Blue, after declining an invitation to Baroque Works from Mr. Seven, he killed him. The famous pirate hunter in the East Blue did that, Mr. One growled out as he stared past the duo. And at Zoro. Ha, how nostalgic, Zoro laughed out. But that was your fault because you wouldn't agree to my terms. All I told him was that I'd only join if you made me the boss, but he had to disagree and try to kill me, so I cut him down first. You're underestimating me, Mr. One roared as he pushed Johnny and Yosaku back. Do you think these simply pirate hunters can hold me back? What do you think you guys are? Zoro questioned. You're nothing but idle dolls who have no self-consciousness. You are being controlled and work for a dream world, or an empty group with no power. I'm going to kill these 2 and then finish you off, Mr. One stated. Johnny and Yosaku dashed at Mr. One with their swords drawn. They bow their swords down on Mr. One's arm once again, only for him to them into blades to block the strikes. The 2 frowned as they noticed the bored look on Mr. One's face. They bought back their blades and dodged his arms as he bought them towards him. The pair dashed to the side of Mr. One and attempted to drive their swords through his kidneys, only for them to bounce off the steel that was his body. The pair jumped back as they raised their blades as they glared at Mr. One. How Itajirashu, Johnny roared as he rushed forwards. Kuroi Sarashu, Yosaku shouted as he dashed forwards. Spider, Mr. One muttered as he crossed his arms over his chest. Johnny and Yosaku held their blades above their heads as they closed in on Mr. One. The pair brought their swords down onto Mr. One's crossed arms. As the pair made contact with the Baroque Works agent, they noticed the glint that appeared on his arms. The blades had no effect on the man as the pair rushed past him with looks of shock. His body is as hard as a blade, Zoro commented as he watched the fight. If you can't cut metal, you can't cut him. That's right, Mr. One replied with his normal bored expression. Hit and slash attacks will never do anything to me. So, we can't beat him if we can't cut metal, Johnny mused. So what are you going to do, Mr. One asked as the pair of swordsmen looked at each other. We're in a dangerous position and danger can force a swordsman to become better, Yosaku stated as he looked at his best friend. Because when we can take you down, we'll be stronger than we were before. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but since I gained these super powers, not one swordsman has been able to hurt one hair of mine, Mr. One detailed as slammed his fists into each other. You cannot beat me. Mr. One shot off towards the pair as he drew his leg back and attempted to kick Johnny across the neck. As he closed in on the man, Yosaku blocked the kick and Johnny attempted to cut the man's stomach open. Johnny growled in frustration as his blade was stopped by the man's metal body, and he forced to drop under Mr. One's fingers as they swiped through where the man's head had been seconds earlier. I wonder how long you 2 can last, Mr. One asked with a tiny frown on his face. Don't worry about us, the swordsman duo roared. The pair watched as Mr. One dropped to the ground and began to spin around. As the man spun around, he turned his fingers into blades and muttered Sparclaw. The man threw a punch at Yosaku, which the swordsman blocked with his blade. As Mr. One drew his other arm back to throw another punch as Yosaku, Johnny slammed his blade into the fist, stopping it in its tracks. The pair were forced to stop the man's next attack as the Baroque Works agent started to deliver quick jabs that clashed with their blades. As each blow hit their swords, the duo were slowly being pushed backwards. They were thrown off guard as Mr. One bought his leg back and kicked out at the pair. The duo's blades were thrown into the air as the kick cut through their chest and opened the pair up. What did I tell you, Mr. One mocked as he watched the duo stand back up. We're not done yet, Johnny yelled as he picked up his blade. We're going to make Zoro proud, Yosaku declared as he held his blade in front of him. Haue Tonku Johnny roared as he rushed forwards. Kuroya Yasaku shouted as he rushed forwards. Mr. One smiled at the pair as they brought their blades towards him. He brought his arms up only for his eyes to widen slightly as he noticed the pair slipped around them. Johnny ran his blade across Mr. One's neck as the sound of metal on metal rang throughout the area. As Johnny's blade hit Mr. One's neck, Yasaku attempted to pierce the man's stomach. Yasaku sighed as he watched his blade hit Mr. One's stomach and come to a halt. The man brought his arm up and slapped Yasaku away and into a building besides the pair. As Johnny screamed the shock, the Baroque Works agent spun around and Johnny in the chest, sending him flying into another building. "It's over," Mr. One declared as he looked at Zoro. "Only one more to go." "They cut you," Zoro told the man. What? Mr. One questioned as he felt a drop of liquid leave his neck. "It's only a scratch, but it's a start," Zoro stated. "Johnny, Yasaku, I'll take him out." "You think you can cut metal?" Mr. One questioned. "I know I can," Zoro stated as he drew Wado Ikemanji. "I'm the man who's going to be the world's greatest swordsman." Mr. One watched as Zoro raised his blade above his head and began to charge at Mr. 1 meter. The green-haired swordsman muttered out at Oreo. "Back." Mr. One's eyes widened in shock as Zoro seemed to appear in front of him and bring his sword down vertically. Mr. One felt his chest be cut through and felt the blood rush from him as fell to his knees and let out a gasp of shock and pain. "Not as strong as it used to be," Zoro muttered in distaste. "I'm not done yet," Mr. One roared as he forced himself to his feet. "I'm going to kill you. I'll finish you with this next move," Zoro stated. "Idoryu ai shishi sansen." "Atomic spurt," Mr. One yelled out. Zoro let a smirk appear on his face as he dashed at Mr. One. As he closed in on Mr. One, he unsheathed his sword and quickly cut Mr. One across the chest. As he passed Mr. One, he quickly sheathed his sword and placed his blade back on his hip. As he turned around, it looked at the passed-out Baroque Works agent. "You did it," Zoro heard from a collapsed building. "You both did your best," Zoro told them, "but we'll need to up your training." "Okay, big brother," Yasaku shouted from another collapsed building. "Let's go find Nami," Zoro stated as he walked over to help the swordsman duo. "So where do we go now?" Jin growled out in annoyance. As soon as they had met up with the doctor of the crew, he had wrapped his whole body in bandages. "We'll head to the palace," Sanji replied as he lit up another cigarette. "Where's the rebels?" Kaya asked the group as she looked through the streets. "There's no one fighting." "That would be due to Luffy," Usopp told her. "This would be why he split up from us." "What did he do?" Jin asked in shock. "We'll tell you later," Sanji stated. "Let's just get to the palace. With Luffy, Robin, and Vivi." "So, he's going to come here first?" Vivi asked as they stood in the palace courtyard. "Are you sure about this?" Chaka questioned the pirates. "Yeah, he'll be here," Luffy stated as he began to stretch. "Then why don't you let us bring the soldiers in?" Chaka questioned. "They'll just get in his way," Robin told the small group. "We left Koza after we told him the truth, but we can't be sure that the rebels won't attack anyway." "Chaka," a soldier yelled out as he entered the courtyard. "General Chaka." "What's wrong?" Chaka shouted back in worry. Inside the palace, the man yelled back before he was cut off. "Some troubles that you have stirred up. You guys have caused quite a mess for me," Crocodile stated from the rooftop he was sitting on. "This will be my house soon, so you guys may as well flee now." Crocodile, Vivi screamed in anger. "They were telling the truth," soldiers yelled out from the streets. "He really does want to take over Alabasta. Break down the gates and help her out," a Solider yelled. "Vivi, stop them and get out of here," Luffy stated as he walked forward. "Let me handle this." "Ah, Straw Hat Luffy, just another snot-nosed brat who doesn't know who he's up against," Crocodile mocked. "Is that what Whitebeard told you?" Luffy replied with a smirk. "Before he utterly destroyed you." "You little brat," Crocodile muttered in anger. "I'll make what I did to her father look like a love tap." Papa, Vivi screamed in horror and she noticed her father pinned to the wall and bleeding. Vivi Cobra muttered. "I'm sorry, you created a chance to save this country with your life, but now there seems to be no more hope. Don't go near the king," Crocodile Chaka yelled in anger as he stared at the Shichibukai. "Haha, the king is right. But Miss Wednesday, the only reason you got so far is because of that band of pirates," Crocodile mockingly stated. "Princess, there is a bomb planted in this city. It's in the clock tower," Robin told her. "Go find our friends and stop it from going off." "Nico," Robin Crocodile growled out in annoyance. "I didn't see you betraying me, but I'll kill you after I'm through with him and have made you do what I need." "What you need?" Cobra questioned through the pain. Pluton Crocodile replied with a large smile. "After this kingdom is crushed, I'll take your seat and find it." "Robin, get the old man out of here," Luffy ordered as his skin took a red tint. "Gear second, Gamu Gamu no Hawk Rifle." Crocodile's eyes widened as Luffy leapt from the ground at a speed he hadn't seen for years. The boy threw his arm back and twisted it as he coated it with Busashoku Haki. He snapped his arm forwards and it quickly launched into Crocodile's stomach and caused the man to spit up a glob of bile and blood. The man fell from the building as Luffy jumped above him and lifted up his leg. He stretched his leg high into the sky and brought it down on the Shichibukai and forced the man to slam into the ground. "I'm going to make you pay for what you did to her," Luffy stated as he heard a cannon fire. "What the hell was that?" "Looks like one of my men just restarted the war," Crocodile laughed. This city will be destroyed. I guess I'll have to finish this quickly then, Luffy said. You've let yourself get complacent in paradise. With Vivi and Koza, hold the white flag high, Vivi told the soldiers as they let the rebels into the city. Rebels, listen up. We've been tricked, Koza shouted out as he stood next to Vivi. This has been set up by one man who wanted us to tear this kingdom apart. The war is over. As Koza opened his mouth to tell them the truth, they heard the telltale signs of a cannon firing from the palace. His turned his head and his eyes widened as he noticed that the cannonball was heading right for them. He quickly shielded Vivi with his body before he heard a man say, "Blue walk," and rushed through the sky. Who the hell shot this? Sanji roared as he kicked the cannonball into the sky. Don't worry about it, Zoro told the man as he unsheathed Wado Ikamanji. They won't be able to shoot anything else. The rebels and the royal army watched in shock as the green-haired swordsman slashed his sword across the sky and an arcing blade of air seemed to shoot out of it. The air blade closed in on the palace and cut through the cannon and the man behind the one that was fired. Sanji quickly rushed the man and grabbed him. He threw the man to the courtyard. This man isn't a part of the royal army, Nami yelled as she entered the area. Lift his sleeve and you'll see he works for Baroque Works. Did he just cut through our cannons? A soldier muttered in fear as he stared at Zoro. The other one kicked a cannonball, a rebel stated in shock. Who the hell just kicks a cannonball? Vivi, we'll find the bomb. You tell your people what's happening, Nami told her. Let's go, guys. Who the hell were they? Koza asked as he watched a few bandaged men and a woman follow the orange-haired woman. They're Luffy's crew, Vivi replied with a smile on her face. They're here to help me out. You definitely made some interesting friends, Koza replied. So who's going to tell them the truth? I'll do it, Vivi stated as she wailed forwards. It's time for the people to know the truth. With Robin. Who are you people? Cobra muttered through the pain. Why are you helping us out? Because of the princess, Robin replied. She's their friend, they'd do anything for her. Aren't you supposed to be pirates? Cobra asked in confusion. We have a very different view of pirates. After all, Luffy wants to be the pirate king due to that being the person with the most freedom, Robin informed the man. Freedom, Cobra muttered in surprise. What about you? Me? I want to find out the true history, Robin replied as Cobra's eyes widened. And I need your help for that. How could I help? Cobra questioned while faking not knowing why. Because you have a poneglyph in Alabasta, Robin replied. And I need to read it just to make sure of something. You sound like you already know what's on it, Cobra said. I can guess. After all, you have an ancient weapon hidden in your country, Robin stated as she continued to walk forward. What? Cobra muttered in shock. With Luffy. Luffy stood across from Crocodile as the Shichibukai forced himself to his feet once again. Luffy had to admit the man had a level of determination he didn't remember from his previous lifetime. Luffy smirked at the man as he shot forwards once more. Crocodile lifted his hook and attempted to stab the rubber man through the head. Luffy lifted his right leg up and slammed his foot down on the hook, shattering it to pieces. As Crocodile looked at the broken hook, Luffy reared his leg back and coated in haki. He kicked forwards and hit Crocodile square in the face, sending him stumbling back. Damn you, Crocodile muttered in annoyance as a blade replaced the hook. Why are you fighting for such a pathetic kingdom? Because you hurt my friend, Luffy replied. You mocked her. You tried to take her kingdom for a weapon you have no idea about, just so you can hurt Whitebeard. Don't say that name, Crocodile yelled out in annoyance as he raised his arm. Desert La Spada. Luffy coated both of his arms in Busashoku Haki as he watched Crocodile form 4 solid blades and sent them at him. The Straw Hat Pirate lifted his arms and punched through the sand blades with ease as he noticed that Crocodile had used that time to disappear. His Kenbenshoku Haki flared up as stretched his head to the left as Crocodile's blade pushed past his head. Luffy quickly turned around and punched the man in the stomach and then elbowed him in the head, sending him flying backwards. "You brat," Crocodile roared. "How do you know 2 different colors of Haki?" "I had a good teacher," Luffy replied with a smirk. "I still need some time to master it, but at this level I'm ready to beat you." "Damn you," Crocodile roared as his bottom half turned to sand and he rushed towards Luffy. "Gamu Gamu no Hawk Gatling," Luffy shouted. As Crocodile rushed towards Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy started to throw punches forwards while his arms were coated in haki. As the Shichibukai got close to Luffy, he tried to come to a stop as Luffy's arms turned into a blur and seemed to become many more. Crocodile pulled up too late and felt the first punch connect with his face, and from there it got worse. His whole body was pounded by Luffy's fist as he started to spit up blood and spit as bruises began to form on his body. The Shichibukai never expected someone this powerful to be in paradise. He couldn't believe a single brat and his crew had stopped his plans. "This is over," Luffy roared as he threw his haki-coated fist back once more. Gamu Gamu no Red Hawk. As soon as Luffy's arm snapped forward, it caught fire and rushed at Crocodile, making connected with the man's stomach. As the fist made contact with Crocodile's stomach, the fire erupted into an explosion and Crocodile's eyes rolled to the back of his head. A burn mark was clearly seen on the man's stomach as Luffy stood over him. "Let's finish this," Luffy muttered as he lifted the man and threw him towards the city courtyard. "With Vivi." Crocodile did that, a rebel muttered in shock. "But he's this country's hero." What's happening here? The citizens of Alabasta heard a female cry. We're letting them know the truth, Vivi told the woman. Are you here to stop Crocodile or stop the ones who are trying to help? I don't know, the woman Marine admitted. Captain Smoker left it up to me. Well, we know the real villain here, Vivi spat as they heard a crash from near then. What was that? It's Crocodile, a man yelled out in shock. He's knocked out. That means he won, Vivi shouted in glee. I see you've done your part, Luffy stated as he entered the area by rooftop. Can I leave this to you, Tashigi? Straw Hat Tashigi growled out. This time, just this one time I'll let you go, but next time me and the captain will take you down. You're welcome to try, Luffy replied with a smirk, but I'm not going to get caught. After all, I'm going to be the king of the pirates, with the other Straw Hats. So, this is the clock tower, Jin stated as he looked at the large building in front of him. How do we even get up this thing? Johnny asked as he looked at the clock on the building. There has to be some way to get up there, Yosaku stated. After all, they got the bomb in there somehow. This is why I came here, Sanji muttered as he lit up a cigarette, although someone needs to come up with me. Why would you need someone to come with you? Kaya questioned as the clock began to open. Hehe. This is our last job, a woman laughed as the Straw Hat's sweat dropped in understanding. Baroque Works Company middle-class worker, Miss Father's Day and Mr. Seven yelled as the Straw Hats noticed the large cannon next to him. Miss Father's Day has purple hair, with a long, thin widow's peak. Over her hair she has a frog-styled hat, with appendages jutting out with white balls on the end. She wears a purple shirt with pink dots that shows off her belly with a yellow button-up shirt underneath, and a blue tie. She has frog-styled sleeves at the end of her shoulders, and white gloves. She wears a purple skirt with pink dots on it, and a frog-styled decoration with white balls on the end. She also has frog-themed boots that go up to the middle of her shins. Mr. Seven's body is covered with sevens, including his eyebrows, shoes, and gun. He has puffy bluish-white hair that is styled similar to a helmet. He sports a purple coat that goes down to his ankles, with yellow frills on the shoulders, in of the sleeves, and in the middle part. The coat also has parallel sevens on each side of the chest. Under the coat he wears a dark blue shirt with pink lines on it, and a light blue neckerchief. He wears black trousers with long white socks, and yellow shoes in the shape of sevens. He also has square yellow sunglasses with red lenses. I wonder if we can get a promotion through this, Miss Father's Day thought aloud. What do you think, Mr. Seven? Ha, that's be awesome, Miss Father's Day, Mr. Seven replied. Because we're going to use such a big cannon towards the center of the crowd and shoot, so good. It's time, Miss Father's Day yelled as she listened to the clock, ready to ignite it. Oh, ha. Understood, Mr. Seven replied in laughter. There are 15 seconds till shooting, aimed at the center. Ignite, Miss Father's Day yelled in glee. Nami Swan jump on, Sanji yelled as he ran past the woman and she latched her arms around him. Skywalk. The Straw Hats that weren't from the previous timeline eyes bulged as they watched their cook casually run through the air with the orange-haired navigator on his back. In a few seconds he was standing in front of the clock tower as the Baroque Works agents pointed their guns at the Straw Hats. 2 shots rang out as the agents smiled at the pair they thought they hit head-on, only to be stunned when the bullets exploded in the distance and Sanji rushed at the pair. Nami jumped off his back and swung the climb attack at Miss Father's Day. The pole connected with the agent's head as her eyes rolled back and was knocked unconscious as Sanji kicked Mr. Seven in the head, knocking him out instantly. So, what now? Nami asked as she noticed Sanji put out the ignition cord. We have to get this bomb out of her somehow, Sanji stated as he wrapped his hands around the bomb and began to pull it out. This thing is heavy. Then let me take it, they heard a voice call as they noticed a winged figure behind them. This place holds a lot of memories for the princess and I'll do my best to make sure it's still standing. Thank you, Sanji told the man as he watched Pell wrap his talons around the bomb and begin to pull it out. Good luck. Pell smiled at the pair of pirates as he pulled the bomb from the cannon and took to the air. He soared through the sky and picked up speed as he got higher and higher above Ulubarna. As they watched the man, their eyes widened when the bomb exploded with the man still seemingly holding it. Nami screamed out in shock as she watched the explosion before Sanji grabbed her shoulder and whispered a few words into her ear, which resulted in the navigator smiling at the cook. There's not so much death this time, Nami stated with a smile. Do you think he's done yet? Depends, Sanji replied with a smirk. Is he toying with him or fighting properly? With Luffy. You all right, Vivi? Luffy asked as he stared at the princess. The battle is over. Can it really be though? The princess replied. The agents are giving up without any resistance. Koza the king called from Robin's shoulder as the woman had a small smirk on her face. I believe we need to talk. Kong Cobra, the leader of the rebels, yelled out as he bowed his head. Please forgive me. Rise boy, Cobra told him. I don't blame you for any of this. As the king of Alabasta touched the rebel leaders, should a drop of rain fell from the sky. It wasn't long before that single drop was joined by more and downpour began. As the Alabasta citizens were cheering the rain, they didn't notice the 2 pirates of the party disappear from the celebration and begin to look for the rest of the crew. But we have done something that can't be forgiven, Koza cried out as the king rested his hand on the young man's shoulder. Leader Vivi whispered in sadness. Of course I regret the beginning. Of course I cry and feel sad, Cobra told Koza. We have lost so much, yet gained nothing. Your Majesty, the crowd called out in surprise. King Koza muttered. No, we need to walk forwards. No matter who your enemy was, as long as we know that the war is over, Cobra shouted. No one can declare the past into null. No one. We will reunite through this war and do our best to live on. The crowd looked on with tears flowing from their eyes as their king addressed them. They knew the kingdom would move past this war and maybe become closer due to it. We will rebuild the Alabasta kingdom, Cobra yelled. With Smoker, a female voice yelled out. This reign, you couldn't have. Couldn't have what? Smoker replied in annoyance. Use dance powder, the voice yelled back. You idiot. I know the difference between doing right and wrong, Smoker replied. I wouldn't use something that Alubarna has outlawed. Why would I go against it? Sorry, Hina has wronged. Let's talk about something else. The White Hunter, Hina said. How did you become so fat? Hina is a tall and slim woman with straight, waist-length pink hair that she wears in a middle part. She has dark brown eyes and wears red lipstick. She wears a burgundy-purple two-piece suit over a white blouse, as well as dark brown shoes and a pair of dark gloves, and also has a long white marine jacket draped over her shoulders like a cape with light blue epaulettes. Mind your own business, Smoker growled in annoyance. Don't you think you just did something a bit harsh? Just randomly using my best troops, Hina told him, just to search a ship for you. I'm surprised. Hina is surprised. Hey, don't say that. It was for a fellow marine, Smoker replied dismissively. You're always like that. I feel for Tashigi, Hina stated. HMPH, Smoker sighed. Whatever, just take this ship back to the main base. Why, Hina questioned. Take Crocodile from Tashigi, who's bring him here too, Smoker told her. Hey, what gives you the right to order me around? Hina asked as Smoker pulled a coin out. Heads. You lose, Smoker stated as he flipped the coin. Geez, you never change, Hina muttered. Hina is disappointed at. Enough, I know it myself. No need to remind me, Smoker stated dismissively. The next day with Tashigi. Captain Smoker, Miss Hina, Sergeant Tashigi is here, a marine yelled out. It's nice to see you, Tashigi, Hina greeted as she walked off the marine ship. Sorry, but I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest, Tashigi told the woman as she walked past her and noticed her captain. I'm back. Good job, Smoker told her. I've already heard about them. I'm sorry. I had to help them and I couldn't even catch them after Tashigi cried. As a marine, I should be punished for my actions. Why are you apologizing? Smoker questioned as he looked at the woman. Didn't you do what you thought was justice? No, it's because I could do nothing at all, Tashigi admitted with tears in her eyes. They were the ones who stopped the rebellion. They stopped Crocodile and they even stopped a bomb. I could do nothing to help the people, and that isn't the justice that I know. Tashigi, some people have as much power as I do, yet they're much higher ranked than I am. It's because they know that if they can't go up in this world of sea, they can only float downwards, Smoker stated as he watched Tashigi walk up the ramp. Go forwards or drown. Why did you come along? Sorry, but I need to rest now, Tashigi muttered as she walked past Smoker crying. Stupid, Smoker muttered in disappointment. Why don't you do something besides crying about it? Why don't you get stronger? I will, Tashigi screamed with tears freely flowing. If you have half of her, well then it's all so easy, Smoker told the rest of the Marines. All right, bring the prisoner on board. Captain Smoker, a Marine called from the cabin. Phone call from the main base. This is main base. A voice came across the den mushy once Smoker picked it up. Is this Captain Smoker? It is, Smoker growled. In regard to your capture of Crocodile, the government officials will award you and Tashigi with medals, the voice told them as Smoker glared at the phone. Reward, Smoker questioned. Wait, we didn't defeat Crocodile, didn't I tell you? Also, your ranks will increase by 1, the voice stated, ignoring him. Therefore, enough. Listen, the guys who beat Crocodile and Baroque Works, Smoker yelled in anger, were the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker, it's useless, Hina yelled at the man. The government decided to cover this whole thing up. Do you think the government would tell the world that the ones who saved Alabasta are a group of wanted pirates? So, we invite you two to the awards ceremony, the voice told the annoyed Smoker. Are you joking with me? Smoker roared. Smoker, just accept the award instead of pirates, Hina yelled at the man. Why go against the government? Who said we beat Crocodile? Because we couldn't, and that's why my subordinate is crying right now, Smoker yelled in anger. I've had enough. Just tell those high-ranking bastards. Yes, the voice asked. Smoker, Hina yelled. Tell them to go eat, said Smoker stated. This is real justice. 3 days later, with Chopper and Vivi. This is an amazing combination. I've never seen anything like it, a man said as he watched Chopper. Where did you gain such skills from? Tony is an outstanding doctor from Drum Kingdom, Vivi told the man as his eyes widened. That makes sense now. You come from the island that is really well known for its amazing doctors, the man stated in surprise. I'm actually learning new thing from this even though I've been a doctor for 40 years. But still, I don't even have such skill. You guys is way too noisy. Don't forget that I'm here, bastards, Chopper shouted as he pulled a seat back and pushed some tea across. You guys go elsewhere, will you bastards? Can we take this as have your tea and watch quietly, the doctor asked Vivi. I think we can, Vivi laughed. Whoa, really outstanding, the doctor said as he drank his tea. Quiet, Chopper yelled. With Usopp and Sanji. This country is really strong, Usopp admitted as he watched the people fix up the place. Because the princess is cute, Sanji stated. Does that matter, Usopp asked as he looked at the chef. It does, Sanji said. With Zoro, Johnny and Yasaku. Now it's time to continue running through your training drills, Zoro told the heavily bandaged Johnny and Yasaku. Big bro, what are we going to do about Chopper's orders, Johnny asked. Don't worry about that. Just work on getting stronger, Zoro yelled at the pair. With Nami, every book seems to be very interesting, Nami admitted to the king. Can I really have them all? No problem. I've already read them all, Cobra told the orange-haired woman. Thanks, Nami replied as she continued to read the book. With Luffy and Robin. So, you got him to show you it again, Luffy asked as he looked at Robin. Why did you do that? Because he needs to know, the woman replied. After all, he does have an ancient weapon in his country. But wouldn't it have been better if he didn't know about that, Luffy questioned. Do you think the world government doesn't have some clue that it's here, Robin told him. This makes things much safer for Alabasta. Fine, that makes sense, Luffy replied with a sigh. With Chaka, I already told you I don't know. Don't you understand, Chaka told the group of Marines. Now go away. It won't do any good if you're lying, a Marine yelled at Chaka. Harboring pirates is a serious crime. I don't know anything about pirates, Chaka told the group as Sanji and Usopp walked past him. Hey, thanks, Sanji said. Back already. Did you find the thing you needed, Chaka asked. There's a lot, Sanji admitted as he kept walking. With the kind of condition this city is in, it's a bit of a surprise we could get so much. Yeah, true, Usopp replied as they entered the palace. Can you prove that those pirates are here, Chaka asked the Marines. Do you think everybody's recovered yet, Usopp asked Sanji. I don't know. Last I saw, Moss Head was taking the two idiot swordsmen out with him, Sanji admitted, and Jin's already moving around. That's thanks to Chopper and Kaya, Usopp proudly replied. He's training her so well. Later, so, we've let everybody recover for the past 3 days. But it's nearing the time to leave, Nami told the crew as they crowded into the room. The Marines will be looking for the Marys, so we have to go soon, Luffy said. Which means you're going to have to make your choice soon. But we still have to do something, Usopp told them. We have to fulfill a promise between brothers. And that's why this Den Den Mushi is here, Luffy told them. This will be a call between captains, so I'll need you to stay quiet. As the crew nodded their heads, Luffy quickly put the number Ace had given him into the Den Den Mushi. As the phone rang, the crew that didn't know who he was calling waiting with bated breath. It wasn't long at all before the phone was answered. You've reached the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Yoi, a voice rang out. Who's calling, Yoi? Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat pirate stated. Whitebeard should be expecting this call. Ace's brother, Huh, the voice stated. You've certain made waves. I'll go get Pops for you, Yoi. Brad, a voice rang out. What do you want? Did Ace talk to you? Luffy questioned. Of course, he's trying to find the other brother of yours for now, Whitebeard stated. He also put forwards the idea of an alliance, and with everything we know that sounds like the best bet. But you know I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy told him. It's not a title I'm interested in anyway, Whitebeard replied. Get here when you can. We've still got to have a drink. I'll see you then, Luffy replied with a smile as he hung up and noticed the non-time travelers of the crew had gone white. Whitebeard Johnny muttered in fear, the strongest man in the world. And we're allies with him, a shocked Jin stated. Let's get some food, Luffy stated as he stood up to leave the room. Later, this country's best bath, Cobra told the crew. It's usually only used in the rainy season. This is great, Usopp yelled as he ran towards the bath and took off his towel. I'll be in first. No, you won't, Luffy yelled as he blurred by the sniper and sat in the pool. That's the best meal I've ever had, Cobra admitted as he sat in the bath. I thought of a quiet and tidy meal, but wherever all of you are, it will always turn into a party. This is so relaxing, Jin admitted. Big bro, Johnny yelled. Join us. Thank you for washing my back, Chopper muttered to Zoro. Hey, Zoro, look, we can do training, Luffy yelled as he stood under the pouring water with Usopp. What training? Zoro replied as he stared at the pair. Hey, where is the girls' bath? Sanji asked Igaram. As if I would tell you, Igaram yelled. Princess Vivi is there. It's over that wall, Cobra told the cook. Your Majesty, you crook, Igaram shouted. Whoa, where are your manners? Usopp asked the man. With Nami and Vivi. This feel good, Nami said as Vivi cleaned her back. I wonder if there is a ship equipped with such a bath. There must be one. The sea is so vast, Vivi replied with a smile. There are giants and dinosaurs, a snowy country where sakura blossoms bloom. There is still so much to see. Nami chuckled as she turned to stare at the embarrassed girl. Let's swap. Thank you, Vivi replied as she swapped places and noticed the men and eyelashes looking over the barrier. Hey, what are you doing? Those guys. Happiness punch, Nami yelled as she stood up and revealed her chest to the men that shot off the barrier. That'll be 100,000 each. Still the same as ever, Robin laughed from the side of the bath while she washed Kaya's back. That long-nosed pervert, the archer spat in annoyance. Nami, Vivi shouted in disbelief. You're still thinking? Or think of leaving today, Nami admitted to the woman. Huh, really, Vivi muttered. We don't have any reason to stay here anymore because Luffy recovered, Nami told her. The Marines are guarding the coast and our ship's in danger. Other side of the bath. Thank you all, the king said. Perverted old man, the Straw Hats replied. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the country, Cobra told them as he bowed to the pirates. Hey, is it all right for you to do that as a king? Zoro asked as he stared at the man. Cobra, your majesty, this is a big problem, Igaram yelled in shock. Kings shouldn't bow their heads. Igaram, status exists if you wear your clothes. But here in the bath, the king told the man. There is no naked king. I'm speaking as a father with the heart of a citizen. To thank you, to thank everyone. Later, tonight, Usopp questioned. Yes, Nami replied. We're leaving, Chopper muttered. I think this is the right time to go, Zoro stated. What do you think? Yeah, the Marines have started to move, Sanji told the group. It's up to you, Luffy, Nami said to him. I would like another meal. But I guess it's time to go, Luffy admitted as they had a knock on the door. Come in. You've got a phone call, a nervous guard muttered, from someone called Little Bon Bon. Hey, it's me, Jai ha ha, Akama, the voice yelled. Hang up, Sanji muttered with dark eyes. What do you want? Luffy growled across the phone. What, isn't this Straw Hat, Luffy? You're still alive. Akama is so happy, the voice yelled. Now look, don't call me Mr. 2. The Marines may have tapped the phone and I'll get into a lot of trouble. Get to the point, Zoro stated in frustration. Oh yeah, your boat. I took it, the man replied. Don't joke around, Luffy yelled. Where are you now? Aboard your ship, the man replied. This Akama pisses me off, Luffy growled. Wait, listen to me first. Aren't we friends? The man asked. Later the night. Why did you make me so long? Mr. 2 yelled from the Going Merry. Long time no see. You're all thinking about me. Oh, here we are, Nami said to the duck she was riding. You can take off the luggage now. Thanks for everything, Usopp told his duck. This is far enough. Thanks, Chopper stated to his duck. Careful on your way back, Luffy told the duck. Give my regards to the king and the curly-haired dude, Luffy yelled out as the ducks ran away. Take care, the rest of the crew yelled. Goodbye, if we're destined to meet again. We will, Mr. 2 cried. No, that's not right. Wait a second. What the hell? Sanji said with a scowl. How was this idiot so strong? Jin questioned under his breath. You still ask? Geez, Mr. 2 complained. What's this, old friends meeting, and you don't say hi? Who's friends with you? Luffy asked as he glared at the man. You're an enemy. Wah, that time was my mistake, Mr. 2 admitted. HMPH, forget about it. That's in the past. Move, Zoro stated as he walked past the Akama. Baroque Works is disbanded, Mr. 2 stated. We're not your enemy anymore. Even if we're not your enemy anymore, I don't have to let you aboard, Luffy told Mr. 2. HNN. And that's what I get for a favor, Mr. 2 complained. What are you talking about? Luffy asked in annoyance. Think about it, the Akama told them. If I didn't move this ship away, what would have happened to it? Probably confiscated by the Marines, Nami admitted. Not probably. Certainly. It nearly got taken away. Don't you know the condition around here? Mr. 2 yelled. It's totally covered by Marines. Understand? Totally cover. Not even a goose would be allowed to escape. So, you took the Mary, so the Marines wouldn't get it, Luffy summarized. Really? Usopp asked. Why? Chopper questioned. Because we are friends, aren't we? Mr. 2 stated with a smile. So, you're really a good guy, Luffy shouted as him, Usopp and Chopper danced with the man. Is there any more luggage? Nami asked Sanji. No, this is the last one, Sanji replied. So, in short, it's because of the Marines that you weren't able to get away, Jin told the Akama. That's why you came for help? Right. That's right, Mr. 2 yelled. This is the time that enemies should come together and out of the situation. Really? Nami asked in distrust. We thank you all for the offer was here from Bon Clay's ship. Who cares about you all? Zoro shouted at them. The next day. Damn it, Luffy roared as he sliced through another iron spike that was shot at them. Fire the cannon, Usopp. We can't afford to let any more of these spikes hit to Mary, Sanji yelled as he kicked on away from the ship. If we take much more damage, we're going to sink. Luffy let a smirk work its way onto his face as he heard the cannon fire from the Going Merry. He watched as the cannonball flew through the air and hit one of the Marine ships in the mast. The Straw Hat Boy nearly broke down into laughter as the ship that Usopp hit fell sideways and took out the ship next to it as well. Mr. 2 Bon Clay Luffy heard one of the man's men call. We've got bad news. Black Cage Hina is here. Who's that? Luffy asked as he landed on the deck of Mr. 2's ship. She's the captain of the Marines around her, Mr. 2 told Luffy. She's really strong. We better run. Yes, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, the Akama's crew yelled. What are you doing? Let's go, Mr. 2 yelled when he noticed the Straw Hats hadn't moved. If we go forwards, we will sink. You can escape, Luffy told the Akama. We have to go straight. But why? Mr. 2 yelled in shock. Because we have a meeting to make, Nami replied, thinking about her last talk with Vivi. Why would you risk so much for a meeting? Mr. 2 asked as he stared at the crew in disbelief. We're going there to pick up a friend, Luffy told Mr. 2 as the Akama started to cry. Fine then, listen up, crew, Mr. 2 yelled. Yes, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, the crew yelled back. If we run away now, we're not worthy of being a comma, Mr. 2 shouted with tears in his eyes. If we're not allowed to sacrifice ourselves for our friends, we wouldn't rest in peace, so listen up, Straw Hats, I've got a plan. The Straw Hats' eyes widened in shock as Mr. 2 told them his plan, and no amount of arguing would stop him from going through with it. So only minutes later the Going Merry continued on its path as Mr. 2 and his crew disguised themselves as the Straw Hats and headed for the gap in the formation. The Marines quickly surrounded Mr. 2's crew, and the Straw Hats swore they could hear the shouts of disbelief once Mr. 2 and his crew gave themselves up. We'll never forget you. Bon Bon, Luffy cried with Usopp, Chopper, and even Sanji. 30 minutes later, I recently went on an adventure, Vivi said over the loudspeaker as the Going Merry sat still at their meeting point. It was an adventure over deep oceans and dark tides in search of hope. The ocean I met on the day I left was vast and full of unbelievable islands which hold many things. There were creatures I had never seen, incredible sceneries, and the sound of the waves. They are sometimes so peaceful, as if they were trying to cover up all the trouble around us. But sometimes they were so violent, as if they were laughing at the weak. But in the darkness and the storms I found a tiny ship. That ship pushed me forwards and told me, can you see those lights? That ship will always find its way out of darkness. It was truly an unbelievable ship. It's as if it was dancing, sailing through gigantic waves. Even though it seems they're just drifting, they only go forwards, even going against the wind. In the end it will raise its finger and say, look, there's the light. Even if history will make this light seem like an illusion, they will always be real to me. Did you hear that? Zoro asked. That speech right now was definitely from Vivi. It's the ceremony at Alubarna, Sanji stated with a sigh. Seems like she decided not to come. It just sounds like Vivi, that's all, Luffy said, stubbornly refusing to accept the truth. Let's go. It's almost 12 already, Zoro told Luffy. She will come, I know it, Luffy yelled in frustration. She's definitely over there. Let's dock and look for her. Bad news, Usopp yelled. The Marines have caught up to us. How many are there? Zoro asked. Too many. Let's sail now, Usopp replied. Full speed ahead. Forget it, Luffy, Sanji told Luffy. She is different from the Vivi that was with us. Everyone the crew heard a voice yell. Vivi, Luffy shouted in joy. Karu, Chopper shouted. Look, she came, Luffy shouted. Let's turn back, Usopp yelled. Vivi, Sanji screamed, love struck. The Marines are coming, Nami yelled with a smile on her face. I'm here to say goodbye, Vivi yelled. What did she say? Luffy questioned as he saw Karu pass a speaker to Vivi. I can't go with you. Thank you for what you've done for Vivi's voice came over the speaker again. Even though I still want to go with you, but right now I really love this country, so I can't come along, even though I want to stay here. But if there is one day where we meet each other again, will you take me as a friend? Luffy opened his mouth and closed it as he heard the Marines yelled out at the princess, questioning her relationship with the Straw Hats. The Straw Hat boy looked at his crew and nodded as they turned their back to the princess as tears flowed from her eyes. The crew unbandaged their left arms and threw them into the air, revealing the X on each of their arms, the mark of friendship that each would hold forever. Let's sail, Luffy yelled as the Going Merry picked up speed. Later, those Marines. They're not chasing us anymore, Luffy stated. It seems we've lost them. What's wrong with you guys? Zoro asked as he stared at the rest of the crew bar Jin and Robin. We're lonely, the crew said as one with tears flowing from their eyes. Don't cry anymore. Geez. Still not accepting her leaving, Zoro muttered. I knew that I should have dragged her on board. Whoa, you're a barbarian, Chopper stated in disbelief as the rest of the cry insulted the swordsman. I understand. Just cry for all I care, Zoro replied as he brushed them off. Crocodile has been defeated by a rookie, an old man stated in surprise. We have to replace him quickly, another man told the small group, but there doesn't seem to be any pirates that stand out. There is one, a third man said. A rookie who can wield haki, a rookie with a strong crew. What do you propose? A fourth man asked. We invite him to join the Shichibukai, the third man replied. And if he turns us down, we crush his crew. A few days later on the Going Merry. Are you still regretting it? Robin asked her captain as he sat on the figurehead of the Going Merry. How could I not? Luffy replied in frustration. I know where he's going. I know the pain he's going to feel. But he may need to be there. You told us what happened last time, Robin told him. He's the only reason you're alive. But I'm stronger this time, Luffy bit back. I could have been nicer to him. You had to act the same, Robin stated. We've already changed a lot. Do you think Ace is going to get captured again? Luffy asked the woman. I hope not, but we all know how angry he is at Blackbeard, Robin stated. Even if he doesn't, I'm going to break into Impel Down, Luffy admitted to Robin. We've got a few friends that we need to get out. If that's something you have to do, I'm sure all of us will stand beside you, Robin replied with a small smile. What are you going to do about Jay? I want to kill him, Luffy confessed to Robin. He's someone I can never forgive. But I also know that Ace needs to be the one to finish him. I just hope he's strong enough this time. Luffy, the duo heard Nami scream out as she received a letter on deck. You're not going to believe this. Luffy watched with a small frown on his face as he watched Nami bounce towards him with a black bat following close behind her. She passed him the letter and he opened it quickly. He guessed the news about his new alliance hadn't broken to the world yet. He scanned the letter and it read, "To Monkey D. Luffy. After your recent actions in Alabasta, a decision has been made to formally offer you the opportunity to join the Shichibukai. If you accept this invitation, you will be granted many benefits. These include the ability to turn in other pirates for their bounties, legally plunder pirate ships, have your subordinates' bounties wiped. You will be pardoned of your past crimes. You can receive a discount on weapons and use special sea currents to get around. Please reply with your answer as soon as possible. Kind regards, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Shishishishi. Luffy laughed as he finished reading the letter. "I'm not even going to think about accepting this." "Good," Zoro stated. "Send your reply and let's keep going." "You're not even going to think about it?" Nami asked. "But we can use them." "It's not worth it," Luffy replied as he walked away from them. "The Pirate King won't serve anyone." 2 days later. "What is that?" Jin questioned as he held out his hand. "Is it rain?" "That's not rain," Sanji told him as he looked at the sky. "There's something falling from the sky." "Holy shit," Johnny yelled out. "Is that a fucking ship?" Yosaku screamed as he ran around the deck. "Why the hell is a ship falling from the sky?" The large ship slashed down near the Going Merry and sent waves at the smaller ship that knocked the crew members off their feet and into a panic. The Straw Hats were forced to grab different pieces of the ship to regain their balance and be able to stand up. The waves continued to push the Merry as more pieces from the fallen ship fell down from the sky. As the pieces fell down around the Merry, one piece fell from the sky and straight onto Yosaku. "Help!" Yosaku screamed as he noticed the skeleton on him. "Get it off." "The Grand Line is weird," Jin muttered as he took a seat next to Zoro. "Why did a ship fall from the sky?" Kaya asked as she was helped to her feet by Usopp. "That looks like all of it," Zoro stated as he looked up and continued drinking his booze. "How the hell did it even get up there?" Johnny asked as he continued looking at the sky. "Well, we have to get up there," Nami told them. "It's where the log pose is pointing." "It must be broken then," Yosaku yelled. "The log pose can't be broken," Robin told the swordsman. "If it's pointing up, that means there is a magnetic field up there. The log pose must have locked onto a sky island." "Sky island?" Johnny asked. "What is that?" "It's a floating sea," Robin told them. "They float on clouds." "That sounds impossible," Johnny replied. "It's where we are going," Luffy cut in. "We just have to work out how to get there." "The pose must be broken," Johnny yelled out. "There's no way an island can exist in the sky. No matter how many times this ship is in a strange situation, whatever danger we find along the way, the one thing we can always count on is the log pose," Robin told them all. "In this sea, we can only blame our narrow-minded way of thinking, because no matter where the log pose is pointing, there will be an island there." "So how do we get up there?" Jin asked as he watched Luffy jump onto the sinking ship. "We just have to look for clues," Robin replied as she walked over to the skeleton. "This should do." The crew watched as the woman began to pick up the pieces of the skull that were over the deck of the Going Merry. The woman quickly went to work and began to put the skull back together piece by piece. The crew were watching over her shoulder in awe as she seemingly fixed it easily. Once she had the skull back together, she began to look over it and see the damage that had occurred to it. "This hole here is not natural," Robin explained to the crew as Jin raised an eyebrow at her. "Is that how he died then?" the man asked as he looked at the reconstructed skull. "No, this was caused by a surgery known as trepanation," Robin replied. "Isn't that right, Chopper?" "Yes, this was a method that was used around 200 years ago and was used to cure certain diseases," Chopper explained as he held the skull in his hands. "So, 200 years ago," Robin mused as she pulled out a book and started to scan it. "This is it. The ship was from the Briss Kingdom in the South Blue. It was called the St. Briss and it set sail 208 years ago. So, this is the ship that fell from the sky," Johnny stated as he looked at the old photo in the book. "Yeah, this is the same one that set sail," Robin replied with a small smile. "This ship must have been up there for 200 years. You can gather that much information from just a skull," Kaya said, disbelief. "He may not be able to speak, but he can still tell his tale," Robin replied. "If that ship was used for exploring, there must be a router on the ship, but it's sinking quickly." "Luffy, get back here," the crew heard Usopp yell as they watched their captain bounce through the air and back onto the ship. "Look what I found," Luffy stated as he held out a piece of paper. "A map of Skypiea," Kaya read. "Does this mean there really is an island up there?" "That's where we're going," Luffy declared. "But what if the map is fake?" Jin questioned. "We need more information," Robin stated. "We can salvage the ship." It didn't take long for the crew to outfit 3 of their members with makeshift scuba diving suits to go down for the salvage. Zoro and Sanji simply had a single barrel covering the upper half of their bodies and heads with a tube connected to it, while Luffy had his whole body covered in 2 barrels with tubes connected to them. The idea for the suits was that the tubes would feed oxygen through them for the 3 to breathe while they were underwater. This would allow them to spend a decent period of time underwater and salvaging any clues they needed for the ship. The trio was lowered into the water as they took in the sights of the sea around them. They could see the large fish and sea kings that swam beneath them. Under the barrels concealing them, Luffy had a large smile on his face as he thought about all the possibilities that presented themselves. As they sunk deeper into the ocean, they had no clue what was happening on the Going Merry as the crew members on the ship could hear singing coming from near them. On the deck of the Going Merry, the remaining Straw Hats were looking at a ship in confusion. It wasn't their ears playing tricks on them. The crew were actually singing. The Straw Hats, not from the future's faces, paled as they noticed a monkey-like man leading the singing about salvaging. It wasn't just a mistake that the ships crossed paths. The ship was here to salvage the ship their 3 strongest fighters were on. "What are you doing in my territory?" the monkey-like man roared at the crew. "Territory?" Jin questioned in confusion as he placed his hand on one of his tonfa. "That's right, my territory. Every sunken ship around here belongs to me," the money man replied. "You didn't mess with my stuff, right? Can I ask you a question?" Nami asked as she stepped in front of Jin and looked at the person in front of her. "You have something to ask?" the monkey man yelled in shock. Go ahead, go ahead. "How are you going to salvage the ship?" Nami questioned as she looked at the sea. "Just watch us," the man replied with a grin. "I've already sent a few of my men down there." "Boss," a crewman yelled from the monkey man's deck. "We have trouble." What the boss yelled in shock as he turned around and noticed 3 unconscious men with bruises already forming on their body. "What happened to them?" "It seems like somebody punched them a lot," a crewman replied as the Straw Hats began to pale. "Hey, you guys," the boss yelled to the Straw Hats. "Be careful around here. It seems like there is somebody strong in this area." "This guy is an idiot," the Straw Hats thought with sweat drops. "Secure the hook and get ready," the boss yelled out to his crew. With Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were looking through the sunken ship just like last time. Unfortunately, they still couldn't find anything of value. All they could see were broken swords, empty treasure chests, and a strange wooden boat-like item, which was the broken waver that they grabbed for Nami. As they walked through the ship, they were once more startled by several large metal blades piercing through the wood and locking the ship into place. It wasn't long before bubbles of air seemed to be coming from the large blades, and the ship began to be lifted from the sea floor. As the air was filling the room that the trio were standing in, they all felt a surge of people around them. They stepped backwards, and a bunch of men rushed by them with swords in their hand. Luffy lifted his leg and kicked the men down as Sanji jumped at them and kicked each man in the face. It didn't take long for the mystery men to be knocked out and left lying on the floor in front of the trio. "We can take these off now," Sanji told them as he began to take off his makeshift scuba suit. "That's good then," Zoro replied as he took his barrel off. "There still wasn't much down here," Luffy sighed in disappointment as he took off both of his barrels. "Do you think the monkey came down again?" "I guess we'll find out soon," Zoro replied. "Do you think that giant turtle will appear again?" Luffy asked with stars in his eyes. "Don't get any ideas," Sanji told him before he sighed. "Heads up, he's here. Who dares to cause trouble in my part of the sea?" The trio heard someone roar as the wall next to them came crashing down. "Hey, a monkey," Luffy said as he cocked his head to the side and looked at the man. "Do I really look like a monkey?" the man questioned with a blush on his face. "Of course," Luffy replied with a smile. "Who are you?" Sanji asked as he looked at the strange man. "I'm Masira," the man replied. Masira is a human with ape-like features. He wears an orange-yellow jumpsuit and also has headphones and goggles. "I still can't believe how much he looks like a monkey," Luffy told Zoro as the swordsman grunted at him. "Stop that," Masira yelled with a blush. "You're making me blush." "On the Going Merry." "What the hell is that?" Johnny yelled as his knees began to shake in fear. "It's massive," Yasaku yelled out as the crew noticed the large shadow that could be seen under the water. "It's going to eat them," Kaya shouted in shock. "What can we do?" "It seems we're too late," Robin stated as she watched the rope connected to the ship tighten. "It seems something is happening under there." "Cut the ropes," Usopp yelled out as Johnny cut them. "What is that?" Johnny asked as he noticed something emerging from the water. "You don't think the idiot?" Nami asked as she looked at Usopp. "I do," Usopp replied. The crew looked on in shock as a giant turtle rose out of the sea. The mouth was closed, and rope hung from it. The turtle opened its mouth and revealed the ship still inside. They watched as 4 figures climbed the turtle and waved down at them before the sky began to darken. The 4 figures jumped from the turtle and landed on the Going Merry. The 3 Straw Hats each had a giant bag over their shoulder. "We have to get out of here," the trio told the crew. "We've got what we needed." "You can't leave," Masira yelled as he rounded on the trio. "You think you can come into my territory and steal my treasure?" "You've got treasure?" Nami asked Luffy, forgetting herself for a moment with bully symbols in her eyes. "Lots," Luffy replied with a smile. "Captain, we're in danger," a man yelled from Masira's ship as he pointed off into the distance. "What the hell is that?" Johnny yelled out in shock as they noticed 3 giant figures in the sky. "Let's go then," Luffy yelled with a large smile on his face as they began to sail away from the shadows. It didn't take the crew long to get away from the darkness and out of sight of the large figures that seemed to be standing above them. As the crew went through what happened leading up to the sky darkening, as Luffy declared it a mystery shadow, they noticed that they still had the monkey man Masira on board. "What are you doing here?" Luffy asked as they looked at the man. "I forgot to get off," Masira replied. "We're keeping the treasure," Luffy told him. "We're trying to find out how to get to Sky Island." "Sky Island? I think I can help you get there if you do me a favor," Masira replied. "What's the favor?" Zoro asked as he rested his hand on his blade. "Take me to Jaya," the monkey replied. "There's somebody there that may be able to help you." As Masira stood at the side of the ship, the trio poured all of their treasure onto the deck of the ship. They hoped to find some information on Sky Island, but they were left disappointed, especially when Nami began her rant. She was disappointed to find out that everything they had bought back was dirty, rusted, or broken, although she was happy to see the broken waver once more. The only thing that they could tell from what they bought back is that the people on the ship were killed by someone, as numerous of the skeletons had spears stuck through them. We didn't find anything, Nami complained in annoyance. This was a total waste. You're the navigator, Masira asked Nami as the woman nodded at him. Take this, it's the eternal pose for Jaya. Onwards to Jaya, then Luffy yelled out with a smile on his face, Robin, we need to talk in the cabin. Robin followed the straw-hatted boy into the cabin as the crew looked on in confusion. Luffy walked over and grabbed a bottle of Zoro's alcohol and took a seat at the table. He looked at the woman sitting across from him as the thoughts bounced through his head. Me, Zoro, and Sanji will get off at Mocktown, Luffy told the woman. You'll help the crew get to the old man. Why are you going there again? Robin questioned the pirate. I have to see Bellamy, Luffy replied. I may have to punch his face in again, but I need to show him how wrong he is. And that's the only reason, Robin asked. Of course not, Luffy replied. But I won't start anything. I've already told you that Ace needs to do it. Yet you're taking 2 new world-level pirates with you, Robin stated. We still don't know what he can do, Luffy told her. We need to be ready just in case. Don't do anything stupid, the woman stated as she stood up and walked out of the cabin. Just be careful. I will, Luffy replied as he started drinking. I just need to make sure he survives. Later, can you see anything? Kaya asked Usopp as the sniper looked forwards. We're close, Usopp replied as he continued looked for the island. We should be there soon. Why are we going to Mocktown? Masira asked as he looked at the crew. We should be heading for a different part of Jaya. Captain, stopping there for a bit, Robin told the man. The weather's stabilized, Nami told them all. That means we are in Jaya's weather area. Jaya is a spring country, Masira told them all. It's so warm, Chopper cooed. Spring is such a good season. Even the seagulls seem to be feeling good. Get down, Usopp yelled as the crew members from the past fell to the floor, followed by a group of seagulls. Can you see him? Luffy asked. I can feel him, Usopp replied with a frown. You've trained your Kenbenshoku haki, Luffy stated. That's good to see. It was nothing, Usopp replied with a smile. What happened? Kaya asked the sniper. Someone shot the seagulls down, Usopp replied. He's gone now. Who could make a shot like that? Kaya asked aloud. Jaya. Looks like Rashio has taken another easy win, a pirate in the bar laughed. You got lucky the way I see it, Rashio laughed at the man across the table. Sorry, pal, but with this you'll have nothing left, unless you're going to bet your underpants as well. Rashio is a tall and muscular man with long white dreadlocks and a wide face. His left arm has an intricately tattooed with skulls and a red pattern. He wears an indigo shirt with black pants and a headband with his Jolly Roger on it in a repeating pattern. All this money is mine now, Rashio mocked as he placed his hand over the stack of bully. This is just small change, but that doesn't matter. You can come back next time and I'll play you again. Rashio smirked at the man he was mocked as he tightened his hand and began to lift the money of the table. As he lifted his hand, he saw a quick movement from the man across the table and felt a knife pierce his hand. The man sitting across from him began to laugh as Rashio screamed in pain as his hand was pinned to the table. You cheated just then, didn't you? The man accused. What did you say? Rashio screamed through the pain. Don't try to cause trouble because you lost. When do you think I did that? You did. You cheated, the man accused again with a dark look on his face. Hey, who does that kid think he's messing with? A man in the bar yelled. That game looked perfectly legit. Never mind that, another man said to the first. That's Bellamy the hyena. Although he may be young, he already has a bounty of over 50 million billy on his head. Bellamy is a tall man with tan skin and short, unkempt blonde hair. He wears white pants, a green sash with markings, and a pink sleeveless shirt with a navy blue pirate captain's coat over it. Sarkis, Bellamy barked out at the man sitting at the bar. Sarkis. Huh, what is it? The man asked. Sarkis has wavy, shoulder-length blue hair and wears a purple-tinted visor over his eyes. He also wears a white furred coat over his bare chest in addition to golden chains that are either a necklace or a clasp. He has red and white striped gloves and pants with the same pattern alongside a gold belt. You saw it to right? Bellamy asked. This guy cheated. Cheated? Sarkis questioned. Oh, yeah, he cheated. You bastards are talking shit, Rashio yelled out. It seems you don't know who I am. As Rashio rose to his feet and pulled his hand off the table with the knife still in it ready to fight, a shocked look appeared on his face. Bellamy had quickly pulled another blade out of his coat as well as a gun that he had pointed at Rashio's face. A second later, a gunshot was heard and unseen to the people in the room, Rashio was sent flying out of the bar they were in and bled to death in the street with the straw hats. Can you feel them? Sanji asked Luffy as they jumped from the Going Merry with Zoro. He's here, Luffy replied with a frown. They're all here. It'll be interesting to meet them, Sanji stated as he placed a cigarette in his mouth. Nami Swan, Robin Swan, we'll meet you there. Stay safe, Nami yelled out as the Going Merry began to sail away. To the bar, Zoro asked Luffy. Of course, the man replied with a smile as he threw the coat from Alabasta over his shoulders once more. As the trio walked through the town, they took notice of a group of strange people. It started with a sickly man who fell off his horse as he was handing out apple. The trio ignored the man as he offered them apples and watched as his horse collapsed. Soon after, they heard an explosion ring out and people yelling about the explosion being caused by an apple. The next man they noticed was dressed like a luchador with a tittle. He was a huge man who was bragging about being the fighting champion of J. The trio continued past the large man and found the bar they were looking for. The trio walked in and took a seat at the bar as they all ordered a bottle of sake and Luffy ordered a bunch of meat. "This pie is delicious," the trio heard a man yell as they looked at him. Blackbeard, Luffy thought as his temper flared. "This soda is the worst I've ever drunk," Blackbeard complained. "There's 3 of us here," Luffy thought as his haki began to flare. "So, you're a pirate?" Blackbeard asked Luffy. "I am," the straw-hatted boy replied. "Bounty?" the man questioned as he looked Luffy up and down. 100 million, Luffy told the man as he glared at him. "For you?" Blackbeard questioned as he got up. "Don't lie." Luffy watched as Blackbeard exited the bar and unclenched his fist. It was hard holding back and not knocking the man down and making sure he wouldn't cause trouble ever again. The straw hat wearing boy turned back to the bar and began to drink his sake before he heard the doors open once more. "Where's the pirate with the straw hat?" Bellamy asked as he walked in the door. "It's Bellamy," a man screamed in terror. "HMPH, so you're the supposed 100 million bully boy," Bellamy stated as he looked at Luffy. "Straw hat Luffy." "Who's this?" Luffy asked as he leant on the bar. "Looks like you're popular today," Zoro told him with a smirk. "Give me a glass of your best wine and the kid whatever he wants," Bellamy told the barkeeper as he sat down next to Luffy. "Coming right up," the bartender replied. "It's stinky, dirty and nasty in here," Sarkis stated in disgust as he held his arms around 2 women. "Plus the place is packed." "Let's get out of here," a pirate told his crew. "That's Big Knife Sarkis, worth 48 million bully. Here's your drinks," the bartender stated as he placed a glass of wine in front of Bellamy and a bottle of sake in front of Luffy. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." "Let's drink," Bellamy stated with a smirk on his face. "Ah, thanks," Luffy replied as he lifted the bottle to his mouth. "You're not such a bad guy after all." Luffy, Sanji warned as the trio leant backwards. Luffy's smirk turned into a full-blown smile as he noticed the look on Bellamy's face when the glass of wine shot past the 3 of them. Bellamy looked at them in confusion before he brought his fist back and got ready to punch Luffy once more. The man's fist was on a course for Luffy's head before the straw hat-wearing boy lifted his hand and grabbed Bellamy's fist. "I wouldn't do that if I was you," Luffy stated as he began to squeeze Bellamy's fist. "We just want there's any information on Sky Island here." The whole bar froze in shock at the pirate's words before they began to turn and look at each other. Soon after, the bar erupted in laughter. The occupants were laughing at Luffy and his crewmates as they began to mock the trio as they stood up. Bellamy looked at the small group in disappointment as he shook his head at them. "I can't take this anymore. What kind of poor countries are you from? I can't believe you'd actually believe in a myth like that. What age did you even come from? The mysterious currents of the Grand Line are all being solved one by one. Like the knock-up stream," Bellamy mocked the trio. "Heh, and let me guess, you haven't even heard of that. The victims of the stream are knocked into the sky and sent crashing back down. Long ago, the sailors believed these ships were falling from Sky Islands. That's impossible. All phenomenons have an explanation. All dreams can be explained." Luffy looked at the man in disappointment as he clenched his fists, causing them to turn white. Zoro was doing the same thing, and even Sanji was tapping his foot on the ground. The 3 of them couldn't believe the bullshit coming from the man in front of them. "I can't believe this. I was going to test you and see if you would join my crew of the new era. I was right in believing that poster was fake. You're nothing but a dreamer," Bellamy mocked them. "Listen up. The era of dreaming pirates is over. The lost city of gold, the Emerald City, the great treasure of One Piece. The ones that chase their dream treasures can't even notice what's right in front of them. In this era, the ones who don't have strength are the ones who will die due to their imagination. In the end, this is how the world will judge idiots who died for their dreams." Big words coming from a dog of Doflamingo, Zoro stated as Bellamy's eyes went wide, and the bar went quiet. Bellamy charged at the group as Luffy lifted his fist. The man swung a broken bottle at him as Luffy stepped backwards and smirked at the man. As Bellamy lost his balance, Luffy drove his fist into Bellamy's face and forced the man to the ground, leaving a fist mark on the man's face. The bar went quiet once more as everybody looked on in shock before Luffy let loose a burst of Heishoku haki that forced everybody bar Sanji and Zoro to the knees. "We're going to Sky Island," Luffy told them all before he knocked them out and left the bar. "Maybe you are worth as much as you said," Blackbeard stated as the group left the bar. "Sky Island does exist." "What do you want?" Luffy growled as he held himself back. "Zahahaha. The cherry pies here are the best," Blackbeard replied. "The new age those guys were talking about. It's all bullshit, saying that the days of dreaming is over. Zahaha. A man's dream will never die." Luffy watched as the man got up and walked away from them. He unclenched his fist and let out a burst of Heishoku Haki that stopped the man in his tracks before he continued to walk away with a smile on his face. Luffy watched him until he left his sight and then sighed as Zoro and Sanji looked at Luffy in sadness. They knew how hard it would be for him to hold back. "Let's go," Luffy stated. "We just have to follow the beach." "Hold on," Sanji told them as he pulled something out of his bag. "Let's make sure he doesn't get lost." Luffy had to hold back a laugh as Sanji tied a piece of rope around Zoro's wrist and handed it to Luffy. The swordsman glared at the pair of them and began to walk off only to get pulled back. "Wrong direction," Luffy laughed. "We go this way." "Just don't get us lost," Zoro grumbled in annoyance. "Going merry." "Ah, that's my brother's ship," Messira yelled out. "Are you being held hostage?" the monkey on the other ship yelled. "No, I'm taking them to Cricket," Messira shouted back. "They want to get to Sky Island." "Ah, we'll help you get there," the man replied. "I'm Xiaoju." Xiaoju is a large man who looks like an orangutan with long green hair. He wears a black button-up shirt that is too small for his body, showing off his hairy torso, a green captain's coat with his arms in the sleeves, and a green captain's hat with his personal Jolly Roger on the front. He also wears a belt that has the kanji for forest engraved upon it. Due to not having cut his hair in 25 years, his hair is so long that its entire length is almost as long as Xiaoju's entire body height. Later, "So, this is it?" Nami asked. "What's this guy's name?" "Mont Blanc Cricket," Messira replied. "What's with the board?" Jin asked the monkeys, who ignored him as they docked on the island. "Where is he?" Yosaku asked as he looked around. "Probably diving again," Xiaoju told them. A book," Nami stated as she picked it up. "Looks like a child book." "It's about Cricket's ancestor," Messira told them all. "Tell us what's in it," Kaya asked as she looked at Nami. "Find," the woman sighed as she opened the book. The whole crew stopped and began to listen to Nami begin to read the book. It was about a man who lived in the North Blue and was an explorer named Mont Blanc Nolan. A man with such tales that the people couldn't tell if they were real or lies. After one of the man's many adventures, he reported back to his king that he had found an island of gold, and the king, wanting to see the island himself, commanded 2,000 men to join them. The king and his men sailed the dangerous seas and battled giant monsters to find the island of gold. When they finally found the island, they had lost many of the men they set out with, and all they found on the island was a jungle. Nolan was blamed for the many deaths of the king's men and was sentenced to death as a liar. His last words were, "I know the island was there, it must have sunk into the sea." After that day, no one believed the tales the man once told, and after he said those last words, his head was removed from his body. "What the hell are you all doing here?" a man yelled as he rose from the water and entered a fighting pose. "You punks have too much guts to be entering my territory without my permission and going through my house. I know you're looking for the gold." "Cricket, they're with us," Messira yelled as he walked off Xiaoju's ship. The man that emerged from the water is a muscular, middle-aged man with blonde hair. He has a large chestnut on his head which he inherited from his ancestor, Nolan. He wears dark purple tracksuit pants with a white stripe running along each leg, and a rope around his waist. He does not generally wear a shirt, nor shoes, due to his continuous diving explorations. On his left arm, Cricket has a tattoo of a chestnut with the word maroon written across it. "Why the hell did you bring them here?" Cricket asked in annoyance. "They want to know about the Sky Island," Xiaoju stated. "Ah, Sky Island," Cricket replied before he fell to the ground clutching his chest. "Get a doctor," Chopper yelled in shock. "That would be you," Robin laughed as Chopper rushed towards Cricket. It didn't take long for Chopper to remember the man had disparism and ordered the crew to take the man inside. It didn't take long for Chopper to begin his treatment of the man as he informed the crew of how the disease was contracted. It didn't take long for Cricket to wake up after that. "Cricket, there's something we need to ask you," Usopp stated as he looked at the man. "About?" the man questioned. "How do you get to Sky Island?" Usopp asked the man. "Jai-ha-ha, so people still believe that it's real?" Cricket laughed. "We want to find out. Why do you think it doesn't exist?" Johnny asked. "I don't know if it doesn't, but I know a man who did," Cricket told them all. "He was known as a great liar though, someone who was always laughed at." "Don't look at me," Usopp muttered in annoyance as he noticed his crew members. "My ancestor, Mont Blanc Cricket," the man replied with a smirk. After that, Cricket began to tell the crew about his life and the life of his family. Nolan was Cricket's great-great-great-grandfather. He told them how the whole family was exiled and even to this day were mocked due to the actions of Nolan. He surprised the crew by telling them that no one in the family actually blamed Nolan, as he was actually a very honest man that wouldn't lie. He told them that Nolan actually died with tears flowing from his eyes and not a smile like the book stated. As soon as Usopp asked the man if he was attempting to follow in Nolan's footsteps, Cricket drew his pistol and pointed it at the sniper. He told them that his ancestor had nothing to do with him and how he was mocked for his surname for his entire childhood. He told them about the fact that many of his family had ended up at Jaya in an attempt to find the city of gold but had failed. But for him, he became ashamed and run away from his family and became a pirate. He told them about 10 years ago he somehow ended up at Jaya and decided to finish it. He decided there was no way to escape his destiny and decided to stay on Jaya as his crew left them. After they left, he spent his time searching the waters around Jaya for proof of the city of gold. After he finished his story, he handed the group Nolan's log and left the house as Nami began to read out of the log. It seemed there was plenty of evidence that fell from the sky that proved the existence of Sky Island, including something called a waiver. As the crew were coming up with ideas on how to get to the Sky Island, Cricket was talking with Masira and Xiaoju on how they could help them get to Sky Island, so the crew don't kill themselves doing it. Cricket called out the crew to tell them how to get to Sky Island. Cricket told them about the strange phenomenon around Jaya, how during the day, night would sometimes come with giants. Cricket told them that this strange darkness was caused by a very dense cloud, a cloud that doesn't rain or descend, but when it appears it blocks the sun. This is where he believes Sky Island is, and there is only one way to get there. A stream called the knock-up stream would blow them up to the cloud, but they had to time it perfectly. They would have to find a knock-up stream that was directly under the cloud for them to get to Sky Island. "We'll do it," Luffy stated as he appeared with Zoro and Sanji. "We'll get up there." "So, you're their captain," Cricket mused. "Your ship won't be able to handle the stream, so allow me. Xiaoju and Masira will fix up your ship." "Thanks," Luffy replied with a smile as he noticed his crew attempting to hold back their laughter. "What? Get this fucking rope off me," Zoro roared as he cut through it without swords. That night, the Straw Hats had been partying all night with the trio before Cricket began to show them some gold he had found in the water nearby. This was before he swore and rushed them out of the house and into the forest to the south to find a south bird that would lead them to the knock-up stream. As the Straw Hats rushed from the house, Luffy told them he was staying back just in case. The remaining Straw Hats entered the dark forest and tried to make sense of the small number of clues that the old man left them, mostly that the south bird would be found due to its distinct chirping. They knew what the bird looked like due to the gold statue that Cricket had shown them at the house. It didn't take long for them to heart the strange noise they were looking for. Now all they had to do was find the source. The crew broke up into small groups to scour the forest quickly, only for them to be met with unexpected resistance in the form of the animals from the forest. Sanji, Nami, Usopp and Kaya were met with all kinds of bugs that stopped their efforts thanks to the pair of scared pirates. The second team was Zoro, Robin, Yasaku and Johnny, who worked their way through the forest quickly by cutting down any animal that got in their way. Although Robin had to keep a hold of the green-haired swordsman due to the fact he kept trying to go in the wrong direction. The third team was Chopper and Jin, who were having fun in the forest. Chopper was enjoying talking with the animals, and Jin was having fun smashing anything that was too aggressive, although they still couldn't find that damn bird, which annoyed them. It didn't take long for them to end up back at the start of the jungle as they forced back or followed the strange noise. They huddled together to start a plan, but Robin got annoyed at the bird mocking them and simply caught it by forming arms on the branch it was on and passing it down the tree to them. The south bird was quickly tossed into a net, and the Straw Hats left the forest and made their way back to Cricket's house. Loguetown. A pirate stood on the pier pissing off it into the sea as he laughed at what had happened during the day and wondered why there was no god of rum. As he pissed, a news coup dropped a paper off behind him. The man finished his piss and turned around as he opened the paper and noticed it was full of bounties. As his eyes scanned the bounties, his eyes went wide in shock as three faces stood out. The man grabbed the posters and the one behind it as he ran through the town and kicked the door open to the bar that he had last seen Bellamy in. "You guys aren't going to believe this," the man yelled as he ran into the bar. "What's up this late at night?" one of the pirates in the bar asked. "The person who was here today. He's bigger than we ever thought," the man told them as he noticed Bellamy's crew. "You guys need to leave just in case he comes back." "We can't leave until Bellamy wakes up," a man told them. "But look at these," the man yelled as he slammed three posters down on the table. Straw Hat Luffy, dead or alive 250 million billion. Pirate Hunter Zoro, dead or alive 100 million billion. Black Leg Sanji, dead or alive for 60 million billion. "That can't be," a man yelled in shock. "What's up with that dude's face?" another asked in laughter. "But that's not all," the man with the posters stated as he slammed a paper on the ground. "They are allied with Whitebeard." The bar emptied at the name bar, a hare sitting in the corner with a large smile on his face. 250 million billion in an alliance with Pops. "Zeh, ha, that'll do." Blackbeard laughed as he got up and joined a group of people with the Straw Hats. "Hurry up and get on the ship. There's no time," the man growled out. "You want to give up your chance at going to Sky Island, fool?" "Thanks for the ship," Luffy told the man as he jumped aboard the Going Merry. "I'll make sure to find a way to let you know if it exists." "That's true, Romance," the older man replied with a smirk. "Good luck." On Buggy's ship in the Grand Line, the Buggy pirates were currently trying to cheer up their captain as he moped over Luffy's new bounty and alliance. The boy was now untouchable, but unknowingly to the crew a man had jumped onto their deck and began to eat all their food. "Don't worry about Luffy," Alvida stated. "We can't even find them." "But he's untouchable," Buggy yelled at them. "I know where he was," the man that boarded their ship told them. "Look, we can't." Buggy started before he looked at him. "Who the hell are you?" "Ah, sorry for jumping on board," the man stated as he bowed his head. "I can smell the food. My name's Ace." "You're way too polite," the pirates yelled at him. "I was asking who the hell you are," Buggy growled as he got in Ace's face. "I don't care what your name is, guy with the overly inflated ego." "Captain, this guy is Fire Fist," a pirate yelled out in shock. "Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander." Whitebeard, Buggy yelled in shock. "Oh, you know Pops." Ace started before he fell asleep. "He fell asleep," the crew yelled in shock. "This is our chance. We can kill Ace and reach glory," a member yelled out. "No," Buggy roared out. "Remember this, all of you, do not fight against Whitebeard's men. That man is the only one who died in a fight against the Pirate King. Without a doubt, he is currently the strongest man in the world. He is the closest man to the One Piece, and the thing that Whitebeard despises most is his friends getting hurt. That is a death sentence. You seem like you know this man well," Alvida stated in surprise. "Of course, I do. Back when I first entered the Grand Line, I meet him head one," Buggy told his crew, much to their shock. "Oh, so you know him personally?" Ace asked in surprise. "Ah, he woke up," Buggy screamed in fear. "Let's get back to eating," Ace said. "Yeah, let's do that," Buggy yelled. "Whitebeard's ship. He actually sent somebody to deliver a message," Whitebeard said in annoyance as he ripped the letter handed to him into pieces. "Since when is that kid too good to come in person?" "Wait, please, wait. The boss said that letter is important," the man on the ship yelled out. "He's the red hair. Are you for real?" "So, I'm Whitebeard," the larger pirate replied. "Boss said there is important matters in there," the man cried out. "I can guess what the content is about. Ace and Blackbeard. Tell that kid if he wants to talk, come here in person and bring some good rum," Whitebeard stated. "Go back if you understand. I don't talk to snotty-nosed brats." With the Straw Hats, the water beneath them had turned wild as they sailed towards the large dark cloud. It seemed the knock-up stream was going to go off early and the crew had to get into place. They sailed through the wild waves before their eyes widened and they noticed a whirlpool nearby. That was where they had to be before the knock-up stream went off. As the sky became dark, the Going Merry began to be sucked into the whirlpool. As they reached the middle, the water lifted up to the normal level and the crew began to prepare to be shot up into the air. "Zahaha, I finally caught you, Straw Hat brat," a man laughed as he sailed towards them. "I've come for that 180 million billy head of yours." "I got a new bounty," Luffy yelled back. "There's a bounty worth 250 million billy on your head. 100 million billy for Pirate Hunter Zoro and 60 million billy for Black Leg Sanji," the man yelled out as Usopp confirmed it with a laugh. "Sanji's poster," the sniper laughed. As the strange Mana and his small crew sailed towards the Going Merry, they noticed the water beneath the Straw Hat ship bulge before it shot off into the air. Their ship was trying to sail the knock-up stream as Nami began to bark out orders on how they were supposed to sail up into the air. It didn't take long for the sails to come down and catch the need wind as they shot through the air and into the cloud. On a winter island. "Ha ha ha. That old man did not change one bit," Shanks laughed over the den mushy. "This is not a joke," a voice yelled from the other side of the snail. "I had thought it would turn out like this," Shanks admitted. "Boss, give me some time. I have never been made fun of like this," the voice from the other side off the snail said. Oi, what do you want to do?" Shanks asked. "Just forget it and come back." "But what about my pride?" the man questioned. "Your life is more important than your pride," Shanks told the man. "It is beyond your ability. You have already worked hard on that task." "What do we do now, boss?" Lucky Roo questioned once Shanks hung up. "Let's go prepare the ship," Shanks told them all. To Whitebeard, Lucky Roo asked. "Yep," Shanks replied. "If you do that, do you think the world government will continue its silence?" Ben Beckman asked Shanks. "Now's not the time for that discussion," Shanks stated as he stood up. "The government won't keep its silence, but if they attack, neither will I." "We're finally here," Luffy thought in joy as the Going Merry landed on the cloud. The White Sea. "Is everyone all right?" Zoro asked as he listened to some of the Straw Hats coughing and catching their breath. "That was amazing," Kaya said when she regained her breath. "But also terrifying," Johnny muttered as he continued to hug Yasaku. "At least we're all alive," Jin stated as he stood back up. "Yes, it would have been quite detrimental to your heath if you fell of the ship on the way up," Robin said darkly with a completely straight face. "She's a devil," Jin whispered to himself as he began to take in the sights. "It's so white," Chopper said as he looked at the clouds beneath the ship. "We're on top of the clouds," Jin yelled out in shock. "How can we be on top of the clouds? This makes no sense." "What did you expect to happen?" Zoro asked the man. "If we weren't sailing on it, we would have fallen straight back to the sea and died." "But it shouldn't be possible," Jin replied as he looked around. "The Grand Line continues to amaze me." "So, this is the Sea of the Sky," Kaya said in amazement as she looked over the clouds. "But I can't see anything around here." "That's because we still have to go higher," Nami told the woman. "The log pose is still pointing up." "Then this must be the middle part of the Millennium Cumulonimbus," Robin stated. "How do we get higher?" Johnny asked. "I don't see anything around here to get up higher." "Hopefully it's not like what we just went through," Yasaku added with a small bit of fear. "We just have to sail around and hopefully we find something," Nami told them. "We should find something quite quickly." Heads up, Luffy interrupted the woman as the crew noticed something moving through the cloud beneath them. Zoro, you're on it. Zoro smirked as he noticed a large tentacle surface from beneath the cloud. He quickly drew Wado Ikamanji and jumped from the ship. He swiftly slashed through the tentacle as the Sea King roared in pain. Surprising to some of the crew, the tentacle burst like it was a balloon. The beast quickly retreated back into the cud as a small fish shot away from the tentacle and landed on the deck of the Going Merry. Sanji walked over to the strange-looking fish and picked it up from the desk. He looked it over with a smile as he remembered the taste from last time before Robin took the fish from him. Robin smiled at the small fish as remembered what happened to it last time. She was determined to look over the fish more before her captain ate it this time. She rolled it over in her hands as she noted the differences in the sky fish compared to the ones that they normally found in the blue sea. Knowing the crew members who weren't with them last time were looking for answers, she looked up at them with a small smile. She really had missed this crew. This is a sky fish. It seems like it is the strange fish that Nolan described in his diary. Robin told them all as they looked at the fish. Due to the fact there doesn't seem to be a sea floor here, it looks like the various creatures here have evolved in a way that allows them to survive. So, it became flat and some of them became balloon-like, Kaya replied as she looked at the small fish. Yes, they all make themselves lighter due to the buoyance force being much weaker here than in seawater, Robin told her with a smile as she passed Luffy the fish, knowing she won't see it ever again. They must be carnivorous as well, Kaya noted as she remembered to mouth of the fish before realizing it was gone. Where did it go? I'd say Sanji has turned it into a meal, Robin replied as she noticed her captain. And Luffy is likely going to eat it. Here, I saw it eat it, Sanji told Luffy as the man quickly ate the fish with star-like eyes. It's delicious, Luffy replied. Enjoy. Luffy, Kaya complained as she saw the man finish the fish. Although it looks like you enjoyed it. Guys, Usopp called out to the crew. Some guys just destroyed a ship and is coming for us. He's wearing a demon mask, Johnny screamed as the man advanced towards them. Be ready, Luffy yelled at the crew as he drew back his fist. The masked figure jumped on the deck of the Going Merry and shot straight at Jin. The man-demon attempted to bring his tonfa up towards the man only to be too slow and receive a kick in the face. As the masked man bounced off Jin's face, then shot towards Zoro only to have to jump back in surprise as the man swung his sword right through where he would have been standing. The figure took the bazooka off his back and aimed it at the crew before he noticed a hand on it. He looked behind him and noticed the straw hat-wearing pirate staring at him darkly as an overwhelming pressure filled his core. I believe that's enough, Luffy told the man as he continued to slowly flood the area with Heishoku Haki, especially with that old man watching over us. Old man, I believe you're inferring to me, a man asked as the crew looked up and noticed him on a strange bird. The crew watched as he jumped through the air and landed on the deck of the Going Merry with his spear in his hand. He watched as Luffy released the masked man and jumped backward towards his crew. The two strangers seemed to stare at each other before the masked man leapt from the ship and took off across the clouds. So, who are you? Kaya asked as she looked at the strange man in armor. Oh, I'm the Sky Knight, the man replied as he looked over the crew in surprise. The Sky Knight is an old man of average height with long white hair, mustache, and beard. Fitting to his title of a knight, he wears a metal armor with a dark red shirt and brown pants. He also has the knight's visor pulled up. He wears a long dark blue cloak that is yellow on the inside and at the back. Who was the guy? Johnny asked from Jin's side. And how did he take Jin out so easily? It feels like my body wouldn't move how I wanted it, Jin said in frustration as he sat up. That would be due to the low amount of oxygen, Luffy stated, but you'll all get used to it. Ah, that makes sense. For you to be saying those words, you must be from the Blue Seas, the Sky Knight stated. Blue Seas? Yasaku questioned. All who live under the clouds are citizens of the Blue Seas, the man informed them. In other words, did you come from the Blue Seas? We did, Luffy replied as he looked at the man. Then your problem can't be helped. This place is 7,000 meters above the Blue Seas and is called the White Sea, the Sky Knight told. Above this place is the White Sea at 10,000 meters. The average citizens of the Blue Seas won't be able to handle it. I'm beginning to get used to it, Jin told the crew as he began to jump up and down. That can't be true, the Sky Knight muttered in shock. But then again, some of you don't seem to be affected at all. Who was that guy from before? Nami asked as he redirected the old man's attention. And how could he walk across the clouds? Hold on a second. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but business comes first, the Sky Knight told them. I'm a freelance mercenary and this is a very dangerous part of the sea. Those who don't know about aero battles will be attacked by guys like before and quickly fall from this sea, so I'll give you a whistle. With each it will cost 50 million extol, then I'll come and save you. Extol? Kaya asked. What is extol? Don't be fools. You know what that is, the old man stated sternly. I can't lower it anymore if I want to earn a living. We really don't know what it is. We've never heard of this extol thing, Johnny replied to the man as a shocked look appeared on his face. That's not possible, the Sky Knight said in disbelief. Didn't you guys come here through the top of High Waste? You must have at least arrived at 1 or 2 islands. What are you talking about? Yasaku asked in confusion. Wait, there are other ways to get here, Johnny asked in confusion. Also, you said 1 or 2 islands, but isn't there only 1 island? Wait, don't tell me you guys come up that monstrous stream, the Sky Knight yelled in shock. I didn't think there were still people brave enough for that. That's right, Luffy told him with a smile. There wasn't any other way we could get up. Did you lose any crewmates? The Sky Knight asked softly. No, Luffy replied. We all make it. Other routes are not like this. If 100 people want to go to the Sky Island through the other routes, it would be a gamble with no way to predict how many crewmates will live and reach the destination. The Sky Knight informed them all. However, the knock-up stream is more like everybody gets there or no one does. Either 0 or 100. Not many dare to make that gamble, especially these days. Those who dare, I see them as great sailors who have both courage and real strength. Yeah, but that's all because of me, Usopp told the old man before Kaya whacked him over the head. One whistle. Blow this whistle once and I'll come down from the sky to save you, the Sky Knight told them as he threw the whistle onto the deck, using the currency of the sky. Each whistle would cost 50 million extol, but your whistle will be free as a gift to you. Use the whistle at any time to call me. Look at that bird, Johnny stated as he looked at the creature. The creature is a large pink bird with a red polka dot pattern on his body. He's solid red on the sides of his head, the back of his head, and on his horn-like ears. He has a tab face with a yellow beak. Ah, that's right, I forgot to introduce my partner. This is Pierre, the Sky Knight told them as the bird began to transform. Even though he's a bird, he has the power of the Uma Uma no Mai, which means he can become a winged horse, in other words, a Pegasus. That doesn't look right, the crew though, as they looked at the winged horse in front of them. Now in his hybrid bird-horse form, he transformed into a horse with wings that maintained the pink body with red polka dot design, but with white feathers. His face also elongates to that of a horse's. I wish you luck, heroes, the man screamed as he took off into the sky. That kid reminds me of the man who visited all those years ago, the old man thought with a smile. I wonder how he is these days. In the end, he didn't really tell us anything, Robin stated. So now we're back at the starting point, Usopp complied. Then how do we get higher, Kaya asked. Let's just get the ship moving, Zoro stated as he ignored the trio. Everybody, look over there, Chopper yelled as he looked through the binoculars. What's that, Jin asked the doctor. Looks like a waterfall. It is a weird cloud, right? Chopper asked as Robin nodded at him. Okay, it's decided, Luffy announced. Let's go check it out over there. Later, it didn't take long for Nami to get used to navigating the strange cloud as they made their way over to what looked like a waterfall cloud. They had come to a short roadblock when they couldn't go into a straight line due to a solid and bouncy cloud. That was soon fixed as Luffy and Chopper climbed to the top of the cloud and directed Nami how to get to where they were going. As they arrived at the bottom of the cloud, they noticed some sort of gate called Heaven's Gate at the bottom of the waterfall. There it is, Kaya breathed out in amazement as she held Usopp's hand. That waterfall-looking cloud is really a waterfall, Johnny said in disbelief. Heaven's Gate, Jin stated as he looked at the sign. Wonder if they'll let me up. That has to be a bad omen, Johnny yelled as he hugged Yosaku. Yeah, it's totally unexpected. Maybe we're dead already, Zoro stated as he sat down and watched the pair freak out. It would explain this strange world, Sanji added, further scaring the pair. We can't be dead, Chopper yelled innocently. Don't let them bother you, Robin told the doctor as she rested her hand on his head. They're just making fun of the pair. This is how we get through, Luffy stated as he stood on the figurehead of the Going Merry. There's someone coming out, Jin told everybody. Are you here for sightseeing? Or here to fight, the old lady asked as she took photos of them. Actually, it doesn't matter why you're here. If you want to go up, each person must pay 1 billion extol as the entrance fee. That's the law. That's one old angel, Jin muttered. How much is that when converted to Billy? Usopp asked before Nami covered his mouth. We don't have the money to get up, Nami told the lady. Can we still go up? You can, the old woman replied. Really, Johnny yelled out. Also, if you don't want to go up, that's okay, the lady stated. I'm not a guard, nor am I a solider. I just want to know your intentions. Let's go, Luffy told the woman. Send us up. All right then, 11 people, right? The woman asked as she took a photo of them. That's right, Luffy replied with a smile as he felt something bump into the ship. Something's grabbed us, Yosaku screamed out in shock. That's the White Sea's special speedy shrimp, the lady told them as it took off with the ship. We're moving, Kaya yelled out. Grab onto something, Luffy ordered as the ship began to climb up the waterfall. Heaven's Gate Watcher Amazon reporting, the old lady said into a speaker, Almighty God and his priests, to those wanting to go to the god's country Skypiea, to these 11 illegally entering traveling, I have given them Sky's judgment. We're coming, Enel, Luffy thought with a smirk. I can't wait to see you lose again. Enel, what's that? A man in the sky thought as he felt a group with large powers enter his range. This should be interesting, but they will stand no chance when measured against a good angel, Sanji yelled as he noticed a woman on the beach. She's gorgeous. Don't annoy her, Nami grumbled at the man. The woman took notice of the large group as they docked their ship on the cloud. She stopped playing on her instrument as she tuned towards them and greeted them with a kind smile. Are you guys from the Blue Seas? The woman asked as hearts formed in Sanji's eyes. Sue, come here. We flew up her, Johnny told the woman with a goofy grin on his face. Do you live here? Yes, I live here. This is called Angel Beach of Skypiea, she told the crew as she noticed what Usopp was holding in his hand. That's a ganasu. Do you want to drink it? Yes, Usopp blurted out, remembering the taste from last time. The exterior of the fruit is like steel and biting into it doesn't work, the woman said to Usopp. Do you have to cut it? Enjoy. Luffy watched as the woman told the fruit from Usopp and pulled out a small knife. She cut a small hole in the top of the fruit and then placed a straw in it. She handed the fruit back to Usopp with a smile on her face as he began to gulp down the juice from inside the fruit with a giant smile on his face. Luffy grabbed hold of the fruit once Usopp came up for air and quickly drank the rest of it with a smile on his face as Usopp glared at him. I'm Knis, the woman stated with a smile as she introduced herself. If you have any problems, I'm willing to help you out. Knis has blonde hair that she wears in 2 braided pigtails with 2 antennae sticking out the top of her head. She wears a pink dress with black, flower-shaped textures that goes down to her thighs. She also has on red and pink striped sandals that are white on the bottom. Oh, Knis Swan, I have a problem only you can fix. Your gaze burns a hole in my heart, Sanji told the woman as he stepped forwards before Nami grabbed him by the ear. Oh, that hurts, Nami Swan. Leave her alone, Nami told the cooks as she walked past him and released his ear. I guess there is plenty we want to know. Don't hold back, Knis replied with a smile. What's that coming from the sea? Jin asked as he saw a strange figure coming towards them. That's my dad, Knis told the crew as she waved out at him. Knis, my daughter. Hiso, the man shouted as he rode over the clouds on a strange little boat. Hiso, father, the woman called back. What's he riding on? Kaya asked as the man got closer to him. That's a waver, Knis told her as her father skidded past them. Excuse me, I'm going to stop now, the man yelled as he shot past the crew and straight into a tree. Is anybody hurt? You should ask yourself that first, Yosaku deadpanned as he watched the man stand up. Didn't you find something like that on the sunken ship? Kaya asked Luffy as she looked over the strange boat. I think it's older than that one, Luffy said with a smile. It was also mentioned in the diary from the ship, a ship that can sail without any wind. Are they your friends? The old man asked Knis. Yes, I just met them, father, the woman replied with a kind smile. They're from the Blue Sea. Really, they must be really anxious of the things here then, the old man stated. This is the White Sea, pardon me. What? Johnny asked in confusion. I forgot to introduce myself, the man told them. My name is Pagea. Pagea is a Skypiean man of average height. He is almost bald but has the typical Skypiean hair and antennae sticking out. He has a strange round beard covering his mouth. His antennas and beard are dark brown along with his eyebrows. He wears the typical Skypiean robes. It is a brown-yellow one with a light yellow collar, and light yellow at the end of where the sleeves would be, if it had any. It also has a black leaf-like design. Don't worry about it, Usopp told the man as he looked at him in confusion. This guy was definitely weird. You've got good timing. I just finished fishing and I've caught the most delicious fish in the White Sea, Pagea told the crew as he ignored Usopp. They are sky lobsters. Please come to my home and I'll treat you to some special sky cuisine. Let's go then, Luffy ordered as he remembered the taste from last time. As long as you don't mind me helping out, Sanji told the old man. I'd love to learn more about the food you hear. Before we go, can I ask you a question? Nami asked as the old man stopped. Can I ride this waver? It's very hard to do, Pagea told the navigator, but I'll let you try. With that, Nami quickly dragged the waver to the sea and jumped on it. The crew and the 2 Skypiean watched as the orange-haired woman quickly took off across the seas without losing balance or falling off the waver. That's unbelievable, Pagea yelled in shock. What is? Jin asked as he watched Nami. In order to fully utilize the power, the waver's hulls are made very light, so even the smallest wave will make it turn, Pagea informed the group. Thus one must understand the sea very well, or at least be able to predict the waves. Please pardon me. She's our navigator for a reason, Luffy stated with pride. But it usually takes 10 years to learn how to use one, Knis said in disbelief. Nami Swan really is the best, Sanji yelled out. You guys go ahead, Nami shouted back. Can I stay out here for a little longer, Pagea? Yes, please. Just be careful, Pagea told her. This feeling never gets old, Nami thought to herself with a smile. Let's go, Zoro told them. We may as well make our way to his house. Hey, what's that factory? They heard Yosaku yelled as they caught up to the group. That's a cloud-cutting factory, Pagea informed them. It's a factory that cuts clouds into blocks that makes them easier to use for construction. Clouds can be cut into blocks, Jin muttered in shock. This place makes no sense at all. Didn't you guys pass through the Milky Road to come here from the White Sea? Pagea asked them. Milky Road? Jin questioned. Do you mean the cloud that shrimp carried us up? That's an artificial cloud channel. There are 2 types of natural clouds here. The kind that you sail your ship on is called the sea clouds, and the type you walk on is called the island cloud, Pagea informed the pirates. So, they are mystery clouds that you can swim and sail on, Luffy replied. I guess you could call them that, Pagea responded. This is because the molecular makeup of the clouds here is different. I have heard of a mineral called sea stone in the blue seas. So, the clouds up here have sea stone in them, Kaya stated as she looked at the old man. Yes, that mineral contains a special substance that we call parapuroin, Pagaya informed them. It's a molecular substance that gets injected into the air by volcanic eruptions. When it comes into contact with water in the air, it creates sea and island clouds. I used to play with that when I was younger, Usopp bragged with a smile. Your so-called chopper told the sniper as Kaya whacked him over the back of the head. You can't play with that, Kaya told the boy. Nonetheless, the Milky Road I mentioned earlier, as well as the chair made of clouds on the beach, were originally the island cloud produced from the cloud cutting factory. Then after some density manipulations, these artificial cloud products were made, Pagaya told the crew as they arrived at a house. This is my home, please come in now. This is a nice place, Jin stated as he walked in and sat on the couch, comfortable as well. We can even see Nami and the waiver, Kaya stated as she watched the orange-haired navigator. Look at this, Johnny yelled out. This is called a dial. A tick mark formed on Usopp's forehead as he noticed what kind of dial it was. His suspicions were soon confirmed when Usopp is stupid came out of the dial in Luffy's voice. They had once again shown the tone dial. He blocked out Knis' explanation of the dial as he remembered the weapons that he and Nami used to hold. After their adventure here was done, he had some work to do. Maybe he could even come up with something that could help out Kaya. He toned back into the conversation as they began to talk about the dial that powered the waiver. The waiver's power source is a wind dial. If you put it facing the wind for an hour 10, that's the amount of wind you'll get back, Knis told the group. The size of the storage is dependent on the size of the dial, but by placing the dial on the end of a ship it can easily power it. So it's powered by this, Robin stated as she held the dial in her hand, just at a different size, and I'm guessing different waivers have different dials on them. Yes, there are even some waivers I can barely control, Knis replied. There are even skateboard ones. We have one, Luffy told the woman. It's broken and old, but it may be able to move. It should be fine as long as the shell isn't broken, Knis stated. The dial is just a corpse. If it's not broken, it will retain its power. That's good to hear, Johnny stated. And I guess these aren't the only types of dials. There are more. Although not a direct form of resource, Skypiea's culture is one that coexists with dial power, Knis explained to them. Other types of dials include the scent dial, the heat dial, and the video storing dial. That's awesome, Chopper told her. While the group heard Sanji scream in distaste from the kitchen. What is it, Pagaya asked the cook. I saw this cyan-colored sauce and tasted it, Sanji told him as he looked disgusted at the sauce. And how do I put it? The taste is very strong, and I can't feel my tongue. Ah, it's gone bad already, Pagaya told the man. Pardon me. Don't keep stuff like that, Sanji shouted at the man as he threw it away. Sanji sounds like he's having fun, Luffy told Usopp as they waited for the food. He's probably already fallen in love with the Skypiean food, Usopp replied as he noticed Sanji walked out of the kitchen with plates of food. Okay, it's finished, Sanji told them all with a smile. This is a Skypiean special, with fruit, nutritious fruit, and sky seafood cuisine. It smells so good, Luffy stated as he stared at the food. Hey, where did Nami go? Kaya asked after she finished eating and looked for Nami. She should be at the sea, Usopp replied. No, she's not out there, Kaya told him as she continued to look. Then she probably went a bit further out, Luffy said as he continued to eat. Father, will it be all right? Knis asked her father with a worried look. Oh, Knis, my daughter, I have a bad feeling about this as well, Pagaya replied in a worried tone. What are you talking about? Jin asked as he put down his food. In Skypiea, there is one place where no one should ever enter. That place is very close to this island, Knis told them all. With a waiver one can reach there very fast. They call it the Holy Land, where God lives. It's called Upper Yard. God is there? Jin asked as he looked at the pair of Skypieans. Yes, this is God's land and it is ruled by God, and Knis replied. He's going to want to go there, Zoro, Sanji and Usopp muttered as they heard the woman's words. Alright, let's go find Nami, Luffy yelled as he stood up. Actually, we don't know if she actually went there, so please don't act recklessly, Knis told the teen. If we anger God and all, this could become very problematic. Oh, by the way, you said you have a broken waiver, Pagaya asked as the crew nodded at him. If it's not too much trouble, let me check it. I will repair it if I can. My father is a dial boat technician, Knis informed the crew. Really, thank you, Luffy replied with a large smile. With Nami back here again, Nami said aloud as she looked at the giant trees in front of her. It's just as big as I remember. Now to head back. As Nami began to turn the waiver around, the demon from before was standing right behind her with his bazooka pointed at her. Fear filled Nami's core as she began to hear sounds of battle coming from the island as well. The demon man jumped into the air with the bazooka and fired it towards the battle coming from the island. Shit, Nami cursed as she noticed a bleeding man in front of her. I was here too long. Hey, help me, let me get on your boat. Ha, I beg you, the man screamed at her. I'll do anything to repay you if you want. You can't fit, Nami told the man sadly. Wah, Raider, the man yelled as he saw the demon figure behind Nami. Nami felt it before she saw it. Electricity filled the air and power that she wasn't used to shook her core. A thick bar of lightning filled the air and struck down on the man, drilling straight through the ground beneath the man. Damn, is it Enel? The demon figure yelled out. He actually did that to Verth. Nami watched as the demon figure shot away from the land as quickly as he could as voices filled the area around her. She quickly hid on the land when the voices got close enough to her. I think that person was talking to someone, a voice said. It was just a raider who got away. Just then a second voice stated. Woof woof, a large-sounding dog barked. Tell that dog to shut up, a third voice yelled at someone. That guy was begging for his life, right? But what was Enel-sama thinking? The first voice questioned. Why did he do it himself? Time was probably up, a fourth voice told them all. Next up, illegal trespassers have entered this country, the fourth voice told them all. We got Amazon's message. 7 citizens of the Blue Sea came up on a ship. 11 citizens of the Blue Seas. Do they mean us? Is it because we didn't pay the entry fee? Nami thought in shock as she overheard the conversation. Just for that we'll end up like that person earlier. Come to think of it. What was that earlier? Who are they and what is this place? Only 11, one of the voices questioned. That doesn't sound exciting. 11 heads isn't divisible by 4, one of the 4 people complained. After the 4 men exited the area, Nami quickly jumped onto her waver and shot off towards where the rest of the Straw Hats were. She knew some of them were expecting this, but she had to tell the ones who weren't. After all, they were about to take on a so-called god, with Luffy and Pagaya. This is really old, Pagaya told Luffy as he looked over the broken waver. Can you fix it? Luffy asked. I don't know. I cannot give you an answer until I open it up, Pagaya replied as he continued to look it over. Hey Luffy, let's go. Get aboard, Sandy yelled out from the Going Merry. Oh, Mr. What's that? Luffy asked as he saw a large group of people walking towards the beach. Pagaya grunted when he noticed the group. Who are they? Luffy asked as he noticed the look on Pagaya's face. Luffy watched as the whole group did an army crawl towards him in the ship. He let out a small chuckle as the group got close to them and the leader ordered the group to halt. The group stood up together and saluted at him, Pagaya and Knis. Hiso, the group's captain, said. Hiso, Knis and Pagaya replied. Why were they crawling like that? Sanji asked the crew on the ship. Dunno, maybe they are just peeping perverts, Usopp replied. So that's a pervert? Chopper asked innocently. This is why I was telling Luffy to get on board quickly, Usopp stated as he watched the group. Hey, Luffy, ignore them, Sanji shouted to his captain. Let's go get Nami. You are the Blue Sea citizens who illegally entered Skypiea, the leader of the group yelled out as Pagaya and Knis looked shocked. Illegal trespassers, Pagaya yelled out. Oh, what's that? Luffy asked the group. There is no point denying it. We already received this from the Watcher of Heaven's Gate, Amazon, a man stated as he showed off a picture of the crew entering Skypiea. It is a picture taken with a video dial. It can't be. It's not possible. There may be a mistake. Captain McKinley, Pagaya told the leader of the group. They're not bad guys. McKinley is a tall, tan man. He has black hair and wears a white beret hat. He has a small scar under his left eye, which goes diagonally downwards from his eye to his cheek. He also wears a light blue coat dropped over his shoulders and a short-sleeved purple shirt underneath. His pants have a cloud design and held up by a simple, brown belt. He also has black boots, and like all Skypieans, he has a pair of small white wings on his back. What illegal trespassing? Sanji asked the crew. Is it about the 1 billion entrance fee that we didn't pay? Robin questioned as she watched the interaction. But that old lady said we could reply, Yasaku stated in confusion. Please stop arguing. Just admit it, McKinley told Luffy. The situation is not serious enough to cause a panic. In Heaven's judgment, illegally trespassing is only a Class 11 crime. After the punishment, you will immediately become regular tourists. What? You should have said that earlier, Jin yelled at the man. What is the punishment? It's very simply, just pay a fine that is 10 times the entrance fee, McKinley told the crew. Each person is 10 billion extol, which means 70 billion extol for 7 people. Pay now and your criminal status will be erased immediately. What? 70 billion extol? Johnny yelled in disbelief. How much is that in Billy? That's the dollar value in the Blue Seas, McKinley replied as he looked at the ship. 10,000 extol is 1 Billy. Which means how much? Usopp asked Robin. So, 70 billion extol would be 7 million Billy, Robin told the crew. That's too much. With that much money you could literally buy tons of rice, Sanji yelled at McKinley. We risked our lives to get here. Why do we have to pay that much money? If you had paid in the beginning it would have only been 700,000 Billy, McKinley replied to the cook. That's still a lot, Kaya yelled at the man. Hey, forget it. Just ignore them, Sanji told the crew. Let's go get Nami, Swan. She may be lost somewhere and crying right now. They're already there, Nami muttered to herself. Please don't do anything stupid, guys. I will give you a warning. We are the White Beret, direct servants of the High Priests. If you continue to deny your criminal status will worsen, McKinley warned them all. Also this waiver, it looks broken. Then it's a Class 10 crime, the one about citizens of the Blue Seas breaking properties in Skypiea. No, excuse me. This was theirs to begin with, Pagaya told the man. Theirs. There shouldn't be waivers in the Blue Seas, McKinley stated as he turned to Luffy. If this was stolen from Skypiea then it's a Class 9 crime. It's ours, Luffy growled at the man in annoyance. Now stop trying to hand out fines. Please wait, the group heard Nami yelled out. Ah, Nami Swan, you're safe, Sanji shouted happily. Luffy, don't oppose those men, Nami told the captain. Don't oppose them, Yasaku yelled in surprise. Hey Nami, can we afford to pay a fine of 7 million billy? Oh, so we just need to pay a fine. 7 million billy. A dark expression filled Nami's eyes as she uttered those last words and speed up the waiver, launching it straight at McKinley. That's too much. Luffy had to hold back his laughter as he watched Nami and the waiver collide with McKinley's head, shocking everybody on the beach as the man was launched backwards. He had to release a chuckle when he saw the surprised look on Nami's face once she realized what she had done. Ah, it's because of their illogically high price that I lost it, Nami told everybody. Oh mister, thanks for letting me use the waiver, it was very fun. No, don't mention it, Pagayer replied with a worried look. You guys are in a lot of trouble. Let's go now, Luffy, Nami yelled at her captain as she grabbed him and began to flee. Why, you just attacked him, Luffy asked as he ran next to her. He knows where we are, Nami replied fearfully. That hit back there was just an accident. Hold it, McKinley yelled to the pair. There is no escape. Not only were you impolite to us, her actions have hindered our duty. That is a Class 5 crime. With the power invested in me by God Enel, I sentence you to the Drifting Cloud. Drifting Cloud, Knis screamed in shock. This can't be. What's a drifting cloud, Kaya asked Knis. It's a death penalty. You're put on a little piece of island cloud and drift in the sky until you die, Knis told him in fear for his life. I see. No wonder ships would fall from the empty sky, Robin stated once she heard that. What do you mean, Yasaku asked in confusion. The galleon that fell from the sky probably had the same sentence given to the crew 200 years ago, Robin replied. Get them, McKinley roared as his squad drew their bows. Stop, Luffy ordered as he began to lightly release his Heishoku haki, and the men fell to their knees. How do I find this god of yours? I think I want to meet him. You're a fool, McKinley shouted at him. God will strike you down. We're going to that land, Luffy told them. Your god will kneel before me. Fine then, you can deal with heaven's judgment, McKinley told the teen. The priest will deal with you before you get to God Enel. Leave, Luffy growled as he watched the Baratie scramble away. Are you sure that was smart, Zoro asked his captain. He's known we've been here since the beginning, Luffy replied as he looked at the sky above them. His haki is still amazing. Anyways, now things are really complicated, Pagaea stated as he began to walk backwards with his daughter. If you're Class 2 criminals, then we can't help you. That's fine. Can we take the food from before though, Luffy asked. Of course, the man replied with a smile. Sanji, Usopp, Jin. You're with me, Luffy told the trio. The rest of you get on the ship and get ready. Can I also look at your dials, Usopp asked the man who nodded at him. Let's go, Zoro. Watch over them. Keep them safe, Luffy ordered. Nami, make sure he doesn't get lost. What the swordsman yelled in annoyance as his captain walked off with a smile. At Pagaea's place. You're the ship's carpenter, Pagaea asked as he watched Usopp go through his toolbox. No, really, I'm their sniper. Our ship doesn't have a carpenter yet, Usopp replied. But with my superior resourcefulness to fix everything, they depend on me. It's a lot of pressure. If I'm gone, the ship will sink. Even though I'm the sniper, I do most of the captain duties, so everyone calls me captain. Ah, the way you place food is like art, Pagaea told Sanji. Yes, placement is also very important. Oh, that's not right. Red should be here. These jade green beans should be here. Now it looks even more delicious, Sanji said to himself. This one is for Nami Swan and Robin-chan. It doesn't look like food anymore, Knis said in surprise as she looked at the box. I've never seen such a beautiful lunchbox. Really? Well, this one's for you, Knis-chan, Sanji told her as he handed over a lunchbox. Hey, for me, Knis replied in surprise. Of course, Sanji replied with a smile. The title of this one is Love is a Dilemma, the Lunch of a Descending Angel. Hey, something's wrong with the ship, Jin yelled from the balcony. What is it, Usopp? Sanji asked the sniper. Look, they're yelling or something, Usopp told them as the pair rushed to the balcony. Ah, Nami Swan, Sanji yelled as he noticed the panicked woman. Why did you put on a shirt? Where were you looking to say such a thing? Jin yelled at the man. What's got them? Luffy asked as he noticed the creature. That's the White Sea Special, Super Express Speed Shrimp, Pagaea told them. And they can't get off either, Sanji stated. They being followed by other creatures, Usopp ate in fear. What do we do? Don't worry, Luffy told the trio. We're going after them. Then I guess I should warn you about something. The Super Express Speed Shrimp is God's servant, and anything it transports is always a sacrifice for God, Pagaea warned the four men. That means you'll have to go to the northeast portion of Upper Yard to get them back. That's where the sacrificial altar is. Sacrifices, Jin muttered in shock at what he just heard. What do we do? You have to undergo the trials to get the sacrifices back, Pagaea replied to the man. So they're hostages then, Usopp stated with a slight chuckle. Let's hope Zoro stays under control then. He's likely to have busted them all out by the time we get there, Luffy replied with a smile. Or somehow gotten lost, Sanji added as the old man stared at them in disbelief. This is no laughing matter, Pagaea yelled. God will kill you all. I guess it's time to go, Sanji stated as he stood up. Do you have any way for us to get there? I'll direct you to the dial ships, Knis spoke up. Just follow me then. Let's go, Luffy stated with a smile as he walked behind the woman. Let's go find our friends. It didn't take the crew long to get to the main street on Angel Island. Knis was currently leading the group while allowing them to see some of the sights on Lovely Street. This place looks so cool, Luffy stated as he looked around. The shops are floating, Jin muttered in shock as he looked at his surroundings. Lovely Street is the only big street on Angel Island, Knis informed them with a sad look on her face. It was designed to fully utilize the island cloud's property. Looks like they're trying to avoid us, Sanji told the group as he placed his cigarette in his mouth. They probably know we're criminals by now, Jin replied. Don't worry about them, Luffy told the others. We have somewhere that we need to be. I just wish I could see more of them, Sanji said with hearts in his eyes. You're still a pervert, Usopp stated as he continued to walk with the group. What's that? Jin asked as he looked at a strange object in the middle of the street. That's Verth, the idol of the citizens of the sky, Knis replied to the man. That's your idol? Jin asked in shock. It's probably hard for citizens of the Blue Seas to understand, Knis stated as she began to walk off. The port is this way. We're leaving the city, Jin asked as he tried to pick up where they were going. The ships are just outside of the city, Knis replied as the trio followed her. Luffy could feel the tension in the air as he walked towards the boat. He knew what was going to happen next. He knew what Knis was about to do in front of the terrified citizens of Skypiea. He looked behind him and let out a small laugh as he noticed the captain from the White Berets crawling behind them and watching them closely. He could also feel Enel looking at the group closely. The lightning was ready to fire above them if anything didn't go to his plan. It didn't take long for the group to get to the port and be directed to the small boat that Knis was lending them for the trip. Luffy could feel the temptation to just ignore her and take the large ship that he wanted to last time. But he fought off that urge as they stood before the small boat that Knis was letting them take. It's called Karasumaru, Knis said to them. Crow, Jin asked in confusion as he looked at the boat. But it's not even a seabird. This is a lot easier than using a waver, Knis stated with a large smile. It's a little slow, but it also has 2 wind dials. So please use it at will. Will do that, Luffy replied with a small frown on his face. You dislike it? Knis asked as she noticed the teen's frown. I'm sorry, but the others are for rent and I have no money. It's not that, Luffy replied. I'm just thinking about something. Oh, okay. You just need to go through the second gate to enter the Milky Road to God's Island, Knis told them as she pointed out the gate they needed to use. Let's go, Luffy told the group as Jin looked at them in confusion. Aren't you going to ask? Jin questioned the group as he looked at the woman. Aren't we going to ask why she had been shaking so much since we left her house? It was that obvious, Knis asked in fear as she began to shake even more. Jin, think about this, Luffy stated sharply. The citizens have been ignoring us, but Knis has been helpful. That's the problem, Jin shot back. Won't she be considered a criminal like us? After all she's done for us, won't she just be punished as well? Jin, look at her, Sanji told the man. Think about everything that has happened so far. It's strange, isn't it? Me carefully explaining the details of the trial and then bringing you here, Knis said to the group. It's like I've been tricking you into coming here. Hey, don't say such foolish things, a village shouted at Knis. Can you just run away? Knis pleaded as she fell to her knees and began to cry. I'm sorry. Shut up, another citizen yelled out. What do you think you're doing? The one who called for the super speedy shrimp, Knis cried, was me. What? Jin roared. This is all your fault. Calm down, Sanji told the man as he rested his hand on Jin's shoulder. There has to be a reason behind this. After discovering a criminal, if we don't take them to the judgment ground, we'll be killed, Knis yelled as the villagers looked at her in shock. Shut up now. Do you know what you're doing? A citizen yelled. It's blasphemy. This is our civic responsibility. I'm sorry, Knis told them with tears flowing. It's really strange, right? Everything. You're really stupid, aren't you? Luffy cut her off. You did it because you had no other choice, right? So why? Why did you tell us? The group roared at the woman. She squeaked in shock. You will be attacked, Luffy yelled in frustration. No, it's too late, a citizen yelled as he began to flee. Get away from her, another yelled as the rest of the citizens began to run away. The judgment is coming. Luffy's Kenbenshoku haki flared to life as the pirate looked up and noticed the lightning forming above him and Knis. He quickly bit his thumb and blew air into his right arm as he appeared next to Knis with Zoro. He coated his giant fist with Busoshoku haki as lightning descended from the sky towards him and Knis. Luffy brought his giant fist up and backhanded the bolt of lightning across the cloud sea and towards Upper Yard as the citizens looked on in shock. Can you take her? Luffy asked seemingly no one. I can, a man replied from the sky as he grabbed Knis. Now that you know the truth about this country, as well as the god's power, you should decide what to do yourself. This country's business has nothing to do with us, Luffy replied. But we have friends on that island, so we're going. Good luck then, the old man replied as he flew off. How, a villager muttered as the rest of them began to run further away. He stood up to him. He survived. Let's go, Luffy told Sanji and Usopp as the pair followed him to Upper Yard. With Knis. What about them? Knis asked the old man with tears flowing. They've chosen their path already, the old man replied. I know who you are, Knis stated. I would be the Knight of the Sky, the man replied stiffly. No, everybody knows, Knis replied. Please come back, God. With Luffy, Sanji, Usopp and Jin. Do you think she'll be alright? Jin asked the other three as they got closer to the entrance of Upper Yard. She'll be okay, Luffy replied with a smile. That old man will protect her. Plus we have no choice but to trust him, Sanji added. We can't exactly bring her with us. Hopefully we'll be there soon, Luffy stated. It can't be helped. This boat is a lot heavier than a waver, Sanji replied. We're getting close, Usopp told them. There's a gigantic forest ahead. Is it on the map? Jin asked as he took in the sights. Not really, but this map could have changed a lot since the person wrote it, Usopp replied. But I'd say we're close to the entrance. And you'd be right, Luffy told the sniper as he noticed the strange statues. Is everyone prepared? We have no choice, Jin replied with a smirk. Then let's go, Luffy yelled as they passed the statues. The next few moments were some of the most terrifying of Jin's life as the trials began. The group had to avoid giant axes that were swinging down from the forest. After they escaped that ordeal, they were forced to escape the man-eating fish that filled the clouds that they were sailing on. This part was easily done as Luffy let loose a small dose of his Heishoku Haki, which quickly caused the sharks to flee from them. Finally, they came to a large structure with 4 different paths. Each path had its own name, which were the Trail of Swamp, the Trail of Iron, the Trail of String, and the Trail of Balls. So which one are we going down? Jin asked as he looked at his captain, who still had a smile on his face, as if he enjoyed what they just went through. With Zoro, Nami, Chopper, Robin, Kaya, Johnny, and Yasaku. Big Brother Johnny yelled out in fear as he watched Zoro jump into shark-infested water. He's going to be eaten, Yasaku shouted in shock as he watched the sharks swarm Zoro before the man went under the clouds. He's not back up yet, Kaya stated in dread after a few moments. Do you think he's been eaten? If he has, the cloud would be turning red by now, Robin said darkly. Don't say that, Chopper cried out at the woman. There's too many of them, Zoro yelled to the group as he swam back to the crew, but I think I got most of them. It's hard to tell with how they pop. You fought them? Kaya asked in surprise. Big Brother is awesome, Johnny and Yasaku screamed out. I tried to clear the water, but looks like we'll have to find another way, Zoro replied to Kaya. We should work out where we are first, Kaya told the man, especially if you want to go running off. All we know is that we are somewhere in Upper Yard, Johnny stated as Zoro climbed back onto the Going Merry. We're on a sacrificial altar, Robin stated with a dark smirk. I wonder why they left us here of all places. She's terrifying, Yasaku whispered to Johnny as the man nodded at him. Maybe heaven's judgment is to let us starve to death here, Robin asked with a dark smirk. Stop scaring them, Zoro told the woman as he noticed the swordsman duo hugging each other. Anyway, that isn't something a god would do. Are you sure, Big Brother Johnny asked as Zoro nodded at him. What we need to worry about now is the state of the ship. There's no way that we will be able to put her into the water, Zoro stated. So Chopper, can you stay here with Johnny and Yasaku and work on the ship? I'll do my best, Chopper replied to the man. Repair it, Kaya questioned. What will the rest of us be doing? We'll be entering the forest, and this place will be the gathering area with the others looking for us, Zoro replied. Isn't there an old saying? When you're lost, stay where you are. That's not something you should be saying, Nami groaned as she looked at the swordsman. Why do you want to go ashore anyway? God's around here somewhere, Zoro replied with a smirk. I want to see if I can find him before Luffy does. Why would you do that? Nami yelled at the man. You know how strong he is. We'll talk about this later, Robin muttered to the pair. Remember that Johnny and Yasaku don't know yet. Fine then, Nami sighed. And how do you propose we get to the shore? We can use the vines, Zoro told the woman as he grabbed onto one of the vines. I'll go as well, Kaya stated. I want to look around this place. As do I, Robin added. We'll be leaving the ship in good hands. Don't say that, Chopper yelled in fake outrage. Fine, let's go, Nami muttered. Hopefully we find some interesting things. Chopper, Johnny, and Yasaku watched as the 4 of their friends used the vines to swing over to the shore. The 4 of them were soon out of the sight of the remaining members of the crew as Chopper changed to his heavy point and began to order the terrified swordsman duo around. He allowed his Kenban Shoku Haki to wander around him, letting him know if anything was getting too close to him and the swordsman duo. Somewhere on God's island. A Class 2 crime is being unfaithful to God's ruling, a voice stated. The judgments of the trial are given by our hands, another voice added. A sin is for the ignorant living being, a third voice said. The only way to find spiritual rest is pursuing in heaven's ruling, a fourth voice declared. With Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Jin. We'll chose Ball, Luffy stated with a smile. That's the one that sounds the most fun. How could you be thinking about fun with a trial in front of us? Jin asked in frustration. He's still not used to it, Usopp said as he looked at Sanji. It'll take time, Sanji replied to the sniper. Used to what? Jin asked as he stared at the pair. His whims, they both said as they pointed at Luffy, who was now picking his nose. Let's go, Luffy stated. It's decided then, Sanji said as Usopp began to steer their boat towards the entrance. But we have to be careful. This is an island 10,000 meters in the air. Anything is possible. "This'll be fun," Luffy yelled as they entered the opening. "What's happening?" Jin asked in a sudden panic as everything went dark. "There were 4 entrances, right?" Luffy asked as Usopp nodded at him. "Maybe some are hit and miss." "Huh, why are you saying this just now?" Usopp screamed in terror with a smile on his face. "So what happens when you miss?" "If you miss," Luffy pondered with a smirk. "Oh, I know, you'll fall of Sky Island." "Don't say that. Do you want us to fall?" "We're 10,000 meters above the blue sea," Usopp shouted as he noticed a scared Jin. "Do you know how many times you'll see your life flash before your eyes before you hit the ground?" "Stop talking," Sanji grunted in annoyance as the small boat exited the cave. The 4 pirates' eyes opened in shock and their jaws dropped as they realized that the Cloud Road didn't go any further. The boat fall from the sky as the 4 screamed out, 1 in laughter, 2 in joy, and 1 in great fear. It didn't take long for the boat to land in more cloud rivers as the boat hit the water. "You knew?" Jin asked as he held his breath back. "You knew that would happen?" "Of course, I could feel the fall with my haki," Luffy replied. "Bet you can't wait to learn it." "I can't wait to learn that shit," Jin stated as he looked around. "Where are we?" "I'd say this is the trial," Luffy told them as he noticed the balls around them. "They look like island clouds," Jin said as he looked at the clouds around him and reached out to touch one before he felt Luffy grab his arm. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Luffy stated as he made Jin watch 2 clouds collide. One exploded and the other let out a snake. "This is obviously what the trial is. We're being watched," Usopp stated as he looked up. "The priest is already here." Ho, 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 a voice laughed out. "I guess I don't get to see you play with the surprise balls." "Who's there?" Jin shouted as he pulled out his tonfa. Ho, 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 ho. "I'm the priest Satori and you're about to go through my trial of balls." The priest laughed as he bounced on the balls. Satori is a round-shaped man with fair skin and long, dark red hair. He is clad in a white, full-body jumpsuit, which has a vertical line of golden rings that run from front to back, an orange hat similar in style to a cappello romano, orange gloves, shoes, and large, yellow sunglasses that completely obscure his eyes. In addition, he carries a large, striped cane, and he has small white wings on his back. "I guess we just have to beat him to move on," Luffy stated as he took a seat and looked at Jin. "You're up." "So all I have to do is beat this idiot," Jin replied with a smirk as he began to twirl his tonfa. "This should be quite easy." "This'll be interesting," Luffy thought as he watched Jin jump towards Satori. "He'll have to do something special to get past Mantra." "Akuma no Dansu," Jin roared. As the pirate took his first swing at Satori, his eyes widened in shock as the large man seemingly moved out of the way. He continued his dance but was becoming more and more frustrated as the large man dodged each of his swings easily before he stuck his hand out towards Jin's stomach. "Impact!" the priest screamed as Jin got fired across the forest and into a tree. Sanji growled as he looked at his captain. "We have to help him." "Not yet," Luffy replied. "We have to let them grow the same way that we did." "Fine," Sanji muttered. "Hopefully he can do something." "What do you think? We've been training them all for," Luffy replied. "Most of them should be able to beat someone at this level." Ho, 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 Satori laughed as he watched Jin rise to his feet. "I guess you'll be the first to die." "I'm going to kill you," Jin stated in frustration as he began to whirl his tonfa around again. Ho, 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 ho. "You can't even touch me," the priest mocked as he appeared in front of Jin. Satori thrusted his hand forwards once more and attempted to use the impact dial on Jin to finish the man off. The priest's eyes opened in shock as Jin swayed to the side and dodged the blow that blew the tree up behind him. Satori acted quickly and attempted to use his other hand and the impact dial on it only to receive a tonfa to the forearm. "Ah!" the priest screamed in pain as the pirates heard his bone clearly break. "Akuma Sarashu," Jin screamed. Due to the lose of Satori's concentration, the priest couldn't keep his mantra up and took the blow directly. Satori could feel his rib cage shatter as the tonfa hit him in the chest, causing him to spit up a glob of blood as he dropped to his knees. That was followed by another tonfa to the back that caused the priest to collapse to the ground and stop moving. "Did you see it?" Luffy asked Sanji with a smirk on his face. "Kenbenshoku haki," Sanji stated with a smirk. "It was just an instance, but he used it." "Go get him," Luffy told Sanji as he saw Jin fall to his knees. "We'll need to get him to Chopper." "On it," Sanji replied as he took to the sky and landed next to Jin. "Good job." "Ha, whatever he was using fucking hurt," Jin replied as he pulled the gloves of Satori's hands and pocketed them. "I'm sure Usopp would enjoy these." "I'm sure he will," Sanji said with a smile. "With Gan fall, this year's pumpkin harvest is quite nice," the old man stated. "Yes," Canis replied quietly. "I really do not know how to thank you. I apologize for causing you trouble. You would have been in danger and treated like a criminal," the man replied. "This was just a service. In here, not even Enel's mantra can find you. But how is Angel Island?" "It's good," Pagair replied. "I meant the produce," the old man told him. "How was this year's harvest?" "Oh, it was very good," Pagaia told the man. "That is nice," Ganfall replied as he handed 2 cups to Pagaia. "Those are pumpkin juice from this garden. Try some." "Excuse me, I'll try some," Pagaia said as he looked at his daughter. "Canis, my daughter, come try some." Little girl, they are called pirates in the blue seas, Ganfall told the sad woman. Did you know that? I did not, she replied sadly. It means they are criminals that are sailing on the blue seas, Ganfall informed her. They would put a black flag with drawings a skull on their ship. The Straw Hat Kid and the others are probably like that. You mean they were criminals from the start? Pagaya asked in surprise. Ha ha, they are more like people who don't follow the rules. There are different sorts of people in different worlds. Between you two and them, what is different? Ganfall stated. More precisely, it's like a hero in war times could be a murderer in peace times. I also had friends who were pirates. About 20 years ago, when I was still God, he came to visit me. He was a very open and affable person. It was bittersweet to part with him. So, there's not bad, Kenneth said as Ganfall nodded at her. Even though it may not seem this way, Skypiea had become a wearing country, Ganfall added. It is between us, the citizens of the sky, and the ones we call raiders, the people of Shandia. Even now the Shandians are challenging Enel. When you were God, you tried to create peace with Shandia. It was a hope to put an end to the war, Pagair remembered, the war that went on for centuries, but yes, when we almost had peace, Enel took the throne, Ganfall stated sadly. Because of that, all our efforts were in vain. For that I apologize. You do not need to apologize, Pagaia told him quickly. There was a legend on Skypiea, long ago, on the day that God's island was born. The island sang a beautiful song heard throughout the country at the same time. The war between the citizens of the sky and the Shandia began, Ganfall informed the old man. Thus, when we hear the song of the island again, the war will end. Song of the island? Kenneth asked in confusion. Yes, that's when the Holy Land sings again, Ganfall stated with a large smile. It will happen someday. But the trio here, Pierre called out as Ganfall rushed towards him. What happened? Pagaia yelled in shock. Please watch my home. I'm off to work, the man shouted back at them. Let's go, Pierre. Earlier with Chopper, Johnny and Yasaku. Help, Johnny screamed as he saw the fight taking place in front of him. Blow the whistle, Yasaku yelled at his partner as they saw a monster in front of them. Oh right, Johnny replied as he blew the whistle multiple times. Do you think that Sky Knight could really help with this? I hope he can, Yasaku replied as he looked towards the priest. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.